20 years ago, demons shattered the divine barrier guarding humanity and poured into the continent. Then a brutal war erupted between the two races that never stopped. For 10 brutal years, war raged in pure fear and wild chaos, yet the people's mage kept fighting, flung his hands up, and unleashed searing flames in a devastating blast. The battlefield erupted in pure fury. Humans and demons clashed with magic and brute force, as warriors surged against the demon lord, scrambling to stop the oncoming slaughter. The demon lord roared die, and the others slammed into the fight. At the very moment the hero crashed into battle with the Lord of Demons, he unleashed every last ounce of strength and tore through the enemy in a brutal fight, ending the 10-year conflict for good. 10 years have slammed by since that day, and bit by bit the world started breathing again, until the royal capital finally felt normal once more. Right in the heart of the central buildings, a guild sign with crossed swords swung overhead, and in that very spot where adventure gets its start, someone scratched notes into a book with a quill. The thick-bearded bartender gripped that note in both hands and blurted, "Huh," because he couldn't believe what had happened to his visitor this time. The young man answered at a slow, steady pace, insisting nothing was special, while the air around him stayed calm, like a tavern buzzing with soft voices and the warm scent of ale. He sat alone at the counter, elbows planted, staring off like the world had gone quiet. Then, flat out and without a shred of hope, he admitted he wanted to resign, completely swallowed by his own thoughts. His name was Theodore, and he lived for adventure. Theodore wasn't taken seriously when he announced he was retiring. Then the other guy snapped, shocked, that he used to be part of the hero's crew that fought the demon lord. Theo only chuckled, calm as ever, and said he was just a handyman. He admitted he'd only been doing the grime for other people, but now, he swore, he was finally stepping out as an adventurer. Victor the guild master met Theodore's words with tight restraint. He couldn't say how badly the guild would lose its strength from one person leaving, but he also wouldn't pretend it wasn't possible. Theo didn't even know what was coming next, and when the task board turned out empty, he shrugged like it didn't matter one bit. Victor told Theodore that peace had finally arrived, which means there are way fewer jobs now, and Theodore shot back that the only ones going underground are mostly young adventurers, chasing whatever they find. Victor sat there with the mug in his hands, and suddenly the hero's crew popped into his mind, paid in a huge, well-deserved fortune. Theo nodded hard and said the payout was so massive he probably wouldn't live long enough to spend it all. Even with everything going on, he realized he was keeping pace with the younger guys. Victor couldn't believe it. Then Theodore shocked him. For his age, Theo still chose to resign, and the screen flashed the truth. Theo was only 35. Theo swallowed hard and admitted, with a grim face, that ever since he was a kid, he'd been craving a peaceful life. Then he stared at the mug and said flat out that he was just exhausted, and Victor immediately turned to Theodore, staring like, "Wait, what?" The guild master froze when he saw Theo's deadly serious face. There was no way he could brush that off, yet he still pushed the question, "What are you doing next?" Theo tore his gaze away, and in a quiet rush of honesty, realized why he'd become an adventurer in the first place. When he was just 10, tragedy ripped his life apart. His parents died of illness. Then adventurers swept in, sheltered him, and raised him like family, and he repaid their kindness by helping them in any way he could. The young man remembered how lucky he was to land with the right crew, and as the adventurers traded ideas and argued over everything, he felt like he truly belonged. He told everyone he got crazy lucky, born with 3 skills, and when he showed them off for the first time, the others stared in disbelief at his natural talent. First up, he had appraisal, so he could instantly read what any object was hiding, even herbs, and that made his whole journey way easier. The second skill was the crafting one. He could forge new tools and patch up broken gear on the fly, turning him into the go-to guy for basically any situation. The third one was the taming skill. This power let him read monsters like they were speaking plain language, and when things turned ugly, he could tame them instead of getting dragged into a fight. All 3 abilities turned out to be crazy useful for the adventurer's everyday grind, so useful that they even sparked fights, with people shouting over who invited him onto the team first. Then Theo snapped to attention as a girl closed in on him. She flashed him a smile that hit like a spark. The hero found himself boxed in by the whole crew, and in that same instant, when he was invited to join the hero's squad, everything shifted and the world flipped upside down. The man said that once the war finally ended, the heroes were scattered and disbanded, and then he leaned in and demanded to know what the main character would do next after walking away. He daydreamed about buying a farm out in a wild village, farming there for real, because back when he was a kid in that same kind of place, he learned how to work the land and survive. The guild master stared at him, shocked, and demanded whether he truly wanted to trade an adventurer's life for growing vegetables, and he just blinked, thinking, Okay, but how am I supposed to be useful now that we're at peace? Suddenly, Victor blurted out a wild idea: tell Theo to dive into exploring the new world, and it left the young man completely stunned. After the demons finally fell, he talked about a brand new continent that just appeared out of nowhere, something nobody had ever seen before, and still no one knows where it came from. Victor told them everyone swore the continent looked like this because the demon-proof barrier finally vanished, and then he leaned in and said the first expedition to investigate it would be launched soon. Victor said the main character's skills could be a goldmine on the new continent, then urged them to really think it over and answer later. Victor leaned in and said this might be the final adventure for the main character, then pointed to all that untouched land and asked what he thought about it. The protagonist pictured a cozy hut tucked in a bright forest and daydreamed about a calm, quiet rural life. He figured maybe a quiet life in uncharted lands didn't sound so terrible after all. The bearded old man leaned in and asked if the protagonist was interested, then offered to tag along, and blushing and a little awkward, the protagonist nodded and said yes. After a long, tense pause, the protagonist finally signed the papers. Then the old man's face lit up like he'd just won the lottery, saying everything had turned for the better, and that seasoned adventurers would be a huge help on the new continent, because nobody knew what horrors or surprises were waiting there. The old man opened his mouth like he wasn't sure he should, and the main character just grinned, scratched the back of his head, and said nothing. The protagonist said he was thrilled to team up with old Victor, and even pitched it as the job that should finally be his last. Then Victor grinned and declared the guild would never forget Theodore's contribution. After he tore out of the guild, he used every last second to drill himself for the journey ahead. Theo stormed into the store and grabbed everything he needed. After that, he finally hooked up with his current groupmates. After bidding his comrades farewell, he stormed out of the tavern they'd been packed into and finally said it, right to himself. Right when Theodore arrived at the port and saw the ships waiting to blow their sails wide open, he grinned and started hauling aboard whatever they needed. He wound up in the port city of Khalil, yes, the one called Khalil. After a whole month of non-stop prep, the protagonist finally hit the port, set to sail for the new world, standing there with a confident grin, even as a shaky little nerve churned in his gut. As he wandered through the city, a little girl burst into view and called his name, bright with joy. Then she chased after him, laughing all the way. The little girl thrust a handful of candies into the hero's hands and beamed up at him, and that sweet kindness instantly melted his cold mood into a warm, grateful smile. The hero thanked the girl for the treat, gently patted her head, and told her he'd face a brutal road ahead. He could already feel the trials coming. Victor veste iryete, ilyegoyeskazel, chitozea poesel yede inyeten elyetem, irpayir yeveye iranuelesya esenogena geo eloveu. Yero kratqui zam yeer, ivagoelova yevet espayur keanuelivo espom ina and iaoteom. Ka kasil yeri, and oize emye and ilas yeri asamaje izen yeri. Victor admitted they'd been waiting for him for ages, but the hero didn't even think Victor would show up. He stared in shock and demanded why he came, since they'd already said goodbye. Victor brushed off her idea that he'd only come to see her off. His eyes burned with purpose, like he was seconds away from dropping a life-changing decision. Right then, everything went still. Then birds burst over the port. The hero froze, stunned, trying to figure out what Victor was really marching them toward. At last, the young man snapped back. He was diving in with them too, and Victor was already stepping up as the team leader. The young man pushed one more time, asking if Victor was truly serious. Then Victor just grinned and confirmed it with zero doubt. The old man smiled and said he'd finally seen his grandchildren, so he was ready to ride out, maybe for the last time, with a heart full of dreams to live every moment like a real adventurer, his calm voice carrying pure, unshakable resolve. The hero blinked in shock. His talker was already 70, and he couldn't help asking, so what wild adventures can an old man even pull off? The old man just chuckled, grinning like he had secrets, and reminded him that dwarves live longer than humans. His warm confidence made the hero feel it instantly. This wasn't an idle conversation. He had plans. He brushed off the worry about that comrade and felt a wave of relief, because he knew Victor had the grit, the strength, and the heart to handle anything that came at them, and his calm, respectful look said it all. This dwarf, the notorious dragon slayer Bloodwind, lived and breathed war. Before he even took the guild's lead, he poured his whole life into battle, born into nobility but treating every person with the same respect, and that's exactly why everyone followed him. The hero stared at Victor with pure admiration, praising him as a top-tier warrior and a born leader, so much that he called him a hero beyond any real hero, and in that gaze nothing was fake, it was all sincere respect. A patchwork crew of allies gathered, tough fighters beside sharp scientists, each one bringing their own edge, and the air itself hummed with one thing, that gut-deep feeling that a wild journey into the unknown was about to begin. The hero shot back with a small, knowing smile, and you could feel the tension drain away, because with all those solid, trustworthy people right there, he finally let himself breathe. Victor stepped in and introduced the scientists, one geologist, one climatologist, and a monster researcher, and before anyone could blink, 15 adventurers with totally different skills slid into place, making a squad of 20 that looked absolutely built to take on whatever came next. The hero shot a grin and told everyone he was Theodore, then he clocked it. Every single one of them looked way too young. The moment they spotted Theodore, the adventurers lit up, calling him Theo, the jack-of-all-trades they knew so well, and they couldn't hide how thrilled they were. They said it felt like a real honor to sail with him, and they meant it, because his presence made their whole crew happy. With wide eyes, the young man couldn't believe his luck. He practically burst out, telling his companion that Theo had backed the hero's crew, and that everything. Then he leaned in even closer and said he couldn't wait to see firsthand what Theo could really do. Theodore spun toward Victor, stunned and shaken by what he'd just heard, because Victor's words had turned him into a walking prize everyone couldn't stop admiring. Victor stayed cool and just said, flat out, that he'd only done what was necessary, then added that Theodore should have known exactly where it would lead. The order to set sail finally hit the air. Victor slapped his hands together, fired the squad up, and reminded them the sun wasn't gonna wait. Then Theo let out a small sigh and gave in, agreeing to kick off the journey. As soon as he steps onto the deck, the protagonist asks where the crew went, and Victor sighs with regret. No, they can't spare anyone extra, because every resource they have is stretched paper-thin and locked down. Victor pushes for a bigger ship for the expedition, and once the supplies are sorted out, Theodore realizes the moment they land on that island, he's going to have to hunt down food first. Then he asks if there's a way to keep the food supplies safe, and the other person answers with total confidence. Everything's already taken care of, so they quickly step in, ready to hand him the solution. Victor slams down the magical bag with a proud grin, swearing it came straight from the National Vault. Then he leans in and promises it'll be the one indispensable artifact they need for the journey. That tiny magic bag was way bigger than it looked, able to cram in food and water for 2 whole weeks, and the stuff inside never aged or spoiled. The old man grins like he just won, bragging that it took the hardest grind, but somehow he still dragged back such a priceless artifact for their team. Theodore stays stone-faced, stares at Victor and demands, "So, what happened?" The young man begged to peek inside the magic bag, sure it had to be packed with wonders. Then his panicked companion snapped at him to stop. The flustered young man bowed his head and apologized after hearing the guild had to rent a bag because they were in a rough spot right now, and the bearded man huffed, admitting with pure annoyance that this was exactly how things always went. The young man asked his companion how he was doing, and the guy weirdly snapped back that he was fine. Then the whole crew kicked into gear and started preparing to sail. One crewman shouted that today's wind was perfect, another pumped everyone up, everything's going our way, and the captain slammed the command, "Sail." The old man urged the young man to hand the oar off to someone else, but he snapped it down, saying he loved to work, and that out here you could drown boredom without ever lifting a finger. The young man loved rowing, and you could tell he was grinning when teamwork kicked in like, every pull and every stroke was locked together for something bigger, and he said it with a smile, they were all working for the common good. The ship tore away from the port, and the captain barked orders at the adventurers to charge ahead. The ship tore out into open sea, and all it left behind were rippling waves and seagulls screaming overhead, circling like they owned the deck. The young man stared at the map and realized the wind was working for them, and the bearded man nodded hard. If this keeps up, we'll hit the continent fast. On the ship, 2 girls looked up at the sky and whispered that maybe the gods had finally smiled on them. Then they dropped to their knees and started praying. The young man stared as crew members prayed, and he couldn't help thinking, wow, these adventurers are seriously religious. Maybe it made death easier to swallow, but something still felt off, and he decided it was way too soon to thank the gods. The ship started to slow down, and Theo's gut instantly screamed that this was a bad omen. As the old man stared down at the map, he felt it, no wind, like the world had gone silent, and the young man nodded, confirming it was real. The book-carrying guy, claiming he was a climatologist, leaned in and told me his numbers said the wind wasn't coming back anytime soon, and even then he couldn't pin down when it would finally return. The hero shot a worried look and asked if even scientists had no clue when the wind would finally pick up. Then the climatologist shook his head and said the open sea is a chaos machine, where that kind of weather can drag on for just a few days or stretch all the way to a couple of weeks. One of the adventurers heard that and blurted out, trembling with fear, swearing it could take weeks, maybe even several. Holding up the sacks of provisions, one of the crew started to panic and blurted that their food and water weren't infinite, then demanded to know if there was any safe place or nearby town where they could hide and regroup. The crew huddled together, guessing that if the wind didn't show up soon, they'd be forced to scramble for a solution, until one of them snapped, wide-eyed, that this was already spiraling into a real problem. Another bearded man and his comrade exchanged worried looks, fearing the situation would spiral if it carried on like this. Then their whole group is just done for. With his head spinning, the protagonist blurted, "Why all this worry all of a sudden? I can turn seawater into fresh water." He demanded seawater on the spot, and everyone around him went momentarily confused. One crew member grabbed a handful of seawater and started scooping it up, saying the real reason people don't drink it is simple: it's packed with salt. The hero snapped his power, yanked the salt out of the water, and turned it into something they could actually drink, leaving the whole team absolutely stunned. Right away, a comrade chugged the water he'd made, down to the last drop, just to see if it was truly safe to drink. After taking a sip, the companions burst out that the water was safe to drink, and that snapped the fear in their chests, because now they weren't going to die of thirst. The whole team erupted in cheers, thanking him for pulling them through, and he just shrugged and said, "Honestly, I'm overrated." A few of the crew burst into cheers and laughter, and one of the girls snapped her head toward the whole team. Suddenly, a piercing scream ripped through the ship, yanking everyone's attention at once, and the girl with glasses couldn't hide her shock. The crew huddled together, nerves screaming, because the water looked wrong, and they were sure the thing swimming out there was hostile. Just as chaos erupts on deck, the captain whips around and yanks Theo with a sudden order to follow, because something dangerous is closing in. The protagonist stares ahead, wide-eyed, and his mind practically screams, "What am I seeing? This is impossible, and it's terrifying." Up on the surface, they spot movement in the water, something massive surging closer, over 10 meters tall, and pure panic hits them hard. With a grim look on his face, the captain snaps to Theo that if this spirals out of control, they better be ready for the worst. One team member finally snaps, saying this could be a dangerous monster, so they should strike first before it can take the first hit. The moment he hears that scream, he whips around in shock at his terrified comrades, like he never saw any of this coming. That water creature is closing in at full speed, and the team snaps into action, grabbing defensive stances as the heroes brace to smash back any threat. A weird sound snaps the air alive, and that dark backdrop turns into a heavy, tense silence that screams, "Something's coming," and fear starts creeping in. Right at the side, the creature pops out, and when it turns out to be cute and friendly, Theo and the captain are left utterly stunned, totally confused. The creature keeps chirping like it means no harm, splashing around right beside the ship, and the heroes on deck are totally thrown off, staring in confusion, not knowing what to do with this surprise visitor. One team member blurted that he'd never seen anything cuter, another couldn't stop wondering why it was so adorable, but the bearded man snapped, "Don't get complacent." The old man snapped his hand out, beckoning Kelly to come closer, and our protagonist spun around to face the girl waiting at the far end of the deck. He remembered Kelly was a monster researcher, and rumors about her were everywhere, plus she'd blitzed through the Royal Academy and graduated young, all because her brain was pure fire. Kelly stared at the creature and said it looked like a hippopotamus, the kind that lives in rivers, not saltwater, and then she admitted with a shaky laugh that she had no idea why it was so damn huge. The researcher burst into joyful cheers, convinced she'd just stumbled on a species no one had ever seen before, and she couldn't stop staring at how absolutely magnificent it was. When they pressed her for clues about the creature in her notes, she shook her head and said she couldn't give an exact answer, because this species wasn't described anywhere at all. The girl said these kinds of creatures are usually harmless, but she couldn't shake the feeling she wasn't so sure this one was. She said these creatures hate trespassers with a passion. They'll drive out anyone who steps into their territory. On land, they can haul up to 40 kilometers an hour, and in the water, they get even faster. The researcher burst out that they should call the creature a sea hippopotamus, and it completely blindsided one of her companions. An old man watched everything unfold and immediately clocked the tension in the air, and the protagonist admitted they had to settle this mess, now, before it spiraled. Theodore lined in and demanded to Victor, "Can we get close to that creature?" The young man flashed a confident grin and declared he was ready to take on the creature and tame it. He strode up to the railing and fixed his gaze on the sea hippopotamus, gliding calmly through the water just off the ship. The old companion couldn't stop trembling, anxiously urging the hero to watch his step. One companion snaps everyone to stay stone still and quiet, while the protagonist fires up his abilities to wrestle the creature under control. The young man clocks that Victor's a born leader, and once he sees that, he locks onto the job, no distractions, no second guessing. Our protagonist readies himself for action, thrilled that there are no strangers around, because he needs full focus, and anyone else would only get in his way. The creature keeps its eyes on the action from the water, gliding calmly ahead of the ship with zero hostility. The protagonist thrusts his hand forward and fires a razor-thin beam of light that rockets straight into the creature, locking in magical contact on impact. He calls the creature by that nickname from before and demands to know what it wants from them, yet it just stares back in silence. The companions stare in pure confusion, asking themselves if that creature really chose to show up on its own, and why it creeped so close. The protagonist reassures the creature he won't hurt it, then silently checks it, no hostility in its eyes, and it doesn't even look hungry, and the creature just answers, "I see." He blurts his thoughts out loud, scrambling to crack the creature's motives, then demands answers. Why did it come for them? The creature throws its feelings all over its whole body, then drags out a sound like it's desperately clawing for the right words, but can't find them. The sea beast smiled like he meant no harm and told them straight up, he only came closer because they fascinated him. The young man from the ship stared straight at the creature, frozen in silence, while it burst back with a joyful roar. The hero burst into laughter and told them that the beast wasn't hunting at all, it was just curious about them, and if he wanted, he could even swim right alongside them. The creature practically cheered as it agreed. The old man blinked in shock, asking why the hero looked so happy with that creature, and the hero just smiled calmly, saying everything was fine, explaining that he'd simply told the beast it could swim along with them since they all wanted it around. The old warrior strode up to the hero with a crazy idea. He demanded permission to get the beast to shove the ship, because hippos are freakishly strong. The young man stared at the offer for a beat, then nodded and agreed to go for it, already picturing that beast shoving his ship back and back like it had a grudge. Meanwhile, the beast cut through the water like it owned the place, showing zero aggression, yet the hero still felt like the choice was in his hands. The protagonist leaned in and told them they were in trouble. The wind had gone quiet, and the ship had stopped dead, and then he turned to the beast and asked if it could push the ship for them. Taming has 3 steps. First, you've got to go straight up and talk to the creature. Then you've got to strike an equal exchange to forge a bond, and only after that you can give the command, because if the monster won't cooperate on its own, the taming doesn't take and you fail. The young man said he was in the second stage of taming, watching the creature from above, reading every signal in its reaction, and if it showed it didn't want this, he could just ask it to leave. The creature said it would help, and the young man shot it a grateful nod, then promised it something in return for its kindness. The young man tried to tempt the creature with every prize he had, food, then even a magic stone, but it snapped away from each offer like it wanted nothing to do with any of it. Even when the young man threw everything at it, the creature kept refusing, so hard, it left him standing there, totally baffled. The young man's patience snapped. He grumbled that nothing was going right, and that he couldn't just ask for help without giving something back, while his gut told him the creature might not be okay. The creature finally broke the silence and demanded the boy's mana, making it crystal clear. This is the exchange it wanted. The young man froze in shock when he realized the creature didn't want to fight. It wanted to be his pet, so he blurted out again, "Are you sure?" And the creature nodded back, "Yes, absolutely." The young man frowned, because somehow his mana was practically a dinner bell to monsters, and this wasn't the first time it had happened. He remembered this kind of thing happened before. Back then, the monsters even begged him to take them as his pets, and now they're scattered all over the world. The creature splashed through the water like it was cheering, begging for mana, and the young man nodded, agreeing on the spot and promising it would be handed over right away. The main character stared at the sea hippopotamus and obsessed over the perfect name, because every pet deserves one. He fired up the magic circle right in front of the monster and kicked off the taming ritual. A few team members froze in shock as everything unfolded, staring in straight-up disbelief. The protagonist blared his name out loud and declared, "Theodore Durkheim, nice to meet you." He poured his mana into the creature, slapped a name on it, Goliath, and in the same breath claimed it as his master. The creature sealed the taming by locking onto Theodore as its master and declaring its own name with a proud Vigilance. The magical contract was sealed, and the circle's blazing light swallowed the sea hippopotamus whole. An older friend closed in on Theodore and demanded to know how it went. Then Theodore grinned and declared the taming was a total success. Right after that, sickness slammed into him, and with every step turning to stumble, he grabbed his companion for support. The team captain blurted out, panicked, asking what happened to him, while Theodore just waved it off, claiming he felt sick. The protagonist always believed he was unstoppable with his own skills, until something strange and unsettling hit him, and it shook that confidence to the core. Even after striking a deal with that monstrous dragon, nothing, and I mean nothing, had ever made him feel as twisted as he did right now. The young man stared at the sea creature he'd just connected with, trying to crack its true identity before it slipped away. Seeing the creature beam with that huge grin, the hero swore it was smiling back too, and that tiny mix-up sent his mind into a confusing spiral. The hero leaned in and demanded, "Goliath, did you actually get the mana I transferred to you?" The creature purred, savoring the mana like it was pure candy, and that smug delight left the hero blinking in shock with a tiny, surprised smile. The young man watched it all, grinning because the creature was finally into it, and he told Goliath that his own voice was getting sharper and stronger by the second. Then he turned to him and said, "All right, your turn now," and pushed him to move before that promise slipped away. A bunch of people freaked out as chaos erupted. Someone yelled, "What?" while another rushed to grab them, but the creature was already diving into the water, ready to strike. Panic exploded across the ship. People shrieked, grabbed the railings, and fought to stay upright as the whole thing tore forward at breakneck speed. Then a massive sea beast, Vigilance, slammed into the water and started shoving the ship along, while Theodore, blindsided by the sudden rush, struggled to yell over the chaos and coax the hippopotamus to slow down just a notch. He couldn't believe it. This creature was insanely powerful and shockingly fast, and its massive size had fooled him into expecting something slow, but what he got was pure speed, raw strength, and a mystery that blew past everything he'd imagined. Victor, one of the comrades, burst out, laughing that everything came out perfect and the job was nailed, and even when the water kept raging and the vessel swayed like it couldn't stand, Theodore just grinned and agreed. In that instant, both of them felt relief and pure pride for what they'd pulled off. The men burst into laughter, thrilled the journey finally kicked off right. Then Theo snapped tense, realizing something was off. The ship suddenly dragged to a crawl, wobbling like it couldn't hold its course. Theo shot straight to action, pinned his suspicion on Goliath, and called out, "Hey, are you tired?" Turns out the hippo wasn't worn out at all. Its anger was just simmering under the surface. The creature was fuming that Theo wouldn't watch him grind and push the boat, begging for praise like it was oxygen, until he finally stole her attention, convinced it meant he'd been approved. The young man stared in total disbelief, like his brain just skipped a beat. He watched the creature thrash in the water and realized it acted just like a kid, pure childish energy spilling everywhere, and the crazy part, it was also ridiculously cute. Theo caught on and grinned, promising he'd keep an eye on him while he worked. Just like that, Vigiliev's mood shot up. The creature snorted, pleased as punch, then threw itself back into the job with twice the energy. Sure, the kid asked for calmer swimming, but the hippo's sheer joy swallowed the request whole, and he never even heard it. Even though Goliath showed up out of nowhere, their run-in was strange and somehow perfect. Every traveler swore the creature only brought them good, and before long it became a key part of their journey. Theo built a windbreak, then practically basked in it. Everything's fine. And from there, their journey rolled on in way more comfortable conditions. Vigilance leaned in, eyes locked on every moment like it was about to change everything. Still humming to himself, he stared at the fish he'd caught, eyes sharp with deep thought. The ship glided across the water in tense silence, and the main character and his brand new companion stared into the horizon side by side. A week flew by, and one of the crew practically burst with excitement. He spotted land, and they were closing in fast. The boy blurted out that he'd just spotted a brand new light, and everyone spun around to stare in pure amazement. Then Theodore hurried to thank the hippopotamus, grateful that its help got them here safe and sound. Vigiliev grinned wide and let out a pleased little hum that said everything was going exactly right. People poured off the ship and onto the boats, and the young man couldn't believe it. After everything they'd endured and finally reaching land, everyone was grinning again. Theodore blurted out, loud and confident, that it was finally time to start their exploration. Their new companion barely mustered the courage to ask if he could tag along, and Theo answered without mercy. Vigiliev was now his pet, so the two of them were rolling out together on the journey. The young man blurted out in awe, his voice cracking with pure admiration. The second traveler spun in place, staring at the strange new land in awe, and blurted out that he finally got what this fresh continent was like, because right ahead of them, the unknown waited, wide open and terrifying. They leaned in, eyes sparkling, marveling at this bizarre new continent as if it was a secret the world forgot, because the animals and plants were totally unlike anything they'd ever seen, and every single minute only made the mystery spike higher. Victor, the expedition leader, snapped out strict orders, stay calm and don't touch a single thing for your own safety, and the whole team went silent, frozen in place, waiting for what he'd say next. He barked orders, decide what to do next. First, make sure everyone's safe right here, then grab the boats and haul the cargo off the ship and over. The thick-bearded old man nodded and said he finally understood what everyone was feeling, because they were the very first ones to touch this shore. Then he clocked how terrified the others looked and turned to the young man, silently waiting for his okay. The kid juggling those boxes was locked in his work when Vigilance suddenly popped up right beside him. Someone yelled, "Watch it," and another voice blurted out, "Theodore," trying to yank his attention, and then Theo felt the shift beside him and snapped around in shock. Theo's older companion snapped with worry. Vigilance was acting so recklessly he could slip and tumble by accident, so he shouted a warning straight at the sea beast, and Theo watched, stunned, as the hippo stayed glued to him, not once leaving his side since it became his pet. The young man smirked, admitting, honestly, that it was damn near impossible to say no to such a cute little thing. The hippo stared at Theodore with a sugary sweet look, and Theodore couldn't help but notice it, especially. Victor stared at the sea creature and felt that same stubborn urge to protect it, like it was stronger than all of them combined, and still needed guarding. Then Theo lit it up by saying the animal's affection felt like a miracle, while the old man wondered if it was the duckling syndrome, admitting, yeah, he liked it. The young man declared that nothing at all, would stop him, clenched his fists so tight you could feel the resolve in the air, and swore that right now, his only mission was to finish what he came to do. Theo suddenly knew what he had to do: build a camp. One explorer told him their mission was to study this land, then work it into something that could grow, and Theo realized they didn't have time to waste because they needed a safe place right now. His companion warned that if they didn't get a camp up before nightfall, they'd be stuck sleeping under the open sky, and Theo, thinking back to old days, let out a heavy sigh and admitted that yeah, he used to do it, but now he hated every second of it. The hero flashed back to those campaign days when everyone just collapsed and fell asleep on the grass. Then he snapped into action, sprinting his decision into the air, because slowing down was not an option. His companion immediately pushed him to get moving fast and start working. From the ship, Theodore locked onto a perfect spot on one of the hills, and he couldn't help but grin, because from up there, a big chunk of the continent was clearly in view. Theodore decides to propose a new route, starting to explore the area from a different point, and then Behemoth calls out to him. Baghelia blurted out, asking if they'd even build houses here, then, almost whispering, asked if he'd finally get his own home, and Theodore froze in shock. The young man nodded to the hippo, and Theo admitted that sure, he'd agreed to the construction, but he didn't exactly feel confident in his own skills, because he knew it would mean hauling in tons of materials. Then, right when the work felt brutal, he burst out with pure excitement. The house would get built, no doubt. Vigilance gazed at Theodore with all the warmth in her heart. The old man bragged that he was only messing with them, and the creature looked downright thrilled, blurting the young man's name. Plus, now that it was in their crew, he didn't really care. The older contestant flashed a soft smile and urged the young man to knock off the worry and finally dive into work. He shot back that everyone was counting on his skills, while the rest of the squad was already out there chopping trees like their lives depended on it. The young man grinned and said he'd fully got it. With his sharp judgment, the young man dug into his research and landed on a conclusion that the chosen wood was nearly perfect for anything he could possibly need. The old man clocked every one of the group for their battle-ready experience and weirdly special skills, but the thing that really blew him away was how relentlessly they pushed themselves. Victor admitted that carving out a home for 20 people was brutally hard, and then the warrior snapped a warning, "Watch out," because a tree was about to come crashing down. The elder figured that with 4 people crammed into one house, they'd need 5 whole houses, plus an extra place just for the creature, and then he let out a deep sigh because he knew the real grind was still coming. The young man tipped his head down and threw out a heartfelt apology for his comrade's behavior. When he caught the creature staring, he spun around, and the hippo shot back with real worry, asking him if anything was wrong. With a warm smile, the young man calmed his companion and insisted, "We're good." Then he let out a quiet thought that, yeah, he really was a bit of a cutie, but the mood flipped when he admitted the truth. They'd be stuck in rough conditions until they finally gathered enough materials. The sea creature shot him a worried glance and begged to help, then gently soothed the young man, telling him to stop stressing so much. Suddenly, the creature strode forward with total confidence, and everyone there froze in shock. Then one of the companions blurted out what it was planning, and the young man admitted, cheeks warm with embarrassment, that he didn't have a clue either. 2 warriors, locked on the chaos, burst into chuckles. One leaned in and asked the creature what it wanted to help with, then quipped with a grin that it didn't even have arms, and the whole thing turned into a friendly laugh. Vigilance suddenly sprouted razor-sharp horns out of nowhere, and everyone nearby instantly snapped into panic. A young man stared in shock as the sea hippopotamus started doing something right by the tree, and even he admitted he'd never seen anything like it before. He stared at the hippo's horns and realized they were pure mana, then bam, the beast slammed the tree and sent it crashing down. The young man stared in pure shock as the uprooted tree blasted away into the distance, and he couldn't believe it, because those mana-forged hippopotamus horns were packing power like nothing he'd ever seen before. One team member barked at everyone to back off, because that tree was about to come crashing down and squash someone, and right there in front of them, a tidy pile of wood and stones sat neatly stacked. That thick-bearded man was totally stunned. Somehow, every single required material got ready in under a day, and he couldn't wrap his head around how it all happened from a hippopotamus who was practically bursting to help. The Goliath tree clenched between his teeth, wears a grin that screams friendly, but one of the group points out that looks can lie, and he might be dangerous anyway, then tells the protagonist everything as he leans in and listens. Monster researcher Kelly makes her call with total confidence. She's convinced this creature belongs to the dragon family, and she insists it isn't some random animal, but a living sign of a brutal, powerful species. The protagonist and the old man freeze in pure shock when they realize a dragon is right there in front of them, because these creatures looked harmless and cute on the outside, and the truth hits like a gut punch. When Kelly confirms she's talking about the Goliath, everyone in the room freezes in shock. Then one of the men tries to calm things down, saying he gets why the researcher feels this way, because that single statement completely flips how everyone sees the creature. The monster researcher leaned in and said that after studying its body on her journey, she'd reached hard conclusions about the creature, and the protagonist listened with sharp, rising interest. The protagonist confessed that once he tamed the creature, it acted totally offbeat, and the researcher had to admit there was only one real answer. It had to be an earth dragon, because there were no other options. The girl was stunned when she realized that creature had gulped down more mana than even a top-tier monster, and she grabbed the protagonist again, demanding he say it once more, because she simply refused to believe it. They started arguing over whether to warn the other group members that the creature was a dragon. While the protagonist fretted it would spark panic, the older man shut it down fast, saying it wasn't worth the trouble. Blazing with excitement, the researcher begged for permission to study the creature even more and admitted, shocked, that it was far more fascinating than she'd ever imagined. The researcher swore this creature once roamed near the continent, but from its looks alone, she couldn't pin down whether it was male or female, or what it actually ate, yet it sure acted like an omnivore, and even then it was still a kid, barely grown at all. The young man shot her a doubtful look and asked if she'd lost her mind, and the old companion just stayed cool, saying scientists always come with their quirks, then telling her to ignore it. The girl couldn't stop herself. She stared at the creature and demanded answers in her head, wondering where it came from and who it used to be, because something bigger, some hidden backstory, felt like it was buried in that appearance. "Hey," the friend asked the tiny creature staring at him with wide, curious eyes, "how do you even tell when someone's grown?" The creature studied him hard, but it didn't get it right away. They told him right there, "You can read a tail's age by its shape. Grown-up tails stretch longer and stay straighter, while kids' tails are shorter and curve with softer, round edges." Theodore soothed the dragon with his hand and whispered, "That's just how it is." The young man suddenly got it. The creature was acting like this because it was still stuck in a kid's mindset. Theo wondered what would happen when the dragon got bigger and snapped him in one crushing bite. Then he slammed the thought out of his head and refused to dwell on it. The woman leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and demanded I spill everything I knew about the creature. Then she leaned closer and whispered, "You know what?" She stormed up to the man, eyes blazing with tension, and snapped that if he found anything new, he'd tell her first, while he just stared, utterly confused, struggling to get the words out. The protagonist told them he'd scouted the area and found the soil rich and fertile, which meant this was the perfect spot to set up camp, and the others immediately gave their approval. The bearded man nodded and said the place sat far enough from the river to keep them safe from floods, even when the weather turned nasty, and he couldn't hide his joy that there was plenty of free space ready for them to build houses. The hero stood shoulder to shoulder with the creature and realized every last material was already in hand, because he'd helped make it happen, while the others stared and said the creature had been working like it was 10 people. Then the protagonist snapped, "The land has been secured, so let's build." The young man insisted everything was fine, even as someone worriedly pressed him about whether things might go wrong. Before he even began, he forced himself to map out every single thing he'd need, so the whole plan would snap into focus. He gathered his thoughts and slammed home the truth. Imagination rules everything. One of the watchers didn't get it right away, so the young man broke it down. "If you want it, you've got to picture the final outcome with laser focus." He basically said the harder the thing gets, the more details you've got to juggle, mess up once and it all falls apart, and then he added that he doesn't want to waste a ton of time. Sofio's wasting zero time. He shuts out everything, locks in, and starts shaping the wood into bars by steering the magical energy like it's his own. The hero wrestled with how to turn rock and sand into glass, grinning because the final result was already carved in his mind. Then he said the next move would be to forge the rock into metal, right as his speech got cut off by a promising, and therefore. At last, Theodore raised a massive, breathtaking house that looked like it belonged to a legend. He blew everyone away. People watching from the sidelines stared in shock at how fast and how flawless his work was, completely unable to hide their amazement. One of the young men gaped in disbelief because everything was already set up. Then the other one just blinked, clearly confused, saying it had all happened in under 10 minutes. Inside the house, one of the guys froze in awe. He never thought he'd get to live somewhere with private rooms, and he couldn't stop staring at the glass because it was top-notch, like this whole place was straight out of an aristocrat's palace. The friends burst out thanking him, admitting they never could have pulled it off without the young man's help, and one of them confessed he'd been dying to see how the new continent's exploration would go. Then the young man grinned and swore he'd have the remaining buildings up by the end of the day. Everyone stared in awe at his skills, but the elder told him to take a short break, yet the young man kept grinding anyway, saying, "There are only 3 houses left." At last the whole camp was finished, rows of houses sat in perfect order, and they declared, loud and proud, that the camp was complete. Irritation snapped in him as he demanded why they ignored his warnings about the danger, and then, weirdly, he pointed out how the door looked nothing like the rest, turning to Theo for answers. Theo opened his mouth to explain, but the dragon's cry cut him off. The dragon's roar ripped through the air, and it was calling Theodore's name. Then it dropped the prey it had caught right in front of them, leaving everyone stunned. Bajalev lined in and demanded to know, does Theodore like it or not? The young man blurted out in shock, asking if he'd truly gotten it all on his own, his voice shaking with that sudden "wait, I actually understand" realization. The dragon slammed down his answer. He vowed to keep helping, made his determination crystal clear, and with every word he nailed the truth to the wall. Goliath stared with wide, sparkling eyes and blurted, "Wow," in pure awe. The young man swore the door was built so the creature could pop it open by itself, and that it kept the cold out tight, so the inside stayed warm even after night fell. Then the creature slammed into the building and took off like a missile, sending the young man flying off his feet. He hit the floor, dazed, spinning, and totally stunned. The creature clung to the boy and blurted out its thanks, saying it actually liked him, too. Then it even called him by name, thanking him for the way he'd cared for it. The young man flashed a kind smile and snapped back that there was nothing to worry about at all. Then he said the creature's name like it was nothing. Night rolled in, and bright-eyed people packed around the fire, raising their glasses to celebrate the hard day's finally over end. The bearded man hauled Theo up with a thank you for his work, and Theo grinned back, saying he was always ready to help, especially since that drink was actually amazing. Then he added he was relieved it all got settled fast, with no messy fallout at all. One of the crew members called for a real rest today, so they could hit tomorrow's mission with fresh strength, and the whole group backed it instantly, no arguments at all. That young man grinned as the boar tasted unbelievably good, and the girl beside him swore the meat practically melted in his mouth. One comrade spotted it. This tiny creature wanted a taste of the meat too, and the warrior leaned in, watching with sharp interest as he pulled the food closer. The scientists lit up with joy over their camp, and finally getting the time to really know each other. One of them tossed out a fun idea, tell your story as an introduction. The girl with glasses pointed out that volcanic rock was everywhere nearby, and the young scientist grinned and said the nearest mountain might be a volcano, then admitted he couldn't wait to go explore it. The girl announced she was heading into the forest to track down fresh birds and new animals, then push deeper into the local ecosystem, because if fate was on her side, she just might run into some truly wild monsters. The young man clocked that a few campers had their own strange vibe. Then he cracked up and went right on chowing down his food on the stick. That young guy, totally curious, marched up to the girl and asked what she was eating, and once she answered, he couldn't help admitting he was freaking fascinated. With her mouth stuffed, the girl calmly mumbled back that she was eating the stomach. She held up the prepared bite on a stick. The boy jolted and asked in shock if she really ate the stomach, then wondered if it grossed her out at all, but she grinned and said, not even a little. She insisted it tasted amazing, then sat on a log by the fire and figured the others just hadn't figured out how good food like that really was. She said basically, if you don't like it, do watch, because that's just how it is for her. Then she laughed it off. Tasting is literally part of the monster research, and yeah, they all get checked for poison first. The girl leaned in and asked Theo if he was really sure he didn't want to try it. "It's research," she said. Then the creature beside him blurted out that it desperately wanted in too. Loud echoes tore across the mountain terrain, but right by the homes tucked between the peaks, everything stayed weirdly quiet. The young man grinned and told the little dragon it had been fun. Then the dragon happily agreed. He followed up by saying he'd sleep at a different house tonight and sincerely apologized, and the girl finally waved Bigaliv off with a warm good night. The young man promised, "We'll meet tomorrow," and Bigaliv let out a puzzled little sound. Then it kept walking, nudging him softly as it quietly tested the air, asking its name. Vigiliev the creature closed in on Theodore and pitched him a shocking deal: sleep with him, right there, right now. Theodore stared in stunned disbelief. Theodore couldn't shake the researcher's words, that Bigaliv was still a kid, and that detail had to stay in his head. He couldn't help but remember his childhood, when he was just a little boy, sobbing his heart out, yelling for his mom and dad. Theodore pictured little Bigaliv staring up at the night sky above the water, and realizing it felt the same, like he had no one either. The young man pet the dragon, checked with Bigaliv to see if he'd done a good job, then leaned in and said he'd sleep with him. Vigilia yanked the boy onto his back, and Theodore blurted out in pure joy as the dragon roared with delight. Theodore told Bajlioff to hold up. He said he needed to take care of one more thing, but Bajlioff was already out cold, and that shocked Theodore. Bigaliv was out cold, snoring like an absolute angel, and Theodore just stared at him. Theodore gently rubbed the sleeping Bajlioff, and he could tell the poor guy was wiped out and bone-tired. Theodore shut his eyes and decided to lie down too, yeah, he couldn't deny it anymore, he was tired as well. Theodore and Bigaliv are curled up asleep, finally at peace after the grind of the day, and the man's mind is already racing. Tomorrow's a brand new chapter, packed with fresh plans, which means one thing for sure. More hard work is coming. In the shadow of towering mountains, a grasshopper clings, still as a statue, on a single blade of grass, trapped in the pale pre-dawn haze, while the quiet morning finally gets one tiny sound. It's almost inaudible chirp, and far off, a few house silhouettes sit in peaceful sleep. A thunderous growl rips through the morning quiet as a paw slams into the ground, and the shocked grasshopper bolts away the second it realizes danger just crashed into its world. A wild-eyed girl with ears and a tail crashes into the forest, and right beside her, a giant wolf looms with eyes that glow like fire. She snaps out a low warning growl, ready to throw hands with anything that dares to come closer, and the two of them stand stark against the dark trees like pure primal power. Theodore snaps awake, eyes blazing with shock, when a distant yet crystal-clear growl rips through the morning, ruining the calm like a punch to the gut. Theodore, half asleep and barely standing on his own, slumps on the floor with his back against Bigaliv, who keeps peacefully snoozing, while Theodore stares toward the window, frowning. What crazy sound woke them up this early? His mind races with questions, trying to piece together the whole mystery. Between two village houses, two dark silhouettes loom and snarl with menace, and just like that, the quiet morning shatters, warning that trouble is about to strike. The girl and the huge wolf padding beside her stalk the firewood pile between the houses, growling like it's daring anyone to get closer, while the wolf greedily chews whatever's left from yesterday's meal, so locked in that it doesn't even notice what's happening around it. Theodore inched up to the window, eyes locked on the noise, and said it had to be wild animals. Then he blinked, stunned they'd actually come this close to their temporary camp. Theodore snaps with panic at the thought that wild animals might have mauled the folks still laughing by the fire, and his mind instantly paints a wild, carefree scene of them huddled around the flames. With the night before still ringing in their heads, one guy even grins and boasts he's good too, while Theodore studies this animal's sudden appearance and figures it out fast. Those creatures weren't random. They were drawn in by the leftover food everyone forgot to clean up after the feast. Theodore decides to act right now, before this camp turns into a forever buffet for wild animals, even if that means leaving the sleeping Bigaliv behind for a while. So before he goes, he sets out to whip up at least an improvised blanket for his loyal companion. The young man tiptoes to the sleeping Goliath, draping a light blanket over him with brutal care, barely breathing, because one wrong sound could wake his friends and wreck their fragile, sensitive sleep. He let out a shaky breath, panicking because the only move that matters now is to slip away without anyone noticing, and not wake up his loyal companion, so he tiptoed out of the room with insane care, terrified of making even a single sound. Theodore peeks around the corner with bated breath, scanning every inch of what's out there before he dares to make his move. A huge dog-like beast tears into a heap of food scraps, and Theodore can't help but wonder if it's just a regular stray drawn in by the stink of dinner, until the way it looks and acts sparks uneasy doubts in his gut. Theodore jerks his head up and sees the animal's fur faintly glowing, mana, right there in the light, and it hits him instantly. This isn't just a dog, it's something way more dangerous than it looks. A stunned Theodore finds himself face to face with a pack of wolves, and one massive beast steps forward, its fur faintly glowing in the morning light. Before he realizes the nightmare in front of him are magwolves, deadly magical beasts feared for raw strength and furious brutality. Magwolves are terrifyingly formidable, stronger and smarter than any normal wolf, until the real nightmare hits, when they group up into massive packs and strike in perfect, coordinated attacks. Theodore stared at the thought of adult magwolves, up to 3 meters of nightmare, and though he couldn't be totally sure, he felt he spotted another wolf lurking behind the girl. Then the big question hit him. Why was she even with him, since wolves normally go for humans and their prey is usually children? No more guessing, he decided he had to know right now. A young man stepped up to them, holding out an invitation to chat for a bit. The boy blurted out an apology for barging into their meal, swore he wasn't trying to be their enemy, and the wolf and the girl went wide-eyed at his sudden appearance. With a savage growl, they bolted and vanished in a flash. He couldn't shake the feeling that they'd never toss him aside that easily. The young man snapped at them to freeze, grimly realizing he never meant to try taming on them. One wolf snapped around hard, while the other, this wolf girl, slipped away fast, like she couldn't wait to get out of there. Theodore blurted out in shock as he watched the escape streak away like lightning. From her hiding spot, the wolf girl snarled, while Theodore just couldn't wrap his head around it. His spell never failed on anyone before. The other wolf stared, baffled, wondering why his partner had bolted. Theodore finally guessed, maybe she's a special kind of species. The young man gave in and said, "Fine, at least like this," and the wolf let out a desperate little pleading howl. The man slammed to one knee and beckoned the wolf closer, like it had to obey. The young man soothed the wolf with steady, careful taming, telling it he wasn't its enemy. Then the wolf tilted its head, curious, and demanded to know why they were even there. Theodore blurted out that everything finally made sense. Then the wolf said, "We tracked that scent because we were starving." He leaned in for a closer look, and the wolf's bones were painfully clear, and that horror hit him hard as he tried to picture what the girl was going through, leaving him genuinely crushed for them both. Theodore choked out that everything was terrible and asked what happened to them, while the wolf kept his voice low, sealing the fear he never said out loud. Then Theodore pressed, "Where's the rest of the pack, or are we the only ones left?" The wolf's voice cracked as it admitted, "I'm a bear," and then it confessed that the bear had slaughtered everyone. The young man went completely still when he heard the news, like his whole world just got ripped out from under him. The wolf kept talking, claiming they'd bolted as far as their legs could carry them, until the bear caught up and tore through everyone without mercy, and then, with a bitter voice, he confessed it slaughtered every one of his relatives, leaving only him breathing. Theodore practically choked on the words, horrified and in total disbelief, asking again if it was really a bear. Theodore instantly knew a regular bear couldn't take on a whole pack of magwolves, so this had to be a demonic bear, a massive, ferocious monster with blazing, glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws. They paint the demon bear as a brutal, bloodthirsty monster, an insanely strong nightmare even for magwolves, so when a pack shows up, it doesn't hesitate and easily wrecks one of them. The wolf growled that there was one more left, and Theodore snapped, "You mean the girl who just bolted?" The wolf stared straight at him and nodded, "Yes, I am." The wolf flat out said she was one of his kind, then added she was still way too young, and that meant she wouldn't last out there as a hunter. His voice trembled with real fear for her fate, and that's exactly why he was desperate to protect her. The wolf swallowed his pride, apologized, and said he was leaving, thanked her for the treat, then promised with iron confidence that he'd protect her. Theodore listened hard, reading the danger in every word, and the wolf's determination was so clear it practically roared. Theodore said that's just how it went, and his eyes sharpened like he was deep in thought. The young man grinned and waved the wolf over, and the wolf stared at him like, "Wait, what?" because that invitation hit out of nowhere. The wolf stared in total disbelief like, "Wait, you're actually inviting us to join," and you could see it in his face. This whole team-up with humans idea felt unreal to him. Theodore told them flat out that his conscience wouldn't let him leave that little child and her companions to whatever fate came for them. He fixed his gaze on the wolf, voice hard with resolve, because compassion and responsibility drove every word. He remembered his comrades, warm smiles, ready hands, and the way they stood side by side, proving they had each other's backs. Theodore grinned at the wolf and promised, "I'm ready to feed you, and you won't have to worry about shelter," then added, "And you're protecting her, so that deserves respect." His offer came straight from the heart. The young man threw out a deal, shelter and food for just a little help, and he hung there, watching for the wolf's answer. Theodore leaned in and asked the wolf if he'd back his proposal, and the wolf just stared in silence, like every word was being weighed, while that tense, crackling air tightened around them. Theodore burst out, thrilled, and the wolf answered, his consent given, then sat right in front of him like a promise, and in that single moment, everything mattered for both of them. Theodore spotted the wolf's snow-white fur and blurted, "Let's call you Shiro, because it fits white just like you." The wolf found the name weird and didn't fully buy it, but even with his doubts, he still went along. After a long moment of thought, the wolf gave a nod and said the name was perfect, then curled right down at Theodore's feet. Theodore watched, smiling to himself, because that was the real start of their partnership. The wolf lay perfectly still, eyes calm as a summer sky, and he said, "If this is really true, then I'm in, I agree." Theodore threw out his full name, Theodore Durkheim, then declared he was ready to move on, reached his hand toward the wolf, and right as he did, the magical symbol burst into a fierce, glowing light. The kid swore that if he shared his mana with the wolf, he'd name it Shiro, and as he said it, the wolf girl suddenly erupted in a deafening roar, smashing the whole ritual to pieces. The girl rocketed forward and slammed her fist into the armored man right as he tried to cast his spell. Panting hard, the man blurts out, shocked, "Wait, what's going on?" He hit his knees and replayed everything, why she'd hidden him and what she was really aiming to pull off. He couldn't stop wondering what she was really up to. The wolf and the girl slipped away from the man, and the girl threw herself in front of it, shielding it with her own body as a deep growl rumbled from her chest. With a bone-shaking roar, the girl yanked one of the wolves off the pack, and her eyes screamed danger. He shouted for her to stop, demanding what was wrong, then his mind snapped back to her pale ears and that wolf tail. He figured he'd never seen a creature like this before, while the girl kept baring her teeth and growling like something was hunting her. The man tried to tame her, begging her to calm down, swearing he wouldn't hurt her, no matter what. But she lunged at him again, pure fury in every step, and he realized the taming didn't take, because she wasn't just a mindless beast. He figured she was either half-human or a human from some far-off place, then fired off a question, was she seeing someone like herself for the first time? And even after all that, the half-human's rage only kept burning. The girl gasped in shock, eyes snapping from the white wolf to the man. The girl wrapped her arms around the wolf and they whispered through their worries, and then the man swung to the white wolf, calling him Shiro, asking if he was trying to win her over. The girl eyed him with clear doubt, and her quiet growl kept crawling out of her like a warning. He figured she needed to cool off first, promised her he'd never hurt her, and swallowed the truth. Her fury was so intense that all his reassurances sounded useless. He leaned in and demanded Shiro confirm if that girl was truly one of their relatives. Shiro shot back that the girl had been adopted. A lightning-fast memory ripped through Shiro's mind, how they'd found her as a tiny baby, and how, ever since, she'd become part of their pack. He couldn't believe it, but if that was the truth, he figured he'd struggle to find any common ground with her. The man leaned in toward the wary girl and kicked off his speech with a tantalizing hook, praising her natural caution like it was the smartest instinct in the world. He snapped that if she ever showed up in these parts again, she'd better brace for a fight, because those words didn't leave any room for misunderstandings about what her next visit could cost. He leaned in and promised her they had something special lined up, maybe anything at all, and the moment the words hit, her instincts went on full alert for what was about to come. With a grin spreading across his face, the man plunged his hand into his magic bag and pulled out a steaming, freshly cooked steak from a local wild boar, then proudly bragged that it didn't just look mouthwatering, it was still warm. As soon as she saw that treat, her eyes lit up, and the exhaustion that weighed on her moments ago vanished like it never existed. With a warm, good-natured grin, the man carefully pushed the steak plate toward the girl, like his whole body was saying, "Take it." Then he smiled harder and promised the taste was so unbelievably good she'd want it again and again. He carefully set that juicy steak down right in front of the squatting wolf girl, then leaned in and told her, in a warm, gentle voice, not to hold back, "Go on, taste what he cooked." His smile and open-handed hospitality were meant to chase away the last of her nerves. That wolf girl hesitated hard at first, eyeing the surprise treat like it might bite her back. Then her eyes snapped to the side, hunting for a trap only for her stomach to rumble loud, proving just how starving she really was. Right then, the wolf exploded forward, snatching a chunk of steak and clamping it in his teeth. The man scrubbed his hands in shock as the wolf tore past at lightning speed, unmasked and unstoppable. The white wolf released the piece and locked eyes with the girl, and when she saw that kind of meal, joy sparked in her shining gaze, so she smiled and made her decision. As the wolf girl devoured her share with non-stop impatient exclamations, the man stayed cool and told her there was still plenty of food left. Then he caught himself wondering if Shiro was quietly doing it on purpose, trying to make the girl want even more. A desperate growl ripped through the air, tangled with the man's frantic plea as he begged the girl not to grab his hand while her excitement ran wild. Then at last, when the dust settled, a tall stack of perfectly empty plates sat there, and his relieved sigh said everything. The wild feast was over. He grinned, knowing they'd definitely stuffed themselves, and that his treat had saved the day. Still scratching his head over her insane appetite, the man politely asked if she wanted anything else, secretly wondering just how much she could possibly fit in, while the girl, now clearly stuffed and happy, thanked him and refused the second helping, saying she had had enough. When he finally heard her clear answer, shock hit him right away, then pure disbelief burst out of his voice as he asked her straight up if she'd truly caught every single word he'd said this whole time. The girl only gave him a calm, quick yes, and that single reply left him staring in total, stunned amazement. He blurted out how shocked he was, staring at her like, "Wait, how can you understand both wolf talk and human words?" He said that kind of thing was so rare it almost felt weird, like her gift didn't belong in the real world. Across from him, the girl sat with her head tilted down, eyes full of doubt, clearly trying to figure out why his rage had exploded so suddenly. He unveiled a goddess, book in hand, standing as proof that language is a sacred gift from the heavens, woven into human life and culture, the very engine of self-awareness. And he argued that for humans, speaking in words isn't something you learn from scratch, it's part of who you are, built in from birth. The man was blown away by this revelation and the girl's power, and his mind raced over what else this continent might hide, because surely there were more miracles waiting. Then he turned to the goddess and, with a hint of dry irony, admitted this might be the very first time he'd ever thanked her with real heart. The girl leaned in and told the man straight up why she came at him. She wanted to hurt him, and she also snapped that everything he did to her wolf felt wrong, so that fear and fury drove her to defend herself. A jolt of truth snapped across his face, then his mouth burst into a shocked exclamation as he finally clocked why she attacked. Memories came flooding back to when he tried to cast a spell on the white wolf, and suddenly it all clicked. That was what had set the girl off. The man spun toward the girl and tried to soothe her, swearing he had zero bad intentions toward her companion, and telling her the only thing he wanted was to strike some kind of agreement, or even a treaty, with the wolf, with no harm in his heart. The man crouched in front of her and told her his secret. Taming let him talk to animals. Then he begged for just one thing, her wolf companion to come with him. With a warm grin, he snapped his attention back to the girl, asked what she was going to do, and even offered her a seat in their group too. When the man pitched the idea, the wolf girl's eyes snapped bright with excitement, and she practically blurted out how badly she wanted it. So when he saw that reaction, he knew she'd be hooked by the chance to gorge on good food every single day, and honestly, that was one heavy persuader. The girl finally spilled the truth. She was sick of roaming and starving to death, chasing one cold place after another, and all she wanted was a warm, safe spot to sleep. Then she admitted she was starving, and her stomach even seemed to paint visions of a giant, mouth-watering meal, while the white wolf barked like, "Yeah, exactly." Noticing that, the man leaned in and asked what it meant, like he couldn't wait to hear the wolf's take. The white wolf barked again, snapping the man's focus as he hurriedly asked what was going on. Then the girl stared him down, eyes blazing with expectation and a fragile hope. The white wolf barked once, short, sharp, and sure. Then the girl glanced at the man and quietly agreed. The moment he realized his offer was accepted, he started to talk, but with a little hesitation, while the girl and her two loyal wolves were already following him. The wolf girl burst into joy as she hugged her white companion, grinning like she'd won the world, and she announced that the deal was sealed, just like the wolf confirmed with a nod. Then the man watched them with warm satisfaction and said, "Perfect," before welcoming them straight into his expedition. With a bright smile, the main character welcomed the girl and her loyal dog, and he immediately declared, "You're my new friends." With a stone-cold stare, the girl demanded, "Can I keep the taming going?" And the hero blurted in shock that he'd totally forgotten it. The girl leaned in, all curious, and asked what a name even meant, because she'd heard it was key to the contract ritual. Then the hero broke it down. You had to name the creature, set the rules, and seal it with a spell. When the hero suggested calling her companion Shiro, the girl's face lit up. She squealed the name right away, turned to the dog, and announced that from now on he was Shiro. She cuddled the dog close, poured her heart into that bonding ritual, and then, right as she finished, a blazing flash of light erupted from her. The hero stared at what was unfolding in surprise, and when the girl turned to him, she just couldn't get it. She didn't know what about it hit him so hard. The hero froze in confusion, like his magical power had just vanished from his body, and he couldn't stop wondering, what the heck was that? He clenched his focus and chose to fire up his assessment skill to get a crystal-clear read on what was really going on. Once the skill hit, he saw it instantly. This wild magical link snapped into place between the girl and her pet, and it left him utterly stunned. The girl asked, worried sick, if something was wrong when she saw his reaction. Then the hero shot back fast, assuring her everything was fine. The main character grinned and told everyone, "I'm good, everything's totally fine." From what he saw, he realized the girl could tame Shiro. The young man admitted he couldn't even find the words, then gave a quick rundown on how it works when taming. Basically, you share your mana with the animal, and right there, a bond snaps into place between you both. He said that now the girl felt even more connected to Shiro, and he asked if everything finally made sense to her. As the girl cheered and Shiro looked on, a sick dread hit him, like he'd just made a grave mistake. He was blown away by how she could use the taming skill with zero spell casting, and he admitted he never would have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. The young man leaned in and asked the girl her name, then offered to hand it to her, no problem at all, if she didn't mind, and she just stared in shock, wondering if she had a name at all. She swallowed her nerves and admitted, like, "Say my name, Theo, for example." With a warm, kind smile, the young man said her name fit her perfectly, then leaned in and revealed it once belonged to a tamer from fairy tales. With a huge grin blazing on her face, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "I'm Theo." He caught himself staring at this continent again and again, stunned that it never ran out of surprises, soaking up every weird twist and encounter, because each day unveiled something new in this wildly diverse world. He couldn't believe creatures so wildly different could exist in the same world, somehow bound together by unbreakable ties, and as he watched the girl and the beast, he felt that real connection snap into place like a miracle straight out of a fairy tale. As the day faded, the protagonist stepped in and called it, "Let's get you all rest." He offered to carry them to their overnight stop so everyone could recover, his calm words settling everyone's nerves and sealing their trust. She shot him a shaky look, unsure she should follow, and right when his eyes caught her doubt, he stepped in, reached out, and grinned softly, telling her in a calm voice that everything was okay and to just trust him. Even with everything looking fine on the outside, a nasty tension still clung to him from those recent events, and the protagonist couldn't stop thinking about one crucial detail he refused to ignore. His confidence might have shown, but that worry never left. He couldn't forget that bear tearing into the girl earlier, so he snapped to attention and stayed on guard, because if that thing showed up near the camp, trouble would explode fast, and he'd have to step in and protect everyone before anyone got hurt. He gathered his thoughts, clenched his fist, and gave himself a hard nod. No way was anything going to shake his calm, measured life, and if trouble came knocking, he'd face it head-on. Theo's half-asleep mind jolts when he hears someone calling his name over and over, and when he finally cracks his eyes open, he blurts out, confused, "Wait, what just happened?" Sprawled on the floor, the boy stared at Goliath in stunned disbelief, a flicker of worry creeping in, because she was calling his master right then and sticking her tongue out. Goliath's eyes light up with excitement, but there's fear flickering right behind them as he blurts out that someone else is in the room, and he has no idea who it is. Theo rises up, dazed and wobbling, clutching his head as confusion spikes. Then he blurts out again, "Who could possibly be there?" Suddenly the boy snapped back to his senses, locked eyes with the girl, and demanded of Spagalia, was he talking about the kid and that weird wolf that crashed into their lives? The dragon stared at the girl and his master, genuinely stunned. Theo grins and declares that they're finally comrades now, but the boy pats the wolf on his back. It's already morning, time to get up, and Begalius worries Spike as he snaps at Theo to be more careful. Theo steals his nerves, swears everything's perfectly set, and reminds them that he personally invited them here yesterday. Then his friend, the girl, snaps awake mid-conversation, blinking her bright eyes wide open. Begaliv studies the girl in silence, then their eyes collide, and both of them freeze in place, staring at each other like time stopped. Suddenly, the wolf and Theo feel the danger hit and start snapping at Begaliv, but the guy just turns away and grips his forehead, because it finally clicks that the girls need more time to adjust to this chaos. Theo finally cracked the answer, pulled everyone into a circle, and declared they were comrades from this moment on. Then Begaliv, practically bursting with joy, demanded, "So what exactly did you hear?" The guy grinned and straight up said, "All right, now we're comrades." He introduced the girl and the wolf, calling them Fian and Shiro, and the boys stared at these brand new arrivals with pure excitement and nonstop curiosity. Theo leans in with real sincerity and introduces the girl and the wolf to Goliath, insisting that sure, he looks huge, but he's all heart, dependable through and through, and Theo can only hope they'll click fast and get along. Theo clocked that Begaliv had tilted his head, and when the man finally admitted he'd called them out at night, he looked genuinely shocked as he asked, almost incredulous, whether Theo was really offended that he'd just left him. Theo clocked what was going on, lit up with the thrill of meeting new people, then widened her big eyes and, with a shaky hesitation, asked Begaliv's name again. She tiptoes right up to him, sniffing like a wolf on the hunt, then edges in toward Goliath with her eyes shut tight, she brushes him softly with her nose. Theo points out that the wolf greets Bajioff too, and the guy lights up, saying he's happy to meet them, while the girl just keeps staring, studying this huge creature like she's trying to figure it out. The man steps up to the window and peers out like it's calling him in, while the guy inside tightens up with one thought: yeah, they're still scared of him, but he's betting they'll finally learn to get along soon. Suddenly, weird noises spill out of Goliath, and Theo snaps around and demands what's going on, because Shiro is circling it, sniffing from every side with intense, curious focus. The guy snaps back to what matters and blurts it out, saying the wolf always pulls this move with new people. Then Goliath shuts his eyes and lets out a patient, drawn-out moan, proving he's calm and fully gets what's happening. Victor intercepted the guys outside and announced that breakfast, food shipped from this continent, was ready, then shoved them into action to eat fast. With bright smiles, the guys slide into tables beside the other expedition crew, and one of them leans in, grinning that everything looks amazing. Then everyone digs in, thanking the food and calling out bon appetit like it's the start of something great. Theo leans in and points out that every bite on this table has been checked for poison, and the girl laughs that this continent's food is surprisingly delicious. Then the guy grins and says it'd be even better if they weren't stuck with these weird kitchen tools. Right in the middle of breakfast, Victor blurts out, "Theo, who's that girl sitting next to you?" With that gentle smile, the guy tells her, tonight she's joined their weird little expedition as their new comrade, because right now, the girl and the wolf are happily snacking on food straight from his lab. Victor leans in and asks the guy, curious as hell, what he thinks he already knows, only for Theo to deny it flat out, then break into laughter and say he must have had a wild night. Victor, locked in curiosity, leans in and asks for permission to dig up a few details. Then he blurts out his question, is Theo human? Without a second thought, the guy answers with a solid, no-nonsense confirmation. He grins, half confused, and says, wait, she's got ears and a tail, but she's still human because the goddess of language blessed her. Then he leans in and laughs, and the fact that she can talk, that's just amazing. Theo keeps going with the same excitement and says she's a tamer too, which somehow makes her feel even more interesting. Then the guy brags about her pet, a wolf named Shiro, and you can tell he's a real friend of hers. With a sharp, clever glint in his eye, the man tells her she can tame without even casting a spell, and then he flat out says her skill matters more to him than his own. After a beat, the guy admits, yeah, he invited them, but he's not sure things will go smoothly, and you can hear his voice turn serious. Then Victor steps in, all confidence, telling him to relax, and the whole expedition crew backs him up. The man adds that he fought shoulder to shoulder with the heroes, so yeah, that means something, and says he's got instincts sharper than theirs, which is why they trust him so much. Theo, a little embarrassed, rubs the back of his head and thanks them for standing by him. The guy tells everyone, let me introduce you properly, then whips his attention to Theo and Shiro, like he's begging the whole room to finally know who they really are. But then his eyes lock on Kelly. She's gripping a pen, her worried face full of focus as she scribbles in her notebook, staring at the guys like she's analyzing everything, and the girl beside her shoots her nervous glances, clearly feeling uneasy. The girl finally snaps her name into the air, Kelly, and tells them, plain as day, to call her anytime they need help, but the moment Fayu and Shiro lock eyes with her terrifying stare, they start shaking like they can't survive that gaze. The girl's friend can't help it. She feels the tension hit her and starts crying, begging her, you're scaring me. Right then, the wolf steps in like a shield, throwing his devotion into full view, and Kelly just stands there, stunned, completely not getting what happened. Theo spots the mess and strides up to the girl, pushing down his nerves and telling her to calm down, only for Kelly to snap back, annoyed that she's just trying to make friends, and the girl doubles down. She's scaring them. Suddenly, Kelly whips around like she just remembered something huge and tells Theo, you can tell me to calm down all you want, but I have to check Shiro. Then she leans in, eyes blazing, and adds, I've never seen wolves like those in my life. The guy jolts at what he just heard, eyebrows knitting with confusion, and blurts out to the girl, wait, are you sure that isn't an ordinary magwolf? Kelly nods with total certainty, then immediately corrects herself, saying it's not the whole truth. She steps up to the wolf, gently rubs behind his ears, and studies his fur like an intrepid explorer. The girl freezes when she sees Shiro's fur is pure white, and her mind instantly clicks. He must be a white magwolf. Kelly leans in cautiously and admits he's bigger than most, then straight up claims Shiro is just a special magwolf type from this very continent, and honestly, that alone is instantly intriguing. The guy went pale with shock, blurting out, wait, did a demonic bear really wipe our whole pack out? And when the other guy just says, yeah, they told me, the whole thing hits like a gut punch. Kelly fires off again, demanding to know if the demon bear wiped their whole pack out, only for the guy to shrug and say, yeah, we told you that. The girl, lost in gloomy thought, realizes that if one bear wiped out the whole pack, then its power is terrifying, and that this isn't just curiosity anymore, it's about whether they'll be safe. Out of nowhere, Victor shows up and blurts that they told him just in time. Then the girl, trembling with fear, snaps that off-guard question. How long has he been standing there? With a confident grin, the man says, "We'll talk later. Right now, our priority is building the camp," and honestly, that makes total sense. Victor watches Theo and the crew bust through their daily grind, then shrugs off the bad weather, because it just means extra rest, and that confidence fuels every move they make. He tells them they're running out of food and water, but the real deal is protection, so they've laid out 3 non-negotiable rules, and they're going to treat every one of them deadly serious. All the men huddled up and decided they'd start in the fields first, and then, as the smart play, build a well right after. Suddenly, Victor shuts his eyes tight, face set in seriousness, and blurts that they need the third point even more than the rest, protection. And sure, it sounds smart, but it also screams something's wrong. The man's mind races. If a bear goes after us, we're doomed. Until Theo, now in a quiet, muted mood, lifts his hand like he's about to speak. He cuts Victor off, blurts out a slightly awkward apology, and says there's one last point, more important than his entire 3-point spiel. Then boom, every eye in the room snaps to him. The man's eyes widen at the guy's words, then indignation surges in his chest, and he snaps that nothing could matter more than protecting the camp before he demands, again and again, that the guy explain exactly what he means. He yells with pure confidence that this is a bath, and the whole room instantly goes still, stunned by what they just heard. Kelly and Victor stare at the guy, stunned and confused, like they can't believe what they just heard, because the man, still lost, blurts out again, "So, this is really a bathtub." And Theo just smiles, easy and certain, confirming it while glancing at Shiro, who doesn't even know what to do with the shock. He blurts out that the boys are filthy to the bone, then leans in and swears Shiro isn't some white wolf mage, because look at that gorgeous fur, it's almost too cute to handle. So he goes right on ahead and pets the wolf, and the boys at breakfast can't help but get all touched when they realize he finds it hilarious and sweet. Theo panics and demands they wipe out the parasites crawling on them right now, before they blow up into potbellies themselves, and she shuts down the idea of swimming in the river because it's brutally cold, making the clock feel even louder. With a small sigh, he says, "Short version, I'm not touching a thing until the 2 of them are cleaned up, and honestly, that feels fair." Victor nods right away because he's seen it. Theo's got a genuinely caring heart. Theo blurts out, "So what now? Do I set up the bath first, or just sit around doing nothing?" Then he admits he wants to explore the nearby area to gather materials, and Victor's jaw drops as he asks, "How many people are you planning to drag with you?" Theo shoots back that this little one will do the job, since she knows the area better than any of them. Then Theo's stunned by what she just said. Theo whirls to Victor and tells him there's nothing to fear, then snaps his gaze back toward the Goliath. He tells him that Goliath is a dragon, swears he'll guard him, and promises not a single demonic bear will ever get close. Then Goliath grins, soaking up every word from his owner. Theo tells Victor that with his sharp leadership, they'll crush the rest of the tasks without Theo, and Victor stares at him with pure, disapproving judgment. Theo stands there in silence, clearly rattled by something, and drops her gaze as if she can't bear what she's thinking. Victor lets the boy head in there, dumping the whole bathroom mess on him, on one condition: he better come back alive, and then Theo tells Victor, "If you need materials, just tell me." The guy squats on the ground, stuffing treasures into a bag, claiming he's almost done, and all that's left is to seal it up in a magic sack. Then a girl rushes over, panicked like something's about to go terribly wrong. Theo leans in and asks what happened, and she snaps her palms to her chest, terror on her face, blurting that it's horribly dangerous, because a bear is lurking in the forest. She's terrified Theo might die. Then the boy grabs her with shaking hands, staring like he can't believe what just happened. Out of nowhere, it hit him. Theo's pack had been wiped out by a magical bear. As the Goliath closes in on Theo, memory hits him. He'd promised they were now comrades. He circles the guy and strides straight toward the girl. Vigilance grins like he's already won, swears everything will be okay because he'll protect them, then flashes a huge smile and tells her, "Trust me." Theo stares in awe, joy bubbling in her chest, then trusting what she just heard, she turns back with a shy little smile. She wraps her arms around Vigilance, fully trusting him, and he smiles back at her with pure warmth. Theo snaps the bag shut and tells everyone, "That's everything for now," urging the boys to move on only for the girl to shout at Theo to stop. Cheryl asks what a bath is, and the girl jumps in, asking too. Then the boy snaps to the truth. They have no clue because they grew up hidden in the forest. The guy awkwardly tries to blurt out that it's for washing his body, but the other guy just stares like he still has no clue what he's even saying. Theo leans in and says, "Feels warm and easy in here. You can finally chill and rest." and Theo and Shiro lock eyes on the guy, hanging on every word. The boys started picturing this amazing place to unwind, and their eyes practically sparkled. Then they blurted, "Wait, is it really possible to relax, rest, and even sleep there?" That eager girl can't wait and demands they start the journey, and the wolf immediately yanks Theo along by his belt, only for Theo to shout, "Hold on." He says, "First we've got to make it, and I'll get your help with that." Then the man snaps back, "But we need a ton of big stone." The guys stare at him, totally stunned. Theo shouts that they've got to move, now, but before they can, they must track down the materials they need. Right then, Kelly blurts that she's going with them too. After pausing for a beat, Goliath suddenly remembers this. That trip to the New World barely took a day to cook up some brutal enemies, yet they're still missing a ton of stuff, so now the next mission is clear: build a bath, and for the first time, that dream feels painfully real. He thinks a bath takes way too much water, so they roll up their sleeves and start digging a well. Hard work, big resources, and all of it on the line. Vigilance sinks into thought, asking himself what the well truly needs, and then lands on the terrifying answer: it's going to take a mountain of stone. He tells his crew, "That's why we hunted those stones, because we can't live without them." Then he bursts with energy and dives straight into the water, while Theo snaps, calling him back with irritation. At the same time, Kelly keeps her focus locked in, scribbling fast in her notebook with a pen she doesn't even look up, lost in her thoughts. The guy stares at Goliath and snaps that they didn't come here for laughs, but Goliath acts like joy has no limits. He grins and belly flops into the water, totally unbothered. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro freeze in terror, staring straight ahead, eyes wide with dread, while Theo watches, utterly confused, not a clue why they're shaken or what could spook them. The girl whips around to the boy, worries written all over her face, and she jabs her finger at Goliath, asking, half in excitement, half in hope, if he'll be okay. Theo's reaction snaps Theo into asking if they're scared of water, and the girl immediately hugs the wolf tighter and admits they're only a little afraid, and that fear feels downright natural. Theo starts saying that when it rained, they got drenched, and right then they were freezing, alone and starving, scared out of their minds too, and yeah, there's real truth in it. Shiro breaks in to tell them it all started when they got attacked, and you can hear the regret lingering in every word. Theo locks eyes with them, reads their fear, and steps in to soothe the boys, insisting that Goliath really did live in the water once, so he'll be okay. Then the girl blurts out, trembling, "Are you sure that's true?" With a warm, kind smile, Theo beckons her closer. Then Theo swings her arms, drapes a huge towel over her like a protective hug, and makes it feel like everything's safe. He stares at her and tells her he made her a towel, so if she needs to stay dry, she can wipe off fast instead of getting soaked. He says that thanks to this, they don't have to fear the water anymore, and Theo buys into it right away, nodding with a bright smile that she finally gets it all, feeling way more confident. Theo stared at the girl on the shore, and a question clawed at him. Could he somehow wipe out the fears that kept stealing every good moment? Suddenly, Kelly calls the guy, and he answers with a grin. If she's happy, then she must have already found something, and that mystery hooks him hard. Kelly then admits she was only drawn to how Goliath swims, and you can hear the admiration in her voice. Kelly scans the area so closely it's like she's hunting for answers, then blurts out that these stones just aren't right for them. So the guy, nodding like crazy, stares back in total confusion and agrees. Theo hoped the riverbed would be packed with huge rocks, but all he hauled up was one tiny chunk of rubble, and it left him quietly let down. He wonders that if they just follow the river, they might stumble on something huge, something that finally gives them the resources they're starving for. Then Theo snaps, calling out to Goliath that it's time to move, but Goliath, unwilling to let go of these sweet little pleasures, insists they can stay right here longer. The boys barrel down the forest path, buzzing with pure excitement, while Theo squeals with joy, bouncing on Goliath's back as he proudly hauls her along. Then she spots it. Everyone's grinning, everyone's upbeat, and that makes her heart feel warm. Kelly spots it too, smiles as she watches the kids bounce off each other, then asks if it's all because of the wolf's nature, only for the guy to lock eyes with a serious look and say, "Wolves are pack animals, they always have a leader, and that's why inside the pack they all click." Kelly's eyes light up as she asks if that's why he gives orders, then pushes further. Does he even want to be the leader? The guy freezes, recalling what she said, and with a stunned, thoughtful tone, asks what she's really hinting at. Then it hits him. Theo's pack got wiped out by a bear half a month ago, and they've been clinging to each other ever since, and that weight just crushes his soul. Realizing that, he can't help himself. He just wants to sweep in, make her happy, and hand her the confidence she's been dreaming about. At the same time, he gets the truth. He can't be a leader, not when he's just a laborer. His job is to back the people up and look after them. 3 hero names hit his mind, and the cold truth slammed him. He doesn't even come close to them. Theo clenches his fist and boldly declares he's got this, because he'll fight to give his friends no reason to down. Right then, a voice shouts his name from behind, yanking him out of his own head and back into reality. Vigilance flashes a slightly guilty yet confident look and tells the guy he can do his business right here, leaving Theo completely stunned, because he never saw that bombshell coming. Theo flashes a gentle smile and tells him, since nobody's around, do it, then you'll see them all watching closely. So the guy blurted out to Wilderment, why do you want me to do this here? And you could hear a little panic bubbling up in his voice. Kelly jots something in her notebook, snaps her gaze up, and asks if he still hasn't figured it out. Then she hits him with it. They all love him, see him as a leader, and since they're new here, they form their own little crew together. That's when the guy erupts in curses and shoots back, totally sure of himself, that he won't mark his territory, at least not like that. Theo suddenly erupts in a brutal scream, drops to the ground, and grumbles that he's exhausted, saying it's gotten painfully long and hard for everyone to keep walking. Kelly shoots back with clear annoyance that he didn't need to yell like that, and the guy counters that it's her fault, according to her. Theo cranes his neck at the waterfall and lets out a relieved breath. Finally, it looks like these are the right rocks they've been hunting for. Theo leans in, buzzing with excitement, asking the boy if he needs big rocks, and he whips around to grin, saying he'd be thrilled if they helped. The girl jabs a finger at a stone as tall as she is and asks, will it fit? The man nods, then grimly adds that they won't be able to haul it all the way to where it needs to go. He then explains that they've got a magical bag for all their stuff, but it won't swallow anything big, so the guy smirks and insists they can only stash what'll fit in their mouths, and yeah, the whole thing is hilariously absurd. The boys stare at each other, baffled, then turn back to him. He holds up his palm and shows the exact size, making it crystal clear. These are the stones they need. The girl says she gets it, but the guy insists it's way harder than he ever imagined. Then Kelly perks up, slaps a stone into his hands, and dares him to try again like, come on, maybe this one will finally fit. Theo lets out a small laugh and says he can't make the kids work, so they think it's all just playtime, and Kelly fires back that he's way too caring and considerate. The guy, cheeks burning, tries to blurt it out, but as soon as he speaks, a strange sound snaps behind them, and everyone whips around to stare at where it came from. They hear Goliath cracking a joke, asking if that stone would even suit them. Then the guy, completely lost, blurts out what it is in pure bewilderment. Vigilance tells him to grin at it, and the second he does, the boy spots a massive boulder sitting right in front of him. He storms up and apologizes to Goliath, convinced they'd never be able to take him because he's absolutely massive, until he can't even finish, because something up ahead snatches his attention. He spots Goliath jamming a massive boulder on his head with those horns, and Theo just freezes, mouth gaping like he can't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, back at camp, the guys huddle in tense whispers, and Victor's serious face cuts through it. He's worried about what's out there, asks why nobody's been sent to scout the area, and says they've got to deal with it right now. Before anyone could even finish their sentence, every single person snapped their heads away, because something wild was staring them down ahead. They feel it before they see it, something's coming, and when they finally look up, a massive shadow crashes over them, and all they can do is freeze, torn between curiosity and fear. Suddenly, a massive boulder behind the trees starts rolling, straight at them like it's got a target. The boys' faces go pale at what they just saw, and they tremble, begging, do stones like that really exist on this continent? Theo peeks out from behind the rock, rushing to say, I didn't mean to scare anyone, but the moment they spot him, shock hits everyone at once, and the men can't believe their eyes at the guy. Victor can't believe his eyes. He's stunned, asks how on earth they hauled something this massive here, and just keeps staring at the rock in total disbelief. Theo beams and points at Goliath, claiming, I did it, soaking up those admiring stares, and Kelly fires back that Goliath is insanely strong, able to haul him up and carry him here, then trails off like, those horns must be packed with mana, there's no other way. Kelly finally admits it. Goliath yanked him along the whole way, and then he brags that his power blows past any ordinary earth dragon. The girl insists she doesn't want him as an enemy, and the guy nods, because it's way better to have him fighting on our side. Right then, the camp girls gush over Goliath, praising his strength and kindness, and just as that pride blooms, Theo bursts in, overflowing with joy and energy. The girl, eyes blazing with curiosity, blurts out what they'll build next because she wants answers right now, and the guy grins back, saying it's all because of them, every ounce of their effort and hard work, while Theo gently strokes her head. Victor whips around to the guy and snaps that he'll have to bust his ass now, because they suddenly need a massive amount of water, and his words hit the guy like a shock. Suddenly, Phil heard Victor's words, and panic crashed into him when he realized just how much water was coming. The girl's fear spiked, so she snapped into action, bolted off while clinging to her loyal wolf. Then the guy swooped in without a second thought, grabbed them both, and soothed them to calm down. The girl clings to the wolf and blurts out that water terrifies her, and that raw, honest confession hits harder than you expect. Then Theo rushes in to soothe everyone, shouting that they've got it all wrong because he's got a plan. He swivels toward her, steps in closer, and tells her she'll keep picking up a ton of new things from them, like how she learned to use a fork and knife, and that tiny win still makes her smile. He tells her the more she learns, the less fear the unknown can cling to, and the girl's eyes widen with real shock as she blurts out, "Is that actually true?" With a gentle smile, Theo whirls away and strides off, telling her to just watch him, don't be scared. The boy is convinced that to build a well, they've got to dig a giant hole, stack a ton of stones, and keep digging until they finally hit water, the kind of water their whole lives depend on. Theo slaps his palm to the earth, unleashes magic, and the ground groans, cracks, and buckles downward, leaving everyone nearby stunned. The boy confidently vows he'll blast magic to crush the earth, then hacks the stones into tiny chunks, while the girl stares at the man's moves in real disbelief, her eyes blazing with admiration and trust. Theo snaps out of his thoughts and realizes it. He'll be paving stones while the land crumbles away, and he might have to burn through the last scrap of metal from their busted components. The girl's jaw's still on the floor, eyes blazing with awe, as she leans in and closely watches everything her friends do. Right now, Victor and Theo stare down into the well, then the girl beams and asks, "Wait, is this actually a well?" She trips toward the well like a spark with nowhere to go, then almost plummets in, eyes wide with pure curiosity, but Theo shoots in just in time and yanks her back before she can fall. He rips into her, tells her never to pull that stunt again, pretty stern, honestly, and then the guy whips around to Victor, says this is the last time anyone leaves that well hatch open. Victor nods along, because who knows what she might try next. Kelly is just staring, then blurts out, "Is there anything I can do?" And the guy shrugs it off. Yeah, he looks like that, but he works right alongside guys like him, and none of it bothers him. The man orders her to slam the lever and insists she test it first. Theo squares up, teeth clenched with pure determination, and drives the lever on the well screen hard. Victor can't believe it and asks, "Is it really that simple?" The guy grins and says he built it for the kid, so she'd have room to jump in. Then he adds that the well is almost dry, and the whole place erupts with excitement. Suddenly, icy water gushes out of the tap, and Theo grins so wide he looks at the stream like it's no scary at all. She stares at the water in pure awe, and Shiro steps in beside her. She smirks and says the water doesn't scare her one bit, and the guy chuckles like, "Don't worry, nothing dangerous is waiting in that water." Her confidence totally fires him up, and he tells her, "All right, I'm going to run you a bath so you can scrub up and feel squeaky clean." And the girl wags her tail like crazy, grinning that she can't wait to try it. Seeing how radiant she is, he gently ruffles her hair with a warm grin, and that small touch blasts her confidence even higher. Then bam, he drops to the ground out of nowhere, flashes a shaky smile, and blurts that he wants a snack first because he hasn't eaten since morning. The girl and Begalev spot how bad he looks, and you can feel everyone's eyes go wide with alarm. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro freeze in terror at what's right in front of them. Terrifying Kelly looms before them, shoots her hand out, and swears they've got nothing to fear, because it won't hurt. A little earlier, the boys are digging in again. Theo chomps his food, and he's like, "Dude, every ingredient on this whole continent hits different. It's all so tasty, and the smell is unreal." The man nods, agreeing, and blurts that he was pleasantly shocked too. Then the other guy says that after an hour of using those skills and wiping out completely, he finally wakes up and sees Big Goliath staring back. He stared at Theo with fear in his eyes, tears spilling over his lashes, and demanded to know if he was okay. Then, all at once, an insane swarm of fish packed the area around him. He straight up admits he still feels sick, and Kelly, book in hand, cuts in like, "Stop pretending." The girl admits she was worried about him too, but he's strong and capable, so nobody can let him dodge his duties. Then he just laughs and says, "I was exposed." The man asks if she should stop and let the boys eat, since she hasn't had a bite yet either. Then she glances at poor Phil, clearly craving food, and shuts it down. It's too early. Kelly says the feeding hour is the key to understanding other species, but she refuses to let them eat until every proper marking is done. Then Theo snaps, tells her to stop and let them feed, and Kelly realizes she's been scaring them the whole time. The guy says go ahead and eat, but slow down. He swears they've got food for ages, and then out of nowhere he spots something. He quizzed Theo on why she eats with her hands, and the moment he asked, shock flickered across her face. She straight up admits the devices still trip her up, but she grits her teeth and keeps trying anyway. He's blown away, staring at her like, wow, what a sweet kid, because she never stops studying, day after day, pushing herself harder than anyone else. The man tells her, you busted your ass, so I'll make sure you're rewarded, then swears that right here today, he'll build exactly what he promised, and the girl's whole face lights up with joy. That guy daydreams about this super fancy bathroom, then swears he's building it today, right now. But then he drops his gaze, sighs hard, and Kelly goes, "What's wrong?" She's already worried there's trouble with the construction, and the guy shoots it down, admitting she was right all along. Theo ponders it for a beat, then snaps, saying those baths are just another building, but the real nightmare, he insists, is hauling water in without turning it into a mess. The man pauses, then blurts out, "I want hot water on demand, right away," but worries that if he sets up a water tank and a heating system, it'll eat up way too much space. Kelly shoots him a wild question: what if he swaps it all for a magical device? The guy freezes in shock, then she fires back, asking again, "So what are you talking about?" Theo clocks the fact that Victor's hoarding all these devices, so he goes in, only for Victor to completely miss him before Theo can even finish his sentence. The guy tells him Victor already bolted to find a spot for their farm, and Theo, still barely processing it, rubs his head like, "Are you serious? I've still got a mountain of work to finish." Out of nowhere, the guy pitches a wild, bold idea and insists they go, no, at least hunt for it together. He practically shouts that he's already in the hero's party, so they'll find him fast. Then Theo flashes a nervous smile, thanks him for the praise, and can't quite hide how jittery he feels. With nerves still on his shoulders, the man insists, "I don't have a clue where he is," but the moment he steadies his thoughts, he spots a joyful Theo. They trail in beside Shiro, her loyal wolf, close up to Theo, and beam at him with shining, hopeful eyes, like they've already cooked up their next move. The girl just settles herself on her wolf, and with a tiny snort, he tells the guy that finding Victor is up to them, and the guy's shocked, then blurts that they're crazy cute together, like they're a real team. The man grins and points out that Theo writing Shiro is basically a parody of him writing Goliath, and the girl's face turns serious as she asks the guy if she can borrow a rope. He says yes on instinct, then immediately gets hit with confusion when she starts asking, "So, why do we even need it?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the girl and the wolf sprinted off in the same direction, and the guy shot after them too. Theo's eyes widen, he can't believe it, and he starts worrying that he'll have to tell Theo the truth. Most people aren't as strong as her, and he's praying everything turns out fine. The man slams the last item into place, then exhales in relief, because at last, everything is finally ready. He knows the hardest part is still ahead, and he's convinced your bathhouse is basically like a well. He just has to picture it in full detail. Theo tried to quiz every resident on what they wanted, but every answer came out weird, because each person demanded a totally different setup, and there was no way to merge it all or recreate it in real life. He finally clocks the problem. There's barely any room or supplies left, because their limits decide what they can and can't pull off, and that makes him stare at everyone like, "So what do you all have in common?" Eventually, he finally clocked it. This wasn't going to be his bath at all. It was going to turn into a massive open soak for everyone. He pictures the guys who praised him losing it with excitement at his idea. Then Theo steps in with total confidence. Like, yeah, he's already imagined the bath, so all that's left is to imagine everything else. He busts his butt setting up a proper wash spot and a drainage system, and after a while he wipes the sweat off his face and grins, because finally he's almost done. The man spun around, and just as he figured Theo and the others would be back any second, he froze when he spotted the girl's hand reaching out, beckoning him. The man with severe tachycardia swears they found Victor, and the girl grins so wide it's practically glowing as she agrees. Then the guy can't stop pointing out just how wildly different their strength is. The guy insists Victor had a magical device, and Theo snaps his shoulders back, grinning, then blurts out, "Wait, is that really true?" All messed up with emotion, the guy blurts that Victor was furious when he realized he forgot to tell him. Then Theo just shrugs and says it's time to finish the bath, and the guy admits they found the device, but he has no idea how to use it. He blurts out that it looks insanely expensive, but he can't figure out what's so special about it. Then Theo breaks down the details and explains that it can transform into a whole mansion, and the guy's eyes light up like crazy. He insists that in their case they need heating, so the full inside keeps the heat already running, and he swears that a device like that can always pull off the kind of real magical artifact, surprise. Theo leans in and says, "Just hook a cold water pipe to it, and boom, boiling water right out the outlet." The guy stares in shock, asking if Theo really had a whole mansion sitting in his hands, and Theo grins like, "Honestly, it'd be better if you handed it over to me." He grips the magic mechanism tight in both hands, grins like he's ready to explode, and declares it's officially time to get to work. He snaps the magical mechanism to life, and it whirs up over his palm, glowing with a warm light like it's awakening in his hands. He claims the pipe got cut into 2 pieces and wired straight into a logic device. He lays it out for everyone. This setup is built so the output finally gives them both hot and cold water, and now all that's left is to cover up the whole structure with building materials so it looks clean, neat, and ready to impress. After a while, Theo steps up with pure confidence, introduces it to everyone, and declares, "The bathhouse is ready, go ahead and use it." He tells the man he's a total jack of all trades, and the guy just smiles, modest as ever. Then Theo jumps in, apologizes, and admits that without the materials he'd be useless. The man grins back, "So with the materials, I can do everything, maybe even more than you can imagine." Out of nowhere, Phil suddenly bursts up to the guy and scares him out of pure surprise. She practically bounces with excitement and says she wants to hit the new bathhouse ASAP, and the guy chuckles, calming her down. "Don't stress, you'll be there in no time." Suddenly, the guy ahead spots Kelly, shouts her name, and pulls her focus right away. She whirls around and asks, eyes bright, what happened, and he grins. Fu just needs to take a bath, watching her face light up with pure joy. The girl smiles and says she understands everything, then adds that he's counting on her. So the moment she hears that, her grin drops, fear hits her hard, like she just sensed something shocking is coming. He says goodbye, strides off, and tells them he'll be waiting for them to come out, and Kelly nods along like it's the right move. But Theo, totally lost, spins around, asking where he's going, staring at the girl with a worried, "What's happening?" Vase. Kelly pulls a terrifying face and growls that they shouldn't worry about her. She won't hurt them, yet the girl and the wolf freak out even more, trading frantic, worried looks. Theo's worried about them, but she knows Theo's got some courage, and since Kelly's jumping into the mix for the entertainment too, it's smarter to let Theo stay with her, because Kelly'll help pick out outfits as well. At that moment, Vigilance steps in and asks the boy if his business is done. He nods right away, saying sorry for making him wait. Theo blurts out that while they're waiting for him and Kelly to show up, they should go all in, because now they're back together, and this is their chance to finally work as a real team. Kelly slips a towel onto the girl before the bath, and Theo leans in, puzzled. Why do we need a towel? The girl just smiles and says, like she knows the secret, "You'll find out soon," her voice so warm and encouraging it's hard not to believe her. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro burst into the bathhouse, shouting in pure joy. Then Kelly snaps into worry, her face tight with nerves as she warns the girl, "The water's scorching, so watch your footing or you'll slip." The girl swings the door open, blinks hard in shock, and whips her gaze around like she can't believe what she's seeing. She spots a huge, airy room with a massive hot bath, and pure joy lights up her face. Kelly's stunned. She straight up admits the guy crushed it, and now they've got a truly magical place. The girl just gazes at the bathtub and lights up like pure joy. Kelly whips her head around, spots the floor's gentle slope built to drain the water, and whispers, "This place is slick," even as she can't help admitting, but the job is amazing. She spots that the bathtub is carved from wood, but it stays warm forever, and that shocks her into pure curiosity. Kelly can't help but wonder what secret powers this unreal design. The girl clocked how massive the bathtub was. Then, out of nowhere, she burst into the bathroom, running in there with pure joy. The girl dives into the bathtub, and the splashes shoot straight at Kelly. The drenched girl realizes you can even swim in this bathtub, and when he sees her paddling like a dog, he immediately knows he'll have to teach her some basic manners. Shaking the water off, Kelly blurts out, "So why did you think I was scared of the water, and why wouldn't I go in?" The girl smiles and says Theo feels amazing. Then she laughs back, "We love it hot because we've already soaked like this." Kelly can't help but wonder if they've ever hit the baths before. Then the girl blurts, "We've been to the place where hot water bubbles up from the ground." And when she points at the window, the girl stares back at Kelly like she's just seen a ghost. Kelly snapped to it. This could only mean a hot spring was lurking somewhere close by. Suddenly, the girl's face crumpled with sadness. Then she blurted out that they can't go there anymore, and the listener stared back, stunned. Theo tells them that once everyone finally piled in together, they cannonballed into the water, licked each other, and partied like it was the best day ever. The girl starts sobbing, crushed that they can't go there anymore, and Kelly stares back at her with regret. Suddenly, Shiro bursts out of the water and lands on Theo, then starts licking her face, determined to snap her out of it. Kelly stared at them, and when she caught sight of Shiro, pure shock hit her. She watches the girl snap back into happiness, then bursts into laughter, clutching her loyal wolf right beside her. Kelly watched them with a grin, stunned by how wildly funny they were, and she immediately thought, "Nope, I'm watching this again." Theo clutches the bed linen like a victory trophy, grinning because it's finally dry. He's stunned that his clothes can dry in just 10 minutes, and then he snaps back that he's been complaining because, by evening, the bed linen still wouldn't dry. He claims it's all about a killer mix of fire and wind. One strong, scorching gust can dry out just about anything. Theo lunges a bedsheet over Goliath and blurts out thanks for the man's help. Suddenly, the guy catches snippets of chatter, and praises drifting over near the bathhouse. He leans in with the crowd, all of them staring like, is this really Theo? Right then, the guy spots a girl rocking a stunning outfit, and his attention snaps to her instantly. She whips around and spots her friend instantly. Theo swings to face him, flashes the outfit, and fires off. So, what do you think? He's totally starstruck, tells her this outfit fits her perfectly, and you can feel the admiration in every word. Kelly swears the outfit is stitched from the monsters that roam this place, then insists she told them she had clothes. So the man whips around, stares at the girl, and blurts that he's shocked she actually has something like that. Proud as a peacock, Kelly demands to know who he thinks he even is to question her. The boy finally gets it. Clean shoes and fresh clothes are exactly what the child needs right now, so he looks at the girl with pure admiration and blurts out that this is way, way better. He swings toward Theo, leans in, and tells her she's beautiful. Then her whole tail starts wagging and she barks back, full of joy, thanking him. The boy whips around to Kelly and pours out his thanks for saving him, and Kelly, glowing in her brand new clothes, thanks her back with a big, happy smile. Suddenly, the guy slams on the brakes, staring ahead at something that's definitely not right. He spots a snow-white, fluffy Shiro curled up on the floor. The wolf snaps to notice the stare on him, locks eyes with the guy, and lets out a sharp bark like it's answering back. The man snaps his head toward him, stunned. His fur is silver, not white. Kelly freezes for a moment, then blurts that she was shocked too when he jumped in the bath, and admits she honestly thought he was some kind of magical wolf offshoot from the locals. She stares at Shiro and declares, no, not anymore, because she's dead certain he's a higher species. Thea watches it all unfold, and she's already sure of one thing: no matter what, he'll always be happy for them. By evening, it was time for the camp's men to hit the bath and rinse off the day. Theo sinks into the calm, takes a deep breath, and swears that nothing beats a warm, relaxing bath after a brutal day of work. He finally gets it, everything's safe now, and everyone can breathe easy. Yeah, it was brutal to build, but he's still pumped because he pulled it off in the end. Theo can't stop thinking about Goliath, but then he clocks the obvious. There's no way he's fitting into the same bath with someone that huge. He remembers Kelly saying there's a hot spring up in the mountains, and now he's dead set on finding it himself, so he can take Goliath there. He finally realizes how many people stepped up for him today, and pure, limitless gratitude hits him like a wave. Theo recalls that back when he was just a laborer, his job meant any kind of work connected to travel, anything except fighting. He even admits that lending a hand to each other still feels great. Then he lifts his head and looks ahead with purpose. Theo finally figured out what real friends feel like, and yeah, he flat out admits he loves this feeling. The man heads down the path, admitting that the bath was incredible because he has no idea how long he stayed, and then right as he's walking, Victor yells his name. The guy blinked in shock when Victor suddenly stood right in front of him, and then the man threw an apology at him on the spot. Victor admits he totally forgot they even had that topic, and Theo panics for a second, then he waves it off fast, saying, it's fine, because yeah, he gets it, he's drowning in work too. The man insists it's not an excuse, until Victor suddenly snatches his head and slams him with a sharp, brutal burst of pain before he can even finish his sentence. The guy panics, blurts out what happened, and the man just shrugs, I've got a headache. Theo mulls it over, wondering if Victor's just been crushed by work today, and the kid turns to him, asking, so what you do today? Victor blurts out his plan. First he heads straight to the agriculture crew, then he grills the scientists, because someone has to figure out how much material they've got and what they can actually build with it. Then he hands out the next day's tasks, and when Theo finally catches up and hears all that, he's stunned and snaps that he's been working way too much. Victor blurts that it barely counts as work, but the guy cuts him off and snaps, don't take anything else, and Victor can only admit he's been working way too much. He straight up admits it's a real problem. If Victor disappears, they're totally screwed because they can't do a thing without him. Theo tells Victor this is exactly why he's been begging him to cut back on his responsibilities and workload, and Victor can't believe a word he's hearing. He finally gets it. Everyone's split into different groups to keep the camp running strong, because if even one of them catches an illness, the whole team's productivity crashes fast. Theo realizes this, especially since Victor is standing right there, and when he says it, the man just laughs back, because to him it's hilarious. Victor admits it's hilarious hearing Theo say that, but he still thanks him, then vows that from now on, he'll be more careful. Suddenly, Victor clutched his chest and tightened his grip until the pain inside him flared like fire. The next morning, the boy finally stirs awake, yawning and stretching like he's just woken from a dream, then glances around the room and spots his friends still asleep, breathing easy and peaceful. He spots the boys all piled together, sleeping like they belong there, bathed in warm morning sunlight, and for a second he can't help thinking, man, what a calm, peaceful morning this is. He gently stroked Shiro's fur, and his mind flashed back to yesterday. Right after dinner they started playing, and then the whole gang got so exhausted they crashed to sleep, worn out and smiling. He sees the boys are wiped out and still passed out in their sleep, but with a grin he thinks, man, they're still just kids, hungry for adventure and pure fun. He tells himself it's real relief that they've finally become friends and now move as one true team. Then, out of nowhere, he spots the boys stirring awake, breaks into a warm smile, tells them to wake up fast, and wishes them a bright good morning. Theo and Bigalov were still half asleep, staring at each other, then breaking into giggles like they just cracked a secret only they knew. Theo spots the sweet moment and instantly loses it. He clamps a hand over his face, lets himself steal a little joy, and thinks, wow, we actually look really cute together. So he grabs his thoughts for a second, snaps back to seriousness, and tells them to scramble up, breakfast already on the clock. He urges his friends to move fast before somebody else shows up and wakes them first. The boy clocks it. 3 days have already slammed by since they washed up on the shore. Then he realizes another day is here, and there's no time to slack. They've got to work their tails off if they want to keep the adventure rolling. Suddenly, the room's door explodes open with a thunderous stomp, and Kelly bursts in, wheezing hard, yelling Theo by name. The boys snap around, stunned, and lock eyes on the surprise guest, looking like he's carrying a secret worry he can't shake. The moment he spots Kelly wiped out from running, he blurts out, worried, why are you in such a rush? Theo still has zero clue, blurts an apology and admits, starstruck and slightly bewildered, that they totally overslept breakfast, but the girl just fixes her hair and cuts him off. Now is not the time. Kelly, voice trembling with worry, blurts out that they've got someone seriously ill, and she gasps, fighting to steady herself. The girl blurts out that it could be poison, and the guy's worst fears hit. He's shaken, totally not ready for news like that. In the infirmary, sick people are trapped in bed, and the doctors are scrambling with everything they've got to save them. One of the doctors whips out magic and slams the poison right out of them. The girl snaps to the doctors, I'll sprint to Theo right now, he needs to help. She hauls the guy into the infirmary and demands to know how his treatment is coming along. The woman's eyes sink with sadness as she replies, everything's horrible, turning poison back with magic just won't work. The man hears that and his stomach drops. What does it mean that the magic won't cure the poison, no matter what? He blurts out how they're doing right now. The doctor leans in, studying the patients closely, then bluntly declares they've got a raging fever and brutal vomiting, insisting it's just the usual signs of food poisoning, while the guys stand there, stunned by what they're hearing. Kelly, now smarter about what's going on, reports that 7 more people are down, every one of them living in the same house, and she says they've tested the rest too, because they're sure whatever they ate triggered the whole reaction. As he watches Kelly, he clicks, she's a killer researcher, but her strength doesn't stretch far beyond that, and now the world needs her exactly for that. Theo leans in, curious and intense, asking Kelly if they've got a healer. Then Kelly grins and answers, dead confident that she knows exactly who it is. She starts piling food onto the tablecloth, insisting every bite has to be checked, because this is exactly what those 7 people ate yesterday. Kelly fires a question at the guy, asking what could have poisoned them, even though he's too busy hovering over his friends to think straight. He snaps his eye into analysis mode and declares, all right, now I'm going to check everything. He slowly presses his palm to the products, studying every detail like they're worth unraveling. Doctors and Kelly lean in, burning with curiosity and hope, then they wait in tense silence, whispering in shaky bursts for the results to finally hit. Suddenly, Theo spots something weird in the products they're analyzing. Leaning in like he can't wait, the guy snatches a tiny berry, then blurts out, what is this? The girl looks confused and insists it's just a normal strawberry, and Kelly jumps in, saying she's gobbled tons of them, and even remembers getting one like that when she was a kid, something totally harmless and familiar. Kelly stares at him, shocked, and blurts out, wait, are you seriously saying this isn't the strawberry that grows in our land, even though it looks almost exactly like it? Clutching the berries in his hands, the guy shoots back with doubt, telling the girl, through sheer denial, that strawberries aren't harmless at all. The man swears this is the real cause of their illness, flat out telling everyone that these berries are packed with poison. The boys heard that and whipped their heads around, stunned, like there was no way they'd just heard the truth. Kelly, eyes wide with disbelief, blurts that she never would have guessed they were poisoned just by how they looked, and that's exactly why adventurers have to stay sharp and absolutely never munch on plants they don't know a thing about. He nods along, keeps staring, and blurts out that it really looks like a real strawberry. He says it might be water or soil, but he's sure of one thing. Whatever it is, they're ancient, and even weak, it's still poisonous. The girl presses him again, and he won't let it go. He keeps grilling her on how many of those berries she ate, and Kelly finally snaps back. About 5. The man tells her she won't die from that much. Just drink some more water and she'll feel better. And the girl, finally relieved, nods along. The doctor and Kelly break into pure joy because they've finally cracked the mystery behind their illness. They lock eyes in sudden silence, both looking heartbroken, like they're about to drop an ugly truth on the guy. With a deep, tired sigh, Kelly finally admits the truth. Someone else has way more serious symptoms. She grabs the guy's hand and drags him into another room, where sick Victor lies in grave condition. Theo freaks out seeing his friend sick, panic swallowing him as he worries about Victor, and he can't calm down at all. Then the girl snaps the truth into his face. Victor has a raging high fever, he's lost consciousness, and even though he ate his share, he's the worst of them all. The boy can't stop wondering why life is doing this to him, and his voice trembles with raw worry. Kelly tries to calm him down and says Victor might be old, but he's tougher than all of them. She's sure the poison won't just kill him. Then the doctor scoffs at that and snaps back. Come on, haven't you noticed how pale you've been for days? Theo locked eyes with the man and admitted it. Victor's been burning the candle at both ends lately, and that's why, on top of the poisoning, he's completely overworked. He remembers the moment Victor, worn out from all that brutal work, started getting that sharp pain in his chest. While inside, Theo seethes with guilt for not stepping in back then, and now he finally realizes everything might have gone differently if he just noticed Victor's condition in time. Suddenly, Victor cracks his eyes open and snaps awake, and Theo, who's been fretting the whole time, leans in fast and asks what he feels. The guy worries and asks what happened, but Victor barely even recognizes him. He tries to push himself up, yet every single attempt wrecks him and drags him back down. Guilt crashes over the man, and he blurts out an apology, saying he's ashamed of himself, and telling the guy not to see him like this. Theo flashes a warm, reassuring smile and tells him everything's okay, then insists he should just rest and get his strength back. The boy drops into the seat beside the man and admits that this continent is way worse than he ever imagined. Now they've got to check every ingredient they're using and be extra careful. Victor hears it, bursts into laughter, and throws his full agreement right back at him. The man insists he has to grind because he sees Theo doing the same, so he won't let himself rest. But then he suddenly goes deadly quiet, and that awful tension slams back into the room. Kelly panics, worried he's passed out again. The girl warns that if this keeps going, the worst is coming, and the guy freezes, twitching hard with pure terror at what he's just heard. Suddenly he bolts upright, grit surging through him, and tells Kelly, "Hold everyone down, get the doctor." The doctor frowns and blurts, "Wait, where are you going?" Now that everyone's calling him the best adventurer, the guy refuses to just sit back while the world sorts itself out. So Theo slams the truth out loud. He's going to hunt down the antidote. The second he steps inside, he spots his friends leaning in like they truly care how he's doing, and he can't help asking if they've been waiting on him this whole time. Then the girl shoots him a worried look and asks Theo if he's okay. A little nervous, the guy clenched his thoughts, searched for the right words, and finally blurted out that he had to disappear somewhere for a while. Then it hits him, an absolutely brilliant idea explodes in his mind. Theo leans in and asks Theo and Shiro if they know the area, then blurts that he needs herbs. The man presses him, asking where those healing herbs actually grow. Her eyes blaze with excitement, and Theo snaps impatiently, confirming she knows exactly where the healing herbs grow, while the wolf chimes in with a joyful bark, backing her up. She whips around and points out the window at that massive mountain, then swears there are medicinal herbs actually growing up there. Fuel adds that the herbs might taste awful at first, but trust, give it time and the flavor starts getting better. The guy, who's thrilled to hear the news, immediately thanks her for helping, then fires off a warning. He's coming after them. The pale girl trembles and blurts out, shaking with fear, "There's a bear here," and the boy freezes, terrified by what he just heard. The boy gasps in terror, asking if they truly mean the bear makes its home where the medicinal herbs grow. Then the girl just nods, and her sad face sinks even lower. She swears the bear slaughtered everyone, and just the thought of it makes her shake with fear. The guy's stunned, his shoulders sagging from everything he just heard. He starts putting it together. The bear has taken over Theo and Shiro's turf, and that's exactly why those healing herbs are growing there. Once it hits him that Shiro is a magical wolf, the memories of Kelly's warning slam back. Maybe there's something higher than humans, and suddenly he realizes Day still couldn't lay a finger on him. He daydreams about the upcoming expedition, and then the truth hits hard. There's a real chance he won't be able to beat that creature at all. But when he remembers Goliath, the loyal companion at his side, he steels himself and decides he has to try anyway. The man scoots closer to Vigilance and starts right away, shooting him an apology in advance as he admits he knows this could be dangerous. Then he lowers his voice and sincerely begs Vigilance to come with him. Theo admits straight up that he's desperate to help Victor, and that's exactly why he needs Vigilant's help too. Vigilance just watches, silent and locked in, staring into Theo's eyes while his mind spins in circles. With a sour look twisting his face, Vigilance drops his gaze and shocks the boy by admitting he doesn't want to go and can't even understand why he's supposed to. Theo stares at him stunned because he can't wrap his head around why he'd refuse, so Vigilance won't let up, pressing him with one deal. If he comes along, the boy will play with him all day. And the boy leans in, listening hard, trying to figure out exactly how to make that happen. Vigilance smirks and says he's on board, ready to do anything, anything at all, as long as they can finish the job and save Victor. Theo stares at his dragon and a wave of pure joy hits him. Vigilance is his, and he knows he'll keep treasuring them, guarding that friendship like it matters most. Suddenly, with bright sparks in their eyes, Theo and Shiro blurt out that they want to tag along too, making the guy shoot them a stunned, eyebrow-lifting look. Theo stared at the girl hugging the wolf, utterly thrown off. He couldn't figure out if they'd actually end up going with her too. Suddenly, Shiro seemed to read Theo's mind and told him, "Don't worry about the bear." With this rock-solid confidence Theo absolutely didn't see coming, Theo stared back in surprise, a little lost. Shiro says loud and sure that even after they lost their family, he tells them they truly trust him, and it once again knocks the guy completely off guard. With his eyes shut tight, the man can't help but wonder, are these lives really worth dragging into this deadly adventure? Theo finally commits if they're going to grab the herbs fast, they need them, and he tells the boys, "If you feel danger and I say run, you run right then." The boys don't hesitate, determination and courage surge in their chests. He strides out of the house with total confidence, telling them it's officially time to roll. He admits they've got one move first, rush to Victor in the infirmary and figure out exactly how he's doing. Kelly spots the guy and immediately presses, asking how his antidote work is coming along. The man shoots back, saying he's got a rough hunch what the poison is made of, but he'll need the right herbs to brew it. He lines in and begs them to cover the patients for one more night. He tells them if it gets bad, just carry everyone to my place. If they're that sick, they're better off using the toilet here. Kelly, eyes widening, blurts out how he managed to pull off all of it so fast. He drops to his heels and apologizes to her for asking for too much when things are already this brutal. The man clenches his fist, bursting with excitement, and swears he has to find the right herbs for Victor ASAP before it's too late. Theo blares out that they're pushing deep into the forest, and the girl's eyes shoot up with shock. Kelly blurts out, "Did you lose your mind? There are dangerous animals here," and the man snaps back that this is the only way to save Victor. So they all rush there as one big group. The man tells them this is the only way to save Victor, so they'll all head there together. Then he reassures Kelly, saying the second they smell danger, they'll bolt and disappear. Kelly locks eyes with him, realizes exactly what's going on, and he snaps back that there's no choice left. They have to move right now. The girl nods and says, "Let's go," even though she can't even guess how deadly that bear could be, and then she warns him to stay on guard, because anything could happen. The man grins and tells her, "Don't worry," promising they'll move with extreme care. Fueled with raw determination, the boys band together and charge out of the camp, disappearing into the wild depths of the forest. From the window, the doctor tracks everything and spins to Kelly to ask a question. Then she cuts him off, insisting they've got no choice, so they'll have to let him plunge into this dangerous journey. Kelly snaps that even though they call themselves scientists, they know nothing about this continent, and that ignorance rattles her to the core. She stares at the mountain, hope blazing in her chest, and pleads with them to be super careful, because the truth is she's terrified for them. Strolling through the forest, the boy hammers the rules into the other kids. The moment he says go, or they choose it for themselves, they sprint off with everything they've got. Theo and Shiro nod back, trusting him with everything, and the two of them refuse to leave anything to chance, while the boy beats himself up, wishing he were strong enough to guard them all. Still, he makes a fierce vow. He'll protect them with every ounce of strength, all the way to the very end. He snaps that it's time to move, and they charge deeper into the forest, straight for the mountain the girl named, burning with hope and pure grit to rescue Victor and track down the healing herbs that might be the only road to salvation. Kelly shoots Theo a look full of indignation, scolding him to just try it, then she keeps pressing. "Why are you stalling? Why won't you take that step forward?" Panic slams into him as the moment spirals, and he scrambles for the right words to shut down this weird offer, only his thoughts tangle and won't line up. Kelly's friend tells Theo to throw his doubts away and charge forward, but Theo nervously turns his head, worn out by fear, like he already knows this won't end well. Kelly's still thinking about that episode where Theo hunted stones for the well, shoots him a worried look. Goliath once begged her to guard this territory. Still, Kelly can't help wondering if it's worth one more shot, because that dragon respects Goliath. She persuades him that if it works, maybe those other animals won't wander into their territory again, and she even offers to test it on that tree. Then Theo drags his hand over his face, desperate, and snaps that he'd never, ever agree to something like that. He starts rubbing the back of his head and looking away, like he can't help thinking Kelly has always been cold to anything like this. Suddenly, he spots Vaya, Shiro, and Bigalof right in front of him, and they're staring back with sparkling eyes like they're thrilled to see him. He's terrified by what he's seeing, and he can't even figure out what they want from him right now. Kelly leans in with a little push and tells him straight up. They're counting on him, too, and she can't believe he'd really want to tear down their hope and hurt them. He freezes in shock, totally lost, and can't figure out what he's supposed to do next. He's crushed with himself, realizing this wouldn't count as culture by human standards, because right now the guys are trekking through the forest, and Phil has clearly cooked up something wild just for her. The man gets it that this is the animal's way to socialize, but he still can't wrap his head around why it has to be like this, and then bam, Theo snatches Goliath by the tail. The guy clutching his head starts shaking it in pure confusion, because he still can't understand why he dragged Theo and the others into this. His mind spirals on what to do next, while meanwhile the girl is already grinning as she happily rides along on Goliath's tail. As he glances back at his cheerful buddies, doubt hits him hard. What if they've already brushed off this weird proposal? Even with everything going on, he clocks that they don't seem to care anymore. Kelly even spots the kids drifting into boredom, and it's like she suddenly snaps with a fresh plan, finding a way to light up their mood again. Then out of nowhere, the girl erupts in a shout, and Theo snaps around to stare straight at her. She shoves a huge worm right in front of his face and all wide-eyed innocence, asks what he'll say about it. Then the poor guy panics, erupts in screams, and bolts back through the forest. Kelly flashes a sweet smile and coos. Isn't this little baby just adorable? But the man staring at the thing is terrified out of his mind. He stares at her awestruck and blurts out what it is. Kelly shrugs and says she doesn't have a clue, she only spotted it by the road. Then she confesses she already asked Theo, and the boy's jaw drops, convinced Theo should know everything. Kelly told Theo to her face. She said it was utterly tasteless. He couldn't stop replaying her words in his head. Kelly asks if he wants to try it, and Theo instantly shakes his head, stunned, then blurts out how unbelievably sorry he is that the girl had to swallow it. He watches Theo mess around with the wolf and tells her, straight up, that when her herd got wiped out, she'd have no choice. She'll have to eat something to stay alive. Kelly shoots back that life decides what real living even means, and if they had to munch on every kind of worm in this place, then yeah, she's calling that the real deal. She tells him this isn't just talk, it's so he finally gets how crucial this is for both of them, and when he replays her words, he's rocked by what he hears, staring at it like he's seeing the bigger picture for the first time. He knows Kelly's eccentric as ever, but he trusts her with his life. He suddenly clocks it, she's got real trust in her friends, and the guy rushes in, apologizing, because he didn't realize just how much she cares about that girl and the other kids. He snaps his hand back to his head and admits he truly thought she saw people like nothing but lab specimens. Then the girl just bursts into laughter, teasing him. So that's really what I look like from your side. Kelly's laughing as she teases, don't you wonder what you taste like? And the guy panics, screaming, you're crazy, while yelling for her to get that monster away from him. Theo finally snaps and blurts out that he did everything he could to stop this mess from being dinner, only for the girl to grin, apologize, and admit she just thought his reaction was hilarious, leaving him standing there like, wait, why do I even need all this? The boys sprint through the thick forest, breathing in crisp air as a light breeze flicks past their faces. Theo keeps pace with the girl and blurts, how much farther do we have to run? Confident as she rides the wolf, the girl beams and laughs, saying there's barely any left. She's sure they're almost at the spot, and the medicinal herb is right where her finger points. He snaps into focus, sweeping his eyes across that surrounding circle, and tells himself he's got to give Victor everything he's got. He gathers his thoughts tight, then blasts through the forest on appraisal magic, hunting for anything they can actually use in their search. Soon they dive into the tall grass, and the girl snaps to attention when the wolf suddenly stops. Then she demands, what happened? He tells her there are herbs here, but Theo frowns and says she doesn't know any. The girl whips around and asks the guy, is there anything valuable around here? He studies it, looks a little stunned, and blurts, wait, are you telling me we spent all this time just for something like this? After he gets his head straight, the man commits. He's using the evaluation skill on every object around him, grabbing absolutely everything that could possibly come in handy. With a grin, the girl asks her friend, all full of wonder, if he can really figure out everything about an object just by staring at it, and Theo doesn't hesitate, admitting that the friend is honestly amazing. The boy grins and nods, saying it's just his little talent, and the girl's eyes sparkle as she wags her tail, completely awestruck. Theo finally snaps open and admits he hasn't been praised for his judgment in ages, and the fact that it still helps him read even people shocks everyone he's been traveling with. He fires off his skill appraisal and starts hunting through the clearing blade of grass by blade of grass, completely getting lost in the details. He admits those herbs that can beat the poison are brutally hard to track down, and the girl, brimming with hope, fires back that even so, they've got to find them. Out of nowhere, it hits her, she remembers. She jabs her finger to the side and declares, with full confidence, that they've gotta go there, so the man nods along and leans in, demanding she tell him what's going on. Suddenly, Theo realizes he might be in real danger, right as his foot lands on something huge and round. The girl looks genuinely worried and tells him to watch every step, because those mushrooms will bite back. He's the one who just stares, confused, and admits he never knew mushrooms could explode, totally shocked. Right then on his right, he spots this giant plant chomping into some poor reptile like it's dinner. With their fears crushed, the boys march straight across the landslides, dropping deeper and deeper into the forest's mysterious shadows. As they stroll down the road, they spot a colossal snake, and the boys instantly scramble behind a tree, holding their breath like their lives depend on it. The girl bursts out in pure joy that they've finally made it, and the guy, face buried in his hands from confusion and exhaustion, snaps that this route was definitely no shortcut, and it probably came with every problem under the sun. She snatches a couple leaves right away, holds them up with pure excitement, and declares, "This is exactly why we came," cradling her precious find like it might be the real salvation Victor needs. She flashes a small smile and tells him that the moment she ate it, her whole mood flipped for the better. He listens hard, then nods like, "You've got to see this, come check it out," treating it like some wild, must-experience mystery. He scans it with a sharp eye, as if his knowledge spans everything, then realizes it's nothing mystical, just a medicinal herb that grows deep in the forests, keeps your bowels moving right, and wipes out stomach pain. The girl snaps the moment she hears it, furious and shaking her head like the truth just crushed her dreams. Meanwhile, the boy stays cool as ice and calmly says this herb is meant to treat the stomach and the poison she's terrified of, though it probably won't cure it completely. And Fia's anxiety spikes. She starts to panic, convinced she dragged them all the way here for nothing, like this massive detour has to be pointless. Right then, Theo shocks everyone, grabs her by the head, strokes her gently, shuts down her panic with sheer confidence and tells her, "Don't worry, we'll handle anything together." He flashes a smile, gently strokes her head, and tells her they'll need her skills once they finally track down the antidote, praising Theo like crazy for being such a good girl and for doing an amazing job. Theo burst into a grin, wagged her tail like crazy, and agreed with the guy right away, smiling from ear to ear. They all gather the grass together, and the main character can't help thinking, even if it isn't an antidote, Victor should feel better. Right then, bam, the beast calls him by name. Theo whips around and demands, "What happened to Vigilance?" Goliath catches a strange scent and calls it interesting, but he can't place what it is. Then the beast finally reveals itself, and the guy demands it stand still. He sprints after him and demands, "Wait for me." Then he spots it between the trees, a pond ringed with stones, and his mind starts racing. Is this place a hot spring? The main character's jaw drops at how huge it is, and he blurts that it looks less like a lake and more like a swimming pool. Then he stares out across the water and realizes the far shore is barely even in view. It's insanely massive. Goliath licked the water and told Theo it was hot. Then the dude finally clocked it. It wasn't just random water, it was a hot spring all along. He stares at the results. Yeah, it eases the fatigue and clears up skin issues, but it's still not the right choice, and the girl flags it. Then she spots something off and tells Theo to look out into the distance. She says there are herbs there too. Theo shoots back, asking if they're on the far side, and she nods yes. She spots them, and the protagonist leans in hard, realizing even from here he still can't see them clearly enough to really appreciate them. The main character says, "I've got to get closer," but the source is so massive they won't reach it until evening. Then Vigilance stomps in, and the other guy immediately notices. The beast slips into the water with a grin, exhales like he's been waiting, and tells the surprised protagonist to trust him. Then they drift right along on it, and the protagonist tells him to slow down. He nods and agrees, while the girl cheers that it's fun, but Theo snaps back, warns you can die like this, and orders him to go slower. The main character cranes forward and freezes, because the shore is already in sight, and they're basically there. The Goliath surges through the water, finally reaching the end, then they leap off the beast's back. The main character blurts out thanks, still stunned, because when they look up, the flowers are already there. Right in front of him lies a flower meadow, blanketed in gorgeous blooms, and the sight nearly knocks the breath out of him. He snatches a flower in his hand and offers to inspect it, then shuts his eyes, locks in, and studies its effects with laser-focused care. The girl's eyes widen as she stares at the flower, then she blurts out to Theo, "Is this it? This is what we're looking for." The guy stays stone-cold quiet, so Badgelioff leans in and demands, "What's going on?" Then the main character shoots his arms forward, clamps onto all three partners in a full-on hug, surprising them so hard they're left staring. He grins and blurts that they finally cracked the case, healing herbs that can wipe out poison for good. The main character grins, clutching a blooming flower right up in front of him. Everyone's eyes snap to him, and then the crowd erupts in joyful screams. The girl keeps shouting over and over that they finally found it. Then everyone starts picking flowers, and the guy cuts it off like, "That's enough." With a grin, the guy thanks everyone because their wild effort finally means Victor's getting saved. Then all of them stare at him, shocked. The beast swears it's all for his brand new pack. Goliath grins because he got praised, and the girl bursts into laughter. The girl whips around to Theo and says it's time to go home, and Badgelieff snaps that everyone's been waiting just for him. The main character grins and says that they've found the herbs, nothing happened, so it's time to head home. Then bam, everyone drops into a stunned daze because of a strange sound. The protagonist stands before his cautious companions, and they instantly feel it. He's just sensed a wicked presence lurking nearby. He stares into the forest, and then it hits him. This sick aura is blasting straight toward him, and now he's trying to figure out who the heck is out there. The main guy blasts a warning to everyone, don't run ahead, not under any circumstances, because the beast stares forward with pure rage, snarling like it's seconds from disaster, and the guy's so tense he's already spiraling over who in the world could be out there. Theo can't stop thinking about how he's already survived wave after wave of battles and stared down a whole army of monsters. The main character surges forward, ducks behind a tree, and peeks out, only to realize this creature is way worse than all the others, and then he spots a sharp silhouette lurking in the bushes. He keeps staring in total shock, mind racing with one question, who is this? And then, right in the middle of the bushes, a massive monster looms, an ominous aura blasting off him as he grips something in his hand. The main character stares at the creature in full shock, trying to figure out who or what it is, while his companions fume with rage, glaring at the monster that's just standing there, motionless like it owns the place. Then the creature slips into the bushes, and the main character spots it lurking behind the tree. He flashes his crew a tight hand signal and murmurs for them to stay put, no heads sticking out, so they go stone, still, and listen to every word he says. Then the main character leans in and tells Goliath to back off too. He's terrible at these hand signs, but he's praying Goliath got the message. Theo stares in shock at the strange aura pouring off the creature, and he realizes this monster isn't like any he's ever faced. So what is it, a spirit or a demon? Before he can think, the girl snaps with fury, growling at it and calling it a bear. She shoots a question at him. Wait, is this the same bear that attacked us? Theo can't shake it. No matter how you angle your eyes, this creature doesn't look a thing like a bear. But does Theo really think that? And what about Shiro? Still, none of that matters anymore. Now the real question hits. What's Theo supposed to do next? The creature clenches the ropes in its clawed grip, and with a sudden yank, the terrified little wolves dangling from them come into view. They lunge forward and growl, breathing like the air is burning. Then the guy freezes, shocked out of his mind, because he swears these are wolves just like Shiro. The main character clings to what his buddies said, that it was the bear that split them apart. Then he whips his eyes to Theo and Shiro, frozen in shock, realizing the whole nightmare is steering straight toward this moment. He snaps his head in shock at Theo and Shiro, both glaring with pure fury at the enemy standing with bared teeth. Then they both start growling at him, and Theo finally clicks, no doubt left in his mind. It was him who attacked Theo and Shiro. The boy's mind races as he watches those tiny wolf cubs get hurted by the creature. Then one of the little wolves yelps, and the creature smashes into him with full force, ripping a squeal out of him. The creature snaps its mouth wide and unleashes a brutal scream, slamming straight into another wolf, while everyone else crumbles with fear, shaking where they stand. Theo stares, tears blazing with rage, and as soon as the monster starts screaming again, she's ready to lunge at him. The main character forces himself to stay calm, because every adventurer lives by the same rule, mess it up, and when danger hits, the whole group can end up dead, and he remembers exactly how he survived by following the goblins. Theo swears that none of them will die. Then the guy snaps his focus to Goliath. The main character shoots the beast a silent question, "Will you help me kill it?" And the beast answers with a hard, ready yes. Theo scans his companions and tells Theo and Shiro to stay put, then meets their eyes and snaps that he needs to cool off, because this is the only way it'll get better. The main character orders them to stay put and keep their heads down, then he and the Goliath will draw that guy's attention and rescue those wolf cubs. The guy races through ideas on how to throw him off, then calls on Goliath, asks him to listen, lays out the whole plan, and has the beast looking him in the eye like, "So, will everything be okay?" The main character plops onto the grass, grins, and tells him, "Trust me, everything's gonna be totally fine," like that's the final word. Theo flashes a grin and vows to protect everyone, and the beast actually listens to every word. Vigilance nods along, and the protagonist goes, "Everything's fine," then whips his gaze toward Theo and Shiro. The guy tells them, "Listen, don't blame yourselves, because no matter how much they punish themselves for what happened, it won't change a single thing." He finally admits they're not at fault for what happened, so Theo leans in, listens hard, and the main character gently strokes her head. She freezes in shock. This is the first time he's ever stroked her, and the thought keeps buzzing in her head. She replays that moment and realizes how calm she truly felt. Then the guy steps up, finally offering to begin, and stares straight at the enemy's silhouette. The main character thinks, "First I've got to get closer. I can't do this from where I'm standing." Lucky for him, he doesn't even glance back. He's riding pure confidence, so now he's got to prove to everyone that he's stronger than that. He strides ahead, taps into the creation skill, and bam, a club materializes in his hand, and the second he realizes he's got a weapon, he grips it hard like he's ready to swing for his life. Still, he can't afford to slip. There are only 15 meters left to the target, and the guy keeps closing in, second by second. The main character blasts into the sky, screaming at the top of his lungs, then rockets forward straight at his enemy, yelling that he's coming for what he deserves. The monster snaps its gaze to the protagonist, and he's like, "Perfect," because now every last ounce of its attention is locked on him. He watches Theo and Shiro sitting there like they belong, and that snaps his pity right out of him. He's got no reason to feel sorry for himself right now. The main character grins at his enemy like he's already winning, soaking in the guy's strength. Then the other one explodes forward and charges straight at him. He snaps with rage, throws a furious punch, and screams at his enemy that he's actually grateful for making him so mad. A nasty crack rips through the air, then the monster slams its weapon in front of his strike, and his weapon shatters into scrap. The protagonist stares at the shattered weapon in disbelief, realizing his enemy hits with lightning speed, and that their power outclasses his. The guy clocks that he fights like a monster the moment the beast slams the main character, so he rockets to the side to strike. The protagonist assumes every move is going perfectly his way, then the monster clocks something is off. Theo didn't just mess around, he purposely made his weapon fragile so it would shatter, because deep down the fragments. Then he calls the creation back again, and those shattered fragments aren't just leftovers anymore, they're weapons. Those fragments slammed straight into the monster's face, boom, and it didn't even get a chance to scream. The guy landed a perfect direct hit. Right after that, the monster snaps the ropes loose, and the wolves finally break free. Theo thinks he's won, and now he has to move fast. When the monster snaps his eyes open, he finds nothing but a quick flash from the forest, and he's stunned by it. The protagonist yells at Goliath, and the moment it hears him, it snaps its mouth open and unleashes a devastating attack straight at the monster. As they geared up, the main character leaned toward Goliath and swore, "The second he makes his move, you sprint right at him, and you shoot." After this, the main character traps him with a tie-down, then keeps him there until the very end, using the same rope they used to build that well. The protagonist snapped shackles onto the monster, just as Goliath's deadly attack barreled toward them. The guy stares the monster down, tells it its time's up, and then wham, a brutal flash of light erupts where the monster stood. The boy begged Theo and Shiro to listen, as he said him and Goliath would draw the man away. Then they'd have to race in and save the wolf cubs. The boy begged them to hold back and focus on saving their brothers and sisters during Goliath's attack. Then Theo managed to grab the wolf cubs and slip out of there. She can't stop smiling now that it all worked out, and the moment they're safe her joy explodes. Then the wolves burst into wild celebration. But what about that monster? Look at the guy standing right in front of it, and she can't help but think, this is insanely amazing. The monster towers right in front of the protagonist, totally unhurt, and the shock hits him hard because somehow he's still alive. Suddenly, the monster gapes its jagged mouth and unleashes a brutal scream as it charges straight at Theo. The main character looks back on his wild adventures with the hero and yeah, thank the stars, his skills are still there. Down below, he darts and dodges as the monsters come charging. He smirks and snaps, "I'm done with this, now it ends." Then he thrusts his hand forward and fires off his assessment skill at the monster. Phil stares it down, then yells at Goliath, "This monster is scared of fire," and somehow Goliath gets it. The main character stares at this monster and realizes it's on a whole different level. Then rage surges through him as he starts hating everything alive. You'd better settle this with him right now, because if he gets stronger, he's going to come for the camp. Back at home, a girl with a tub and rag sits down in front of a man, and when someone yells Kelly, she freezes, then realizes they're back and snaps her gaze around to look. The main character stumbles into the house clutching his head, and the girl's face lights up like he's finally home. Theo asks how everyone's doing. Kelly grins and says it's going great, and she adds that most people are slowly bouncing back. Victor's getting worse by the hour, and we've got to start treatment now, so I came. He yanks a bouquet from his bag and declares he's ready to brew the antidote. Then the girl presses, "Did you find the herbs?" And he nods, admitting they nearly killed him getting them. The girl tells her, "I'll explain later," then slaps the medicine onto the table, and the guy beside Kelly leans in like, "So you know how to make it, right?" And Kelly nods, confirming she does. He's absolutely stunned, because he's never once heard of someone using production skills to make medicines. Usually those same skills are what people use to crank out everyday stuff like chairs and other household goods. Now the girl finally gets it. Victor didn't push Theo into that expedition for no reason. He says he's finally done, holds up the bottle for everyone to see, and they praise him as a good boy. Then the girl snaps that they've got to hand it straight to Victor. The main character says, "Not yet," and explains how he's run the assessment, because even though he's already brewed the antidote, there's still no promise it'll work on the very first try. The protagonist says, "Yeah, now we're talking about the human body," but then they snap back. What if Victor's too weak and the potion kills him? They press, "So what do you suggest?" And Theo slams the potion down right on the table. He demands they hand over a poisonous red berry to eat. Everyone's stunned because nobody saw that coming. Theo swears that the moment he swallows it, he'll shoot straight for the antidote. No time to play it safe, because this is the only way he can confirm the medicine won't mess him up. The girl snaps at him not to be an idiot, because if he dies, then what happens to both of them? An awakened Victor's voice cuts in, saying he's the first one who will try the medicine, and the guy can't even hide his shock. Someone asks him if he's sleeping and begs him not to get up. Then the man insists he trusts Theo and his skill, and with one crisp twist, he pops open the medicine bottle. The man downs the potion, but the boy yells his name, too late. Then the man drops into an eerie, dead silence. Right after that, Victor suddenly starts coughing, and the main character, panicked, blurts out, "How do you feel?" Victor snarls that it's unbearably bitter. Theo throws out an apology, saying he didn't even get to tweak the taste at all. Victor grins and insists, good medicine always hits bitter. Then he coughs harder and Theo can't stop thinking, wait, is it really that bitter? Victor jolts in shock, blurts, "What is that?" And then bubbles start popping up in the air. The guy stares in shock when he sees the poison finally draining out like that, and then the girl grabs Victor's hand, feeling his pulse steady up and returning too. The protagonist realizes that before Victor swallowed the medicine, death was already knocking at his door, and then the man grins and turns to Theo. He said he trusts you with his whole heart. Then the main character flashes a grin and demands, "Stop messing with the old man." The protagonist spreads the medicines on the cloth on the floor, and then he grins and says he's already sorted everyone's dose, something the girl looks at him like she can't believe it. Theo just drops, "I know how to use it," and then asks for one thing, he wants Kelly. Kelly blurts out, shocked, "That pseudo-bear, what is it?" And the guy snaps back that the feel must have been talking about a bear, but for them, a bear doesn't look like what you'd picture. He recalls that terrifying monster and scrambles to find the right words. The protagonist insists it was a demon, but then calls it a pseudo-bear, and Kelly snaps, asking why he has to make everything so complicated. If she's got his meaning, they can beat him only by using Galio's magic, because he's already discovered something hidden in the ashes. Something sharp and prickly was lodged inside him, and the girl gasped, then blurted, "Wait, is that a magic stone?" She knows the ugly truth. Every magical monster has a core, and when they die it drops right out. She just doesn't know much beyond that, and this stone looks downright ominous. The main character blurts that it's not even remotely like that, because he's already used the assessment on him. He's not a monster. The girl freezes, stunned. Theo admits it's not just that. This guy is basically a non-existent creature. Kelly listens, then gets hit with a total shock. Even his own assessment couldn't paint the whole picture, because right now, he's facing someone just like him for the very first time. The plants they know could kill them, and the creatures out here are totally unknown to their eyes. So how many more jaw-dropping discoveries will this new continent unleash, and how many fresh dangers is their guide bracing them to survive next? Kelly fires back that he'll help no matter what. Then the guy nods, turns to the girl and says, "Of course." He blurted that he left out one tiny detail, then told her, "Once everyone's better, you can tell them." And when she turned back, bam, she froze in shock at the wolf cubs who were staring at her. The wolf cubs stare at the girl like they adore her, and the main character rushes to apologize to Kelly for not saying it sooner, because he can't stand the way she's glaring at him like she wants him dead. The skies look perfect, the foam everywhere, and someone leans in like, "Trust me, that's the interesting part." Kelly, Theo, and Shiro scrub the wolf cubs in bubbly foam, and the girl blurts out, "Why'd you stash the info about these adorable little ones in the back?" Then she wonders if they're related to Theo or Shiro, because if they are, she's hyping the idea of learning the rules of life with them later. She blurts that they're freaking out right now, but they've got nothing to fear, everything's going to be okay, and she refuses to let them anywhere dirty. Kelly snaps that this is their fight too, staring at Theo and Shiro in shock. Right then, one of the wolf cubs erupts with a scream, and the girl whips her head toward them, stunned. Kelly rushes up and apologizes to the wolf cub for grabbing his wound. Then she spots bruises and contusions sprinkled all over his body. Thankfully, nothing serious, no fractures, no major damage, so she's swallowed with guilt and promises she'll be way more careful from now on. The wolf cub starts to whimper and shake, and the girl snaps, "Theo told me everything. They've clawed through so much pain, but now everything's finally going to be okay." The girl scoops up the wolf cub, hugging it tight, whispering that it has nothing to fear. This place is safe, and no one will ever touch them here, and the cub instantly starts wagging its tail. Phil walks up to Kelly and blurts out, "Yeah, you're a little weird, but we like you anyway." She can't help but wonder why she's so weird, and before she can spiral, Phil jumps in and asks what's going on. Then the protagonist steps inside with Goliath and straight up apologizes to Kelly for crashing her life again. The girl grins as she presents 3 wolf cubs, snug and clean, wrapped up in towels like precious treasures, and the guy's jaw drops in pure shock. The guy demands answers, and she snaps back that drying them is a pain, but at least they won't freeze or catch sickness, so they shouldn't worry. "They'll dry," she says, "and I'll handle taking it off." Theo gets it right away. They've already made it work together. The girl nods along, and they both realize in no time that they're totally safe here, especially once she rinses them clean so thoroughly. By the way, they were chillingly calm, way calmer than Theo and Shiro, so the main character stares at both of them, and they just drop their eyes in guilt, acting like they can't stand the smell of soap. The girl spins to Theo and orders him to wipe them clean. Theo nods and says they'll have to be fed later. Suddenly, all 3 wolf cubs start squirming free and shaking off the towels, while Kelly and Theo stare in confusion. Then Theo snaps, realizing they haven't eaten in ages, and he rushes to tell the cubs that the best, most delicious food is right here. They're handed a huge slab of meat and told to stuff themselves, and the wolf pups immediately start glowing with hungry dreams of more. First, the girl begs Theo to bring the food fast. Then, when he's already pulling a piece of meat out, she snaps at him to stop. Kelly spills the truth. They've been stuck in miserable conditions and haven't eaten in ages, and things are even worse than what Theo and Shiro endured. At first, if they shove enough food into them right now, it could wreck their health. The protagonist blurts out, "Is this for real?" But that can't be allowed, because first, they'll have to be fed in tiny portions, and the wolf cubs stare at that little pile of food, stunned and frozen. Theo stares at the food pile and snaps that Kelly is cruel, yet moments ago she swore Kelly was nice. A sudden flash bursts through the scene, and the main character freezes, staring at the spilled, overturned medicine bottles, shocked, lost, and trying to piece together what just happened. Yesterday, he brewed medicine for everyone and even showed up with those tiny wolf cubs. Then by the end of the day, he was completely wiped out, while Kelly and Theo had the cubs racing around, and Shiro just watched it all unfold. The main character was left with a stack of filthy bottles, and before he even realized it, he crashed and fell asleep like that. Wait, why is he staring at his own reflection in these bottles? He thinks of the Goliath, but it definitely doesn't look like him. He can't shake the idea that Kelly might have done it, but she was wiped out last night too. Meanwhile, Goliath and the rest are still dead asleep when he spots a weird creature lurking behind the basket, and when he asks who it is, the thing bolts in fear. The main character figures it's some tiny monster, but right then, slam, the slime rockets out from behind the basket and starts squeaking like crazy. He stares at it in stunned silence, and then it hits him. It's a slime, and since it looks so pathetic, everyone instantly labels it a weak monster, not knowing they're wildly wrong. Yeah, they're poisonous for a reason, dumb as rocks, so they swarm in a pack and try to dissolve, poison, or just trample the enemy flat, and he still remembers bolting from a whole crowd of slugs. He stares at the skinny slime, convinced it's nothing but pure hunger and one-track desire. Then the guy tells it to stay still, and the slime suddenly leaps at him, and Theo realizes it has just pounced on his ass. The protagonist freezes in shock as the slime rockets onto his hands, squeaking like it's thrilled to be there. Then he blurts, "Wait, what happened to you?" Seriously, he's never laid eyes on a slime this friendly, so is the local kind different from his at home? And the second he tries to talk, he's about to switch straight into taming mode. Theodore, he blurts it in his head to the slime, then asks its name, only for the slime to beam, "Nice to meet you," before sudden beeps cut everything off, and he realizes his thoughts are ridiculously hard to read. The slime blurts out his name and declares it's delicious, and the guy's brain jolts, like that sound just reminded him of who he is, so he has to lock in and concentrate fast. Then the main character hears it again. The slime hisses his name like a taunt and declares, right to his face, that he tastes delicious. The main character, frozen in shock, blurts out to the slime, "Do you want to eat me?" And the slime just squeaks back, like that's all it can say. Then the slime starts hopping sideways, snatching up the food at the same time, making the main character stare in shock as it closes in on the jar of medicine. The main character snaps back in shock at the bottle, blurts, "Did you clean these?" And the slime squeaks out an answer like it's trying to speak. The guy hears the slime's thoughts. It loves the smell, says it's ridiculously tasty, and then the main character gets a full-on déjà vu, remembering the exact same kind of moment with Vigilance. Theodore leans in and asks the slime if he liked the smell, because the mana's why right. The slime nods, convinced that since the scent's there, Theodore's got food waiting for them. He can't shake it, monsters always latch onto him, so is his mana basically a feast for them? The slime grins and says, "Yep," then begs him to feed it even more. The protagonist jabs his finger into the squishy slime, declares it'll only become his familiar, and the slime instantly agrees, leaving him stunned at how ridiculously easy it all was. Every single one of them is an adventurer, and to them, slime isn't cute at all. It's a snarling, starving nightmare, dangerous, hungry, pure evil. So tell me, will it help them or ruin them? The main character nods, already convinced there's no way this won't bring way more advantages. He tells the slime, "I cleaned the bottles and yeah, the floor too." Then he pauses like, "Is that what I'm supposed to do?" The slime squeaks back, the floor was gross. So he went right to it, wiped everything down, and now the whole place shines bright. He grumbles as he introduces 2 cleaning duty officers, already sick of scrubbing up every single day. He hurls the slime into the air, declares, "From today, your name is Pie, now you're cleaning," and Theo grins, having finally tamed the thing. Everybody gawks at the slime like it's adorable perfection, and the main character clocks it fast. Pie is already a total hit. Daybreak hits, birds wheel through the sky, and then 2 guys step outside, only to spot Victor standing there, perfectly calm like nothing happened. They ask if he's finally feeling better, because just yesterday, he couldn't even take a single step. The man credits it all to Theo's own merit, and everyone's shocked, like, how is he a jack of all trades? Then the second Theo hears about the mass poisoning, he can't stand aside, and that's exactly when he picks the wrong team. The guys stare at Kelly in shock, slime coating her shoulders, and one of them blurts, "We want that too, so what the hell is happening here?" With a grin, the main character declares, "This is Pie, he's here with us now, and no matter how you slice it, it's still slime." The entire company freezes in shock when a slime shows up, but the main character steps in and tells everyone, "Don't panic." He's already fought that slime back when he was in the heroes group. He went through enough nightmares to know this time will be totally fine. When the slime drains his mana, it also melts the tension out of his body, so he ends up getting better relief than the masseuse back in the capital, and the only thing still tight is his head. It's not even the massage he shoves over a whole stack of fresh, clean clothes, and Victor's jaw drops. Theo just laughs and says it looks like Victor doesn't mind dirt at all. Victor gushes that the slime's useful and says it's great to meet Pie. Then the slime suddenly launches at Victor and starts sucking him out. The plates stay empty and Victor cuts in. Since they already ate, it's time to talk about work for today. Then the main character realizes the massage hit him too. Victor tells them their work has basically shut down since yesterday, and everybody just sits there listening. Then one guy shoots his hand up and asks if he can say something about it. He says that yeah, a bunch of them have already fallen ill, but so far, everything's still running exactly like the plan, and they've pushed forward farther than anyone expected. And get this, they can even see it now. Theo has snapped a clear order right away. She's not going anywhere, she's staying put, and then she plants herself beside the wolves as the whole crew pushes deeper through the forest. Theo grins at his plot of land, practically buzzing with excitement, and tells Vigilance he can't wait to get started. because Bajaleev came all this way chasing freedom and independence after dreaming of this his whole life, and even though he expected it to be hard at first, he finally steadied his nerves. He's itching to see those lands ASAP, then everything snaps into shock when everyone blurts, "What is this?" The main character whips around, heart pounding, trying to piece together how it all happened so fast. Everyone starts demanding answers, then boom, holes rip open in the ground. The main character stares in shock as the fields are already wrecked, and Victor blurts out that this is some kind of horror. They scan the place like, "Wait, yesterday people were here, and today the ground is already blown full of craters." Then one of them reaches down and plants their hand right on the earth. Kelly drops to the ground and blurts that only a monster could have done this, no human in their right mind, leaving the protagonist stunned. She grips a tuft of wool and says, "At first glance it's just a chimera, nothing else," but before she can finish, the guy spots something and snaps, "Wait, hold on." The girl says it was probably a chimera, one of those monsters stitched together from parts of different animals. The guy's jaw drops as he blurts, "Wait, are you serious?" Everyone is stunned too, because a chimera just went and did this. He turns on Kelly and asks what that chimera is doing out here, and she snaps back that if you go by the hair it looks like her, only she has no idea why she's even here. Chimeras are brutal, multi-beast monsters fused into one terrifying body, and they don't just hit hard, they wield magic too, with strength that rivals dragons. And the craziest part, they're vicious and straight-up dangerous, because they never even considered there might be monsters even stronger than that bear lurking here. They all agreed on one terrifying truth: she could strike again, so they had to find her and end her, yet she vanished clean, leaving zero traces, so how in the world were they supposed to track her down? The protagonist leans in and asks Spigaliaf if he can track her by scent, and Spigaliaf nods, saying he definitely can. Vigilance lunges toward the chimera's trail, jabs to the side and tells him, "Go there." The main character gets it instantly, this isn't some quick detour. The slang swears it spots a tough dude ahead, then it abruptly slips off the guy's shoulder, and his eyes go wide in pure shock. The slime bursts into motion, skitters off like it's terrified, and the main character rockets after it, yelling "Stop," but what hits him right then makes no sense at all. Pai leans in and tells the main character, "I can feel the mana in you, and it's everywhere," and the guy can't even hide how shocked he is. Victor leans in and asks the guy what's wrong with Pai, and the guy snaps back that it looks like he's finally stumbled onto the one who wiped out the fields. The protagonist replays the slime's words in his head, and when he feels the mana, and even the massage effect matches it, he realizes something wild. He can actually catch the faintest glimmer of mana. Theo grins and declares he'll hunt down a chimera. Then the man snaps back that it's deadly and makes Theo bring at least a couple more people, because Theo shoots back that when you're facing a dangerous monster, the fewer people you have, the more danger you're stepping into. He's not trying to die there on purpose. If he even smells danger, he bolts right away, and on top of that, the Goliath is right there with him. Victor clasps his hands tight and warns them to be careful. Then the protagonist with the Goliath strides forward. They march up to the cave, and the protagonist's gut drops. These aren't the fields anymore, yet the mana is identical, streaming right out of that cave like it owns the air. He can't stand any of this. Slipping into an unknown enemy's lair feels like signing his own death warrant, and that thought hits him hard. Suddenly he snaps to attention, senses something off, and whips his head around. Then Vigilance barrels in and asks Theo what's wrong, and the man tells them flat out, "There's someone else here." But who else could be lurking there? That thing looks exactly like the creature they already faced. He swears it's just his imagination, until he realizes he has to turn back. Vigilance leans in and tells Theodore, "I smell blood, someone's out there screaming for help." With a lantern blazing in his hands, the main character strides into the cave, warning Vigilance to let him lead, since he's going to push the light forward, so Vigilance should just follow close and watch every step. He's freaking out and someone's already shouting for help, so they burst into a room, stare forward, and freeze in astonishment. They slam to a stop beside a massive, sick boar, its body heaving as it breathes out ragged breaths. The main character clocks that it's supposed to look like a demonic boar, but something about it still feels off, wrong in a way he can't ignore. This boar is riddled with brutal wounds, and then, out of nowhere, he glares at them with pure fury, snarling through the pain while the main character steps in and begs him to calm down. The guy rushes inside your space and then blurts out an apology for barging in, begging you not to take it as an attack, because if you don't see him as a threat, he won't come swinging. Theo asks if he can treat his wound. Then, out of nowhere, something shows up right behind them. Out of nowhere, a man lunges in, swinging his sword straight at the protagonist, and screams that he must not touch the boar. Vigilance barely shoves Theo out of the strike in time. The main character can't believe the pure, deadly precision of that sword work, because Bajeleaf's there, and suddenly he knows for sure. This isn't just skill, it's a real person behind it. Theo realizes they're not alone here, and just like that, the girl suddenly starts to feel sick. A guy lunges in and snags the falling girl just in time, then demands if she's okay, only to realize she's burning up with a fever. The girl blurts out, "Are you Theo?" And the main character's eyes lock on Giselle. She smiles like she's been waiting for this moment. He reels back the memories of everything they lived through and asks the stunned girl why she's even here. She just smiles at him like she's been waiting all along. She rises, drops the truth on him, says he hasn't changed, and then laughs like she already knew he'd freeze. Theo finally clicks, and he realizes she's Giselle Lulitz. That girl, our hero who saved humanity, finally meets him and blurted out like it's been a lifetime. But the second she speaks, nausea hits, and he rushes in, begging her not to push herself. Then he grills her about whether she ate something again and got poisoned, and Giselle snaps back, asking who the heck he thinks she is. Lately, she's been chewing only red berries, so the guy clocks it, and when the girl asks him, he can't help but try to flash her at least a smile. He lets out a heavy sigh and tells her, "I've got a million questions for you, but first." He demands to know why she tried to kill him, and she freezes in shock before confessing she only thought Borber had been attacked. Then he presses again for her name. The guy points at Giselle and asks if she means this boar. Then Giselle snaps back, "No way, it's not a boar, it's a chimera." The protagonist tells her she looks nothing like what he pictured in his head, and Giselle smirks. She's a chimera, but not like the ones they'd seen before. Theo can't see the logic, huh? Fine, if Giselle says that's the truth, then that's exactly how it goes. Because in the end, the gods don't just create asterisk heroes. They asterisk select asterisk them, hand them the reins, and give them powers and insight no normal mortal can even dream of. He figures the boar isn't a danger to anyone, so it needs to be checked out, while the girl snaps, "Are you even listening to me?" The guy blurts out an apology, and the girl admits she really wants him to help Borber first. Then he tells her heart's in the right place. She's in terrible shape, so let her heal herself first. Then the girl snaps in a fit of rage and demands help now. Or else that baby's gonna be scared and worried, right there beside the big boar. A tiny one squeals out pitiful little grunts. He locks eyes with her and thinks, so this is what our hero is like, pure kindness, the kind that always puts everyone else before himself. Then the main character tells everyone Borber will live, says it like a promise. He helped Giselle, then still made sure she got the best rest possible, and the girl turns around and thanks him, grateful down to her bones. She tells him he's amazing like always, and after that first sip she finally feels way better, so he snaps at her to stop the praise, because she's the hero, not him, and she could have healed herself. The girl asks the guy who he's pointing at, Goliath, the evil, and he blurts to Theo that she attacked them. Rage boiled in his veins, could he even strike her too? The guy sees his confusion and tells him to freeze, because she isn't their enemy. She finally puts it together, his name is Goliath, and when he shows up like a real living dragon, she's seeing it for the very first time. She calls him cute, and boom, now he's not a cute hippopotamus anymore, he's a cute dragon. Goliath skips up to her and wraps her in a hug, and the guy instantly realizes he changed his mind way faster than he expected, so now he's got a couple questions for Giselle like, seriously, is he a dragon? First, they have to sprint back to camp, because the others are worried sick about them. Every single one of them stared at the fair-haired guy who'd said something earlier, stunned and confused all at once. Giselle strides in smiling, greets everyone loud and clear, and flashes a bold hand gesture, while the whole crowd stares in shock, with Theo and Begalia trailing right behind her. Victor stops her in her tracks and demands, "What did you just forget here?" Giselle admits they haven't seen each other in ages, and while he starts off calm, he quickly pushes right back to that burning question. He whips around to Theo and demands, "Can you explain it?" And the guy just shrugs, like he's desperate to know the answer himself. Theo demands how she ended up here, and Giselle answers that, just like everyone else, she joined an expedition, then asked a friend to drop her off. He presses whether they know him, and it clicks. They're the very crew that sailed in on a tiny boat. The main character finally realizes he never was in that cave, so where in the world is her friend now? Victor explodes, shouting that this isn't funny anymore. They press her for details about what she does in the capital, because the hero only showers glory on brave fighters and personally takes the king's secret missions. The girl grins and asks about his job, blurts the news she was fired, and the shock hits Victor so hard that he loses consciousness. Theo shrieks that Victor just passed out again, and they demand he wake up, because he can't afford to stay down after just recovering, not when they've got to treat him all over again. Meanwhile, the main character and Giselle are already heading to where they need to go. She says she can't just blurt the truth as it is anymore, If she wants this to never happen again, she has to change things, so Victor lies down and recovers. The girl whirls around in pure shock and blurts out to Theo, "Did you really do all this?" Then he starts explaining how the well works. The guy glares at the girl with dead-eyed gloom and demands she explain herself first, then he scares her. So yeah, what does it even change if she's here? He'd hated working in the kingdom too, and that's why Theo was honestly shocked. 10 years after she finally crushed the demon lord, Giselle was drowning in hero duties, and the whole world adored her, like they couldn't get enough of her. She kept grumbling about her new duties, and Theo leaned in like, "So you mean me giving speeches at ceremonies too?" The girl nodded, because yeah, that's exactly the fun little assignment she was talking about. She would gush about it to Lilia all the time, and that's when a killer plan finally clicked, because yeah, the guy still remembers Lilia, the sorceress from the hero's crew. The girl shoved a stack of papers into his hands and demanded he rush them straight to the royal castle. Giselle leaned in and asked if those were her reports. Lilia nodded fast. Then Giselle wondered why her name was all over them, and Lilia just went pale, insisting she didn't remember writing a single thing like that. Lilia rips into the kingdom's problems: slow sewage maintenance, a healthcare sector stuck in stagnation, and lists every single fix that has to happen, point by point. She tells him that when she hauls all of this to the king, the whole castle is going to erupt in pure chaos. The protagonist is stunned. Giselle never craved fame or glory, so after the war, when she realized her job wasn't giving her adventure, she just couldn't stand it. Still, everyone just used her. She was the people's savior, and she could even show her anger, but what happens when that "what if" finally hits? If Giselle wades into politics, the king reads her reports with his jaw dropped, and she grins and tells him everyone was terrified out of their minds, because she had the time of her life. The guy finally clocks it. Giselle is way more famous than the king, and once the higher-ups catch on, they panic, call it too dangerous to keep her in the kingdom, and kick her out of the castle. So she threw herself back into adventuring, and the girl grinned, saying she felt right again the second she stepped back into it. After she thanked Lilia, she bursts into a giggle and says she suddenly remembered he'd vanished for an unknown continent. Honestly, Giselle figured the moment he laid eyes on her, he'd be hit with pure shock, because he'd get it, she was giving him exactly what she wanted. She swears this is exactly it, tells him to show her the surroundings, but first, Theo leans in and demands to know what she's really doing here. And then she asks the scary question, who actually hurt Boa Boa, because the girl has no idea and she doesn't even know whether he's alone. Theo snaps that there's nothing they can do, he's too huge to budge and the wound is too deep, so he won't risk disturbing him. Then he tells them he'll come back tomorrow and reminds everyone, this is where the kitchen is. The girl blurts an apology, saying she was selfish, but Balaboa really had her back. Then the guy presses the question again. She says the moment she got here, she went hunting for them right away, but she couldn't uncover a single clue. Giselle hunted for them everywhere, but hunger and exhaustion finally hit right when she met Boa Boa. The main character asks, "So you came at me, didn't you?" And the girl shakes her head. Turns out he wasn't a fighter at all. He was sweet, gentle, and genuinely kind. He even shared his food with her and stuck by her side for a couple of days. And now the main character is wondering if she could become his friend without those taming skills, telling her straight up that there are bads around here. The girl whispers that he got attacked last night, out of nowhere. Then he stumbles back to them, already bleeding badly. Then he dropped into sleep like a stone, and she dug into those red berries, because there was no way he could accept that anyone could even hurt him. So tell me, did she manage to spot who it was? She tells them the person behind this doesn't look like any monster or animal she's ever seen before. From far away, he looks like a hulking bear, and a foul miasma pours off him, but step closer and you'll see it. He's way more human than beast. And his aura is downright terrifying, so when the protagonist spots that creature matches the one he fought just recently, shock hits him like a punch. The protagonist leans in and asks the girl if the creature looks like him. Then he shows her what it looked like, and she snaps back that it was him. He's just like the main character always remembered, so he fires off a question, asking her what happened after he bolted away. Giselle tells him she killed him, or that she really shouldn't have, and the guy's left gaping at how insanely easy it all was for her. The guy tells him he could only beat him because Goliath stepped in. Then Theo realizes she's the real hero with serious power, and the girl blurts out an apology. Giselle says she's already in Boa Boa's debt, and that she still has to rip revenge out of that creature, no matter what. She was fuming with rage, sword in hand, and she hacked into the creature right beside her, plus she swore it had these massive horns. And yeah, it wasn't anything like the one the main character finally took down. But because they're from that specific species, their very presence is a nightmare and a massive threat to everyone. He realizes there are way too many of them, so how is he even supposed to fight back? And the girl gasps, stunned by something beautiful. She stands on a cliff, stares down at the pond, and watches the sunset bleed across the horizon, so breathtaking it leaves her speechless. Giselle blurts that she hasn't seen scenery this breathtaking in 10 years, and the main character can't help but think she's just being dramatic. But the girl shakes her head, because they've all seen those views together before, and that hits her with memories she can't shake. And that girl has no memories left that matter, because that one perfect time is all she ever clings to, replaying every single friend in her mind. 10 years have slammed by since that day. Back then she was just 14, not even aware something was different about her, and now everything has turned out exactly the way it was destined to. She can't shake the feeling that this is even more disturbing than it seems, because once that moment happened. One day, she ran into an enemy so brutal she couldn't even stand against them, so what was she supposed to do next? The girl suddenly went quiet, and the guy snapped his eyes to her, wrenching her back to the moment. He held out 2 mugs and asked what was wrong, wondering if she'd retreated into herself again. Giselle tells him, "My turn, go rest now," but the guy shoots back, "No way, I don't want to sleep at all." The girl sits there like nothing's wrong, sipping from her mug with total calm. Then the main character steps in, makes the thing the guy created, and suddenly churns out a teddy bear that shocks the girl wide open. She snatches it in her hand, and the main character feels it, something S been gnawing at her lately. Giselle asks what's wrong, and he immediately decides to treat her like a kid. He leans in and snaps that she's still a kid, then adds that he's the oldest in their crew, yet he's got 0 real fighting skills, while she's only 14. And yeah, she's already been handed the job of saving the whole world, so there's no way she's about to dump every single responsibility on her own shoulders. There are limits she can't cross, but they can, so when they need help, it's not shameful to ask. After all, they're best friends and battle comrades, the main character and the girl clutching a teddy bear, both staring into the crackling fire like they're lost in thought. Giselle leans in and tells him that ever since, she's believed she could never measure up to him. Then Theo's like, "Wait, did I really say that?" She says he always had her back in everything. He'd do anything for her except fight, and now she's grown up and become way more useful than before. She wished she'd blurted it out sooner, because the moment she heard she was going on that trip, shame hit hard for being honest, and deep down she just wanted to go with him. The girl blurts that she wants another adventure with him, at least as long as he doesn't get sick of her. He tells her we're still friends, and then he blurs with excitement, basically strobing with gratitude as he thanks her for showing up. The hero steps into the protagonist's group, and as Giselle springs to her feet, she grins and lifts a greeting gesture like she's already welcomed them. Out of nowhere, the main character blurts out, "Wait, do you remember that sailor?" And when the girl freezes, the guy jumps in. She said her friend dropped her off with a ride. Theo leans in and asks Giselle if she sailed over to the new continent, because this place is deadly and she can't stay alone. Giselle fires back, asking whether he told her the sailor's story. She grills the guy about what he said. Did she not already claim it wasn't a human who helped her? And then a flying dragon crashes into the sky, landing right in front of them. Victor beams at the reception they gave Giselle, mug clutched in his hand, and you can tell she never saw a hero waiting for her out in these wild lands. She couldn't even dream it. Everyone snaps to attention and demands to know who's up next. Ouroboros, maybe, and the main character rushes in to calm them before panic takes over. The hero tells them don't forget what matters most. Then right in front of their eyes, a dragon drops in, and they stare it down in stunned silence. Victor blurts out, "Wait, can I explain what that giant dragon is doing here?" And when he asks if Victor wants him to go down again, the guy looks just as shocked as the rest of them. The protagonist insists it's a heavenly dragon, but refuses to name it, because it doesn't ring any bells like a familiar. Honestly, he's one of their old buddies, and they're quick to say they share the same thing, so who else could it be? Giselle grins and declares, "Of course it's mine." They crossed paths about 10 years ago, back when they went on a mission to wipe out the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's castle sat dead center in a choking poisonous swamp. One drop was unbearable, no one could last there, and the place was packed wall-to-wall with demons. And then there was this dragon tribe that didn't care one bit about whether people, or demons, lived or died. Their only shot at reaching the castle was to beg for help, and everyone was blown away that they'd actually risked using dragons as their carriers. The protagonist tries to report it, but it's not easy, because the girl just beams behind him, and everyone assumes the hero is terrified, even though this whole situation is the kind that gets any other group wiped out. Theo says that's how they recognize this sky dragon. He never expected it to streak through the air like that for this long. The guy checks in with the dragon, asking if he's really okay since he's so far from home, and the dragon only growls back, sending everyone into total confusion, while he just watches, unfazed. He tells me that when he actually thinks back, he realized he felt that terrifying presence before, and yeah, they were acting recklessly for real. Victor fires a question at Giselle. How did she get the dragon to help? And the guy just leans in like, yeah, I'd love to know that too. She's got zero taming skills, so how in the world did the heavenly dragon drag her here? The girl's spiraling, wondering what she's even supposed to say. She says she was just kicking back in his nest, badgering him again and again until he finally caved, and she can still remember exactly how it felt. Everyone knows she'd have died 10 times over. Unless you ask nicely, then she'll listen for real, and the guy just says it plain. Giselle's always been bold and in your face, and yeah, that's a solid trait. But she didn't push him at all, because that guy totally felt the same thing she did. He reckons the dragon wants to see her kick into action one more time, and the main character finally gets exactly what he means. He realizes the air is getting more and more restless, like this place is shrinking around him, and then the dragon erupts with a roar. People just shrug, thinking he's carefree. Theo tells the dragon it doesn't have to stay, and right then a sudden wind howls up, then the dragon shoots into the sky. Everyone can't stop talking about it. Theo keeps blowing them away day after day, and Theo and Shiro are staring at him like, how is he doing this? The two of them dig in, chewing while their minds spin. Giselle's been acting way too close to Theo. Shiro finally leans in and asks, is she sad? The girl clenches her jaw and snaps, I'm not sad, even as she remembers how he stroked her head. Then she glares, drives her fork into the plate, and finally digs into the food. Theo is stunned, and she bursts into a grin as she shows the protagonist that she finally knows how to use a fork. She clocks that he's smiling with Giselle, then goes quiet, and before she can blink, he turns to her and demands, what's wrong? Theo refuses to say a word, stays stone silent, and then they finally head home, only for morning to roll in right after. The protagonist jolts awake, totally baffled by what's happening, then finds Shiro, Theo, a bunch of wolf cubs, and Goliath piled on top of him. Giselle grins, wishes him a good morning, and asks how he slept. He shrugs and says it was just so-so, because the only thing he dreamed was being crushed under a boulder. They spot Theo covered in fur, and Theo instantly nods like, yeah, that's me. Goliath, though, he's bone smooth, not a hair out of place. The girl snaps back, that's not fair. He has all the fur, so what am I supposed to do, to sleep like that? Giselle pressed him for answers, and he snapped back that things are different now, so they've got to set boundaries first. Then, just maybe, could she watch over them just? The wolf cubs pounce on the girl, and it feels like they'll never let up. She's gasping for air, and she finally yells at the guy, begging him to help. Here's the deal, Giselle can charm her way into anyone's group in seconds, and nobody ever got to worry she won't fit in. Out of nowhere, Theo barges up to the guy, clutching his hand, staring at the ground like she's nervous as hell. Then she blurts, what happened? She says absolutely nothing, and Theo clocks it instantly. When people claim nothing happened, it's usually because they're panicking over something big. The main character fires off a question, Curry, can you come with me? And once he says he's going to check on Boa, Curry realizes the truth. She's looking at a chimera. She says he doesn't even need a whole new species. She just has to properly examine this sample, and the guy chimes in, warning her he's injured, so she'd better take care. So the main character turns to Giselle and begs her to stay in the camp, and Giselle is completely stunned. She's furious because she wants to hit Boa just as badly. Then he tells her to stand, but she has to rest since the poison's wrecking her. Giselle's hotel life is still a mess. She's healing, but she can't manage to get around. He asked her and her whole family to take care of her while he was gone. Theo laid out exactly what he wanted from her and made it crystal clear she wouldn't be forced to do a thing. Theo snapped out a sharp yes the second it came up, like she couldn't hold it in. Encouraged, Theo told her she could care. Stalking through the forest, Kari pressed him, are you sure about this? And he shuddered, then doubled down with the same question. Meanwhile, Kari clocked Theo's suspicious twitch, and without a word he ditched them both, leaving Kari and Giselle alone. She said Theo was so riddled with anxiety, he moved like a dead man walking, a living corpse, and Theo swore he wasn't like that, but she kept insisting he was. He leaned in and told her, this wasn't my idea, Shiro came up with it. Theo has to figure out who she truly is, and only she can dig up the answer from within. Theo stood there, stunned and downcast, back to Giselle, then twisted around and stared at her with sharp, curious interest. She had no clue what she was supposed to do. She'd promised she'd take care of it, but then the real question hit, what happens next? Theo hurried along and told her, I'll show you the village, but Giselle cut him off fast, saying Theo had already showed her the red yesterday, right as she stopped dead in her tracks. She felt totally lost, clinging to not knowing what to do, until her brother snapped her attention and told her he finally knew exactly what was making her worry. She's terrified Theo might disappear on her and leave her behind. She's terrified she'll lose her family all over again. Giselle urged Theo to take a seat and talk it out. She leaned in and asked, "So what do you want to talk about?" She flashed a sweet smile and offered to talk to Theo. Perched on a tree stump, Giselle started telling Theo's origin, spinning a wild tale that hinted she'd met him long before he was even born. She replayed those brutal missions in her head, where the team got blindsided by threats and chaos, and she swore that when things got terrifying, Theo always showed up, steady as a rock, working smart under pressure, solving the mess as it came, and lifting everyone around him. Giselle jabbed a trembling finger toward a far-off mountain. There, a majestic heavenly dragon blazed in the light, threw its massive wings wide, sat tall on the peak, and stared straight up at the sky. She leaned in and told me about the Dragon King, stronger than any dragon of his kind. When Theo leaned forward with that excited glow, it sounded like he'd finally tamed the Dragon King. Giselle grinned and told him, "You actually made friends with the dragon." Most of the dragons couldn't wait to see what Theo could do, so he'd finally step up and show off his sick skills. The entire team stood there, battle-ready, eyes locked on the dragons. Theo dropped into his seat and blared that he didn't want to fight them. He didn't want any bad blood between them. He summoned the dragons for a negotiation and demanded they keep their temper in check. For 3 days and 3 nights, he pleaded to the Dragon King, begging for help as he told the king about the demons ruining people's lives and swore dragons would live better in the future. After non-stop convincing, the Dragon King finally caved and agreed to help himself, then bowed and thanked the adventurers. Theo sat there stunned and grinning at the story, but then she turned to say, like it was the most incredible thing ever, that Theo was amazing, and Giselle nodded right along. Theo sank into sadness because she had no idea about those details. Curling her legs under herself, she told him it would be better if he came home. Giselle spun toward Theo and demanded, "So, what do you really think of me?" She lifted her chin and told him with real warmth that he was incredibly kind. Giselle flashed a bright smile and boldly confirmed everything she'd said to Theo. Giselle kept spinning the tale, and honestly you could feel it. If they'd tried, their road would have been way easier. If Theo tried to tame the dragon with brute force instead of talking it down, one thing stays true: he never tames a thing without permission. Giselle tells herself he's kind, just like Theo, and she's certain he'll always hear her out and stand by her. She caught on that Theo, the same one, could tame anything, and that thought made Theo shudder like it hit his bones. And she smugly decided that Shiro was her familiar at last. Theo clapped him on the back and blurted, "I've never seen a tamer like you. Your talent is unreal." He didn't really know much about it, but he still stepped up to teach Phil how to tame them and use them the right way, so she'd never end up in a deadly situation. He saw her like a daughter, and that's why worry gnawed at him. Then Theo lit up with a bright smile at those words. Balanced on Goliath, they tore through the forest, chatting about how Bulaboa was totally fine. Theo nodded along like, "Yeah, that's exactly how it should be." Curry clutched her notebook, scribbled everything down, grinned at what she found, and couldn't wait to spill it all when she got back. She clocked that Theo looked even worse, and he shot back like he didn't understand a word she was saying. She tried to lift his spirits, swearing that Theo and Giselle would be okay, because those two were too smart to fall apart. Theo blinked in shock. She knew her, and when she admitted she only knew a little, the very next second she gasped, whipped around, and pointed straight ahead. Out on the horizon, wooden houses slowly started to rise into view, sharp roofs slicing the sky, so it hit them. They were heading back to the familiar village. They kept going, then screeched to a stop, because right in front of them was a beautiful picture that stole the show. Giselle and Theo played with and petted the wolf cubs, glowing from pure joy, and Curry had to admit he was worried for nothing. Phil snapped his head up and spotted Theo, then shouted, "Theo." As she sprinted toward him, he couldn't hold back. Pure joy surged through him because they were doing great and laughing the whole time. He was over the moon that they'd finally become friends, and they flashed huge grins as they nodded right along with him. Giselle wanted to talk to him, but Theo just didn't get her, so she lowered her head, crushed and lost in thought, and one question kept clawing at her. She couldn't shake the fear that one day he'd stop being hers. Still stuck in hesitation, she blurted out, loud and clear, that she ate using a fork. Hearing herself, she went stone still, dropped her gaze, and huffed out an annoyed sigh. In the very next second, Theo shot his hands out and scooped her up before she even had time to react. She was totally caught off guard. He hoisted her even higher and pressed for another answer, then burst into proud, joyful bragging. Still cradled in his arms, tears streaming down her face, she sobbed, begging him, loud and desperate, not to go. He flashed that wide, gentle grin and shot down the idea like, no way, wouldn't do that. His whole space felt warm and steady, and when he spoke, his voice was soft but rock-solid confident. Phil stared at him, tears spilling down her face, and he swore, straight to her, that he'd never hurt his family like that. The next second, she latched onto him and burst into loud sobs, and he crushed her to his chest, holding her tight. He crushed her into his arms, holding her steady as the tears finally broke loose, and he murmured comfort in her ear, telling her it would all be okay and that she wasn't alone, while his friends leaned in with soft smiles, clearly moved by how real and heartfelt his care was. Curry stood at the board, sketched the beast in front of everyone, then leaned in and told the room how he and the others went to hunt the chimera. The beast they spotted looked like a giant boar at first, but the truth hit like a shock because it wasn't a boar at all. Everyone leaned in, hanging on her every word. Then the questions started pouring in, and she answered them one by one without missing a beat. She kicked off the explanation. A chimera is a stitched-together monster, part beast, part myth, its body like a boar, but its skin packed with fur from some other creature. Theo steeled himself and thought, they're back at the chimera lair, good, call the meeting. Everyone needs the full update right now. Victor, who'd been at that meeting, lined in and grilled Curry with one huge question. Were the Bulaboas actually dangerous to them? She just told them, don't worry, and when she finally got there, the chimeras treated her like she belonged, kind to her even though she was a total stranger. Even though Boa Boa is Theo's familiar, he somehow reads him perfectly. Theo shut down everyone's doubts when he confirmed Curry's words right there in front of all of them. With a heavy exhale, the resident finally relaxed and flashed a grin, sure as anything they weren't facing danger. Then he blurted that the chimera was already here, right in front of him, and when Curry heard it, she screamed, and the whole room erupted into laughter. Boa Boa locks eyes with Theo and blurts out, do you need anything? Theo breaks down exactly what the chimera is cooking, and Curry stares at him, stunned, because that beast is way too responsible for something that terrifying. The man demands what they're supposed to do with those, and Theo wastes no time. He decides to dig up answers about the nearby caves. Boa Boa spun toward Theo and asked him what was going on, and he snapped back that everything was totally fine, nothing to worry about. The man fires off, what just happened, and Theo snaps his gaze to check something from his lair. Turns out it wasn't a ghost at all, because Boa Boa himself crawled out of the craters and hit the battlefield. Turns out the animal just couldn't resist the juicy, high-quality land, and it had no intention of ruining it. Boa Boa was shocked to be alive, grateful to the bone for being saved, and he swore he'd repay that kindness, at least by stepping in and helping out on the field. Theo snatched up the beast's application for the field, then went straight to the boss of it to hear what he really thought, only to catch the young guy in charge totally off guard when Theo walked up and spoke to him. Then he asked if that guy was helping rebuild the field, and after a beat the boss nodded like, more help can't hurt, but there's no way Boa Boa can actually take that equipment and use it. Fia stared the chimera down, then checked its hooves, and told the boy straight up that the beast couldn't use that equipment. Giselle and Theo locked eyes for a split second, then both knew exactly what the other was thinking. Then he admitted, maybe I'll show up after all, and snapped that they had to race to the field right now. Theo finally stepped onto the field, and the resident wiped the sweat off his face, stared at him, and demanded what he wanted. Then he grumbled that they were still working to restore it. So Theo jumped in and offered to help Boa Boa fix the field, and the moment he spoke, the guy whipped around at the beast, shock hitting hard because he couldn't believe any of it. The tamer couldn't take it anymore, so he decided to dig up how they were restoring the field, and the villager started to ponder, like the answer was right on the edge of his mind. The guy stared at Theo, then said how they break down the soil, process it, make beds and plant the seeds, while Theo gripped a hoe and turned to Giselle. He shoved a hoe into her hands and told her to break up the hard soil, just that, nothing more, and the job was done. She snatched the hoe from Theo's hands, grinned wide, and jumped in to help. The girl demanded every worker back to a safe distance. Across the field, she waved off a young guy too, and he immediately backed up a step. Giselle adjusted herself, clutched the instrument tight, and locked in with total confidence, eyes sharp, focus unshakable, ready to make it count. She snapped her swing with everything she had, screamed mid-motion, and slammed into the ground. The moment the hoe bit into the ground, the swing detonated with a brutal shockwave, blasting the earth outward in every direction like it had been ripped open. Nearly everyone there went silent, stunned by her totally unexpected reception and the sheer force of her strike. A thunderous blast ripped through the forest like something detonated, and the impact hurled a towering wave straight up into the air. The boy stumbled, snapped back in shock, and stared at what Giselle had done. Furrows from her blow cut into the ground right in front of him, and he couldn't even wrap his head around it. She spun toward Theo and asked what he thought of her work, and he lit up, praising it to the skies and thanking her for every ounce of effort she poured into it. The villager dropped to his knees and pressed his palm to the earth, stunned by how soft it felt, and how the first step happened so fast it was over in a blink. Theo grinned, thinking, sure, it's a little rough, but it's still fast enough. Theo whipped around, grinning at the crowd, and Bella Boa loomed behind him with a fierce stare, ready to do his job. He marched up to Victor and asked about the field equipment, and Victor gave a quick nod and a ready yes, but the resident caught wind of it and still couldn't quite figure out what those items were even for. The tamer stretched out his hands toward the gear and grinned like, I need you for materials, and the man stared back with wide, confused eyes, totally lost on what he meant. He mentally pictured the whole adaptation process, and then, like magic, a bright light flared around the objects. While he focused on building the device for the field, he promised he'd put everything back exactly where it belonged, and the resident just watched with growing interest. No panic, no fear, not a single worry about the tools. He kept hammering away at the device, snapping each piece into place and testing every part like his life depended on it, while the man beside him stared nonstop, eyes locked on every move. Still, deep down, the unease crawled in. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had no clue what Theo was really building, or what it was meant to do when it finally came to life. A giant plow machine just exploded onto the battlefield, massive enough to swallow almost the whole area, and Boa Boa strapped it on like a wild harness, so huge and unstoppable it looked like the entire field got blanketed under it. The stunned villagers gawked at the cattle cart, their jaws dropping again and again, and then the man finally got it. This is the exact device Theo was building. Theo shut down everyone's doubts. This device can handle big cattle, it's made to plow and level the land, and there's just one problem: it eats a ton of wood. He told me he was born in a land where farming thrived, where farmers worked the fields every day with mules, dragging simple tools that could plow and level the soil just right, and that childhood know-how made him realize one thing. If you want real results, you need equipment that's strong and dependable, so he built this massive machine. He strode up to Bolus and broke down exactly how the device works. Just strap it on the animal and take a short walk for it to do its thing. In the next heartbeat, everyone nearby stared at Theo's work with pure awe, and Theo couldn't stop smiling, feeling proud of every last detail. Staring at the carefully tilled fields, the residents couldn't believe how tough those animals were, watching the massive machine leave the ground perfectly level, row after row, smooth as glass, felt like witnessing real professionals at work. The resident strode up to the hero, still reeling, because seeing a chimera and the hero working side by side in his own homeland looked downright hilarious, and that wild sight left everyone stunned. Giselle shouted to the man, but his words left her utterly clueless. She smiled, spoke straight from the heart, and said she'd rather take the world's bravest route, feeding people in a way that feels heroic, not just helpful, and helping others like that is an honor she carries with pride. Curry watched it all unfold and snapped, wait, how did they pull off this much work in so little time? Nobody normal could have done this. Suddenly, Theo burst out of nowhere behind her dog, grinning. She jolted in shock, and that guy right then flat out didn't believe a word she said. While Giselle leaned in, eyes locked on the seeds in the bags, the guy hurriedly told Curry, this isn't finished yet, what you're seeing is only step one. Giselle and Boa Boa have only plowed and leveled the land so far, and now comes the next mission: clearing everything and planting those seeds straight into the ground. As they argued about how rough handling of the soil could ruin everything, and even mess up where the seeds could go, shouts suddenly erupted from behind, and Giselle, while inspecting the seeds, accidentally wrecked a bunch she was told not to touch. Giselle laid out a crystal-clear example of what brute force would look like, and the girl finally got what Theo meant. She realized everyone was ready to step in, help out, and contribute. Curry cheered his smart move and the job he pulled off, and honestly, rebuilding the field like that is both lightning fast and super efficient. The field reeked of chimera, and that stench would scare off anything else from showing up. She's blown away, betting Theo even planned for it, but he just grins awkwardly. Once the job was finished, Theo thanked Boable for the work, and the beast exhaled in relief, proud as it could be. Victor strode up to Bolus Boa and poured out heartfelt thanks, praising the beast for the grueling work. It was a job well done, period. Theo turned to Victor, stunned that the man somehow stayed this polite all the time. And Bolus Boa spun toward Theo, and the two of them launched into a conversation Victor couldn't make heads or tails of. Theo repeated what the beast said. Everyone was worn out, and then he pushed the idea that they should head to the hot spring nearby. Boa Boa stepped in and promised to lead them straight to that spring's location, so they could dive in, swim hard, and finally kick back and relax. As soon as they reached the hot spring, pure excitement exploded on everyone's faces, and Kari couldn't believe it. It was right there, closer than she ever expected. Theo couldn't wrap his head around it. Why did Giselle and Curry agree to hit the springs? And even Victor threw a fit and stayed behind, claiming his work still wasn't finished. Curry rushed off to investigate, since hot springs are prime spots for animals to swarm, while Giselle shrugged and hopped straight in for a dip. Theodore plunged his hand into the steamy hot spring to judge the water, then immediately figured he'd have to report back to the village first. Suddenly, Giselle burst in front of Theo, naked, ready to test the waters, and Theo immediately snapped at her to get dressed. Curry burst out laughing because they'd all swum together before, and Theo just shrugged it off, dead set on claiming that those were the times. He even thought that would send the wrong message to Theo, and then, just like that, the girls kept calling him mommy. While Giselle was already half undressed, swaddled in a towel and warming up for her bath, Curry decided he couldn't just sit around. He had to dig up every detail about the hot spring, even the water temperature. He used forbidden magic to split the spring in half, girls on one side, him on the other. He jabbed his finger at the tiny structure he'd built, and yeah, it was a changing room. Curry insisted there was no time to build. She was already standing there in a towel, fully ready, so Theodore suddenly spun away and clapped both hands over his face, because that kind of behavior and the way the girls looked made him instantly uncomfortable. As they argued about what was going on, how this kind of thing had happened before, Giselle suddenly cannonballed into the water, blasting out a huge splash. Theodore flashed an awkward grin at Curry and said she thought like a real adventurer. He leaned into the rocks, half submerged in the steamy hot water, wearing a calm grin, while a towel rested on his head like he owned the moment. Across the divide, Theo nodded along with the girls, totally agreeing that nothing beats a steamy outdoor bath, and the girls practically lit up because he finally said it out loud. Splash, splash, those girls were making a racket, and Theo swore it was Theo, going full throttle in the water, but Curry snapped, annoyed out of her mind that it was Giselle showing off instead. Then she surged through the crawl fast, wearing a smug, satisfied grin. And besides the girl and Theo, chimeras were splashing around too. This spring was so huge anyone could swim in it, maybe even a sky dragon could squeeze in there. Curry was already dreaming. Next time they came back, why not invite a dragon to soak in the hot springs with them? Theo said that the spring was so enormous even Goliath could swim in it, and the camp bath was way too tiny for him. With a huge, satisfied grin, the tamer set out to check how Goliath was doing, and when he heard the response, he knew everything was perfect. Right after he finished bathing, the guy didn't recognize Theo at all. She was there with her hair down, glowing like a different person, and when he called out, she turned to him with a bright smile. He couldn't figure out why her hair suddenly looked so perfect, and then he reached out and caught a lock in his hand, silky, polished, pure aristocrat vibes, because normally her hair wasn't this well kept. The girls beamed with bright, upturned smiles, loving how he reacted, because he didn't have a clue who they were either. Their hair shined like costly, top-shelf silk, so neat and spotless it was almost unreal. Giselle took a slug's help to dry her hair, and Theo nearly choked. She got him instantly, even though she doesn't have any taming skill. Since Pip could boost monocirculation, her words meant magic for damaged hair, so even though Theo fought the doubt, he saw the truth with his own eyes, and that's why their hair looked so stunning. Meanwhile, Slime beamed like a proud artist. Pip's powers hit her too. She shoved out a slug, but Theo jerked back and flat-out refused, insisting he was totally fine, no help needed, just like this. She wouldn't back down. She kept pushing him to test what his slug familiar could do, and the girls all rallied around Curry, cheering like crazy. Theo barely got his words out when a slug smacked into his face, and he scrambled to yank it off, only for it to cling there like it had a death wish, gripping his head with zero mercy, while the girls leaned in, totally locked on to see how this would end. And now the whole group had these magnificent curls. Look at them, and it's like they're glowing with pure radiance. When the boys came back, the residents didn't recognize them, but they still lit up with joy because of the source. Suddenly, *achoo, a sweet little sneeze cut through the air, and there it was Theo. Theo was sprinting around with plates, getting breakfast ready, when a sudden sneeze ripped through the room, and panic hit him hard, wondering if Theo was really okay. 6 dogs sprinted up to her and immediately curled in close, and she couldn't help but sneeze from the cold, while Theo watched her surrounded by furry friends and felt his nerves melt, realizing she was finally warm, snug as if she was wrapped in 6 soft blankets. As evening crept in and the air turned sharp and chilly, he looked at Theo and demanded to know when the coldest time of the year was. She shot her hands up over her head like, "Look, this is how high the snow and drifts can stack," and Theo was blown away that there could be this much snow. He stood there lost in thought, like winter was looming, but the real problem was the work they still had to get done out in the open. They had to prep before the snow started falling, and honestly, now was the only time. While he mulled it over, a cheerful crew gathered behind him, chatting and laughing like they had no idea what was coming. In this company, the pointed-eared girl in her hood spun around and locked eyes with him, while her friends carried on chatting like nothing had happened. Theo strode into the wooden house, where Victor was chopping meat, and when Victor's visitor turned, Theo snapped, "So what are these covered passages all about?" Theo wanted to question him about it, but she stopped herself and went straight to see what he was up to. Victor grilled meat for the little ones, who stared at him with heartbreaking eyes as they pleaded for scraps of food, and Theo immediately apologized for not watching their meal. Victor didn't bat an eye. This felt like pure joy to him, because he knew they still had plenty of growing left to do, so he slid a plate of sliced meat into their hands. Theo couldn't believe his eyes. Victor, the one and only bloody wind, was actually cooking for the wolf cubs. Theo even bet his old adventure buddies would lose their minds seeing that. But Victor just threw back a laugh, saying his name couldn't hold a candle to Theo and the crew because they'd earned their results out there on the road. Because of the hero and their team, the war finally ended, demons fell hard, and their terrifying threat turned the group's actions into nothing short of salvation for everyone. Theo admitted it, demons were terrifyingly strong, and even Giselle had been shoved into danger more than once, which is exactly why most people fear them. After recalling the original question, they huddled up and started talking it through. Theo learned from Theo that winter means nonstop snow, so he pushed for simple covered walkways to keep everyone safe when the blizzards hit hard. He even pushed the idea of building a dining room so they wouldn't freeze in the winter, and Victor immediately nodded along. He pushed for a climatologist and a geologist to team up on a plan, and Theo lit up with joy, thanking him right away. They huddled over a map and grilled a climatologist and a geologist, chasing one burning question: where was the absolute best spot to build a canteen? When the job finally wrapped up, everyone exploded with relief and joy over how great it all turned out. The dining room was huge, and every last piece of furniture was already there, so during the meal, they didn't have to sweat the rain or the pounding wind anymore. Victor clocked it the instant Theo got lost in thought. His eyes sharpened, then drifted off like he was seeing something only he could. Victor moved in and leaned closer, curious as hell, and asked what happened. Right when that passage opens into a huge circle, rain will pour down and flood the center, Theo thought. To stop that nightmare, he built a drainage system that hauled the water away, and Victor nodded along, though he still couldn't wrap his head around what the real problem even was. Theo snapped his gaze upward, fear hitting him. What if the external drainage system failed? So he pushed for a test run, determined to see exactly how it worked. The sky stayed perfectly clear, no cloud in sight, and both of them figured, ever since the hero's crew arrived, the weather finally took a break. Then Victor threw out a grim thought. Maybe it wasn't that the skies were kind, maybe it was just that this time of year doesn't bring enough rain. And yeah, no one had the power to control any of it. Theo's mind snapped to it instantly. Maybe, just maybe, they could use magic to make it rain. Lily, one of the heroes on his team, can do exactly that. She can summon vicious winds and crackling lightning to blast back massive waves of enemies, Theo thought, even as doubt gnawed at him about whether she could really twist the weather like that. Victor blindsided Theo with a cold, negative answer, because in his eyes, Lilia is an absolute monster of a sorcerer. Climate control takes magic with rare, otherworldly power, and even Lilia can pull it off only because she's got exceptional, standout talent. No other mage could pull off feats like that. Theo could, and you could almost blame it on his old team, which somehow set his bar so high it became his personal yardstick. Victor remembered the old rumors. Some of the settlers could pull off that kind of magic, the kind that might even command the weather. Theo practically lit up with joy, but Victor cut in and shut it down. Oh, there's a problem, and the mage at the center of it bluntly declared they wanted zero contact with Theo, leaving Theo completely stunned. He couldn't figure out what he could do to this magician, or why the guy refused to deal with him, but Victor cut that off fast and told him, don't jump to conclusions. Victor figured if Giselle's here, then time's already moved on, and Theo just stared, still not getting how she even fit into that. Victor opened his mouth to explain when something suddenly shot through the air at them, then it zipped past and vanished at the last second, bounding off in different directions. Theo tore his mind apart trying to pinpoint where the attack was coming from, but the enemy never showed its face. Victor stood there silent and sharp-eyed, thinking hard. This wasn't a full-on attack, it was a warning. Don't ask why that mage refused to help or even reach out to him. Theo's gut screamed that he was being followed, and Victor confirmed it with a straight-up, yes. From the shadows, someone had been tailing him for ages too long, and Theo couldn't believe Victor hadn't warned him. He had no clue why someone was tailing him until he remembered Lilia. Some time back, she'd begged Victor to juggle the tasks and split the assignments so they'd never cross paths, and ever since that deal, they'd been trapped on the same ship. In a town this tiny, hiding things from Leo would trip her up fast. Victor wanted to confront her face to face, but Leo was already hunting him down, telling Victor, "Don't worry, I'll handle her myself." It's gotta be awkward as heck that she's been dodging him, so if she's got a real reason, Leo can't help it. He needs to talk to her and get to the bottom of it. Leo spotted the girl hiding in the bushes, crept toward her to talk, then right in that heartbeat she bolted like lightning, vanishing the moment he moved and sprinting the opposite way. After she did that, Theo froze in shock, convinced she hated him. Then Victor slid in behind him, ready to comfort him. Theo shot up, sprinted away screaming, yelling that she'd never beat him and that he wasn't underestimating. He was only 35. Victor didn't even get a chance to stop him. He just managed to blurt Theo's name. After a while, he crumpled to his knees, panted like his lungs were on fire, caught his breath, yet still couldn't bring her back. Theo sprinted onto the field, nodded at the workers, and grinned like he belonged there. Then he slowed down just long enough to be polite before his curiosity got the best of him, and he asked if anyone had come through. People closed in, firing questions, trying to pin down who he was hunting for, and he looked locked in and buzzing, until someone asked for details. Then he just stopped cold, panic detonated in his chest, and he realized he couldn't even remember her name. He finally clocked it. He should have asked Victor way earlier, even just her name, and he rushed to the crowd, apologizing and insisting he was trying to remember. Still, the room went dead silent because everyone was completely stunned. He desperately tried to recall everyone, because their party was packed with only male adventurers, so after counting them in his head, he had to figure out who was still missing, who he hadn't seen yet. Theo started rattling off every group and face he'd met lately in his head, from comrades to casual acquaintances, anyone who might know magic or the elements, until one name locked in crystal clear: Arya. Once they heard her name, they shot back, "She's out in the field." Theo snapped he remembered her from Kalili's port, right before the sailing. Back then she'd felt like background noise, a casual acquaintance that just drifted past him, but now everything screamed meaning. Her face, her vibe, the way she spoke, those tiny details suddenly surged back into place. Adventurer Arya somehow. They still hadn't crossed paths since she met him in the port city of Kalil, so he prowled the whole area, asking everyone he could find, even the animals, if they'd seen her. Victor staggered under the logs on his shoulders, spotted Theo, and blurted, "Did you finally catch up with her?" He stared at Theo with sharp focus, and the second he did, he clocked it. His friend looked drained, worn out, completely spent. The messy hair and that leaf stuck in place screamed that he'd failed the job right away. Victor figured that after raising those new buildings and finishing most of the work, Theo was just worn out, and he decided to give him a breather, even if it was only for a bit. Victor pushed him to rest, admitting he knew Theo wasn't happy about being brushed off and treated like that, but Theo shot his words down. Theo finally cracked and opened up to him, pouring out everything, his real thoughts, how it felt the moment he showed up here, and how his days instantly turned interesting. It wasn't a smooth ride at all, but somehow they still snagged new friends and picked up fresh lessons. He hadn't had adventures like this in ages. And while Theo was chatting with Victor, a girl perched up in the tree, staring and listening like every word mattered. But just standing there made her fight to stay invisible, and he hated the fact that she had to dodge him, because he genuinely couldn't stand the idea. He wanted every adventurer to show up here, kick back, and savor each day like it was a celebration with their friends. Theo stretched out and refused to slow down, even as exhaustion nipped at his heels. Traveling with Giselle and her crew was way more brutal than this. Even then, with everything stacked against them, he swears that when they push through those rough moments, it always pays off later, because you'll end up smiling. Arya perched on a tall tree branch, eyes locked on every word Theo and Victor tossed back and forth, her whole body taut, and a magic wand clenched tight in her fist. Victor stared at Theo, trying to figure out who he even was and why his words mattered to this mystery, yet his question died before it could get answered. Just then, Theo snapped with a sudden cry, and Victor's eyes snapped to the horizon as storm clouds rolled in fast, like trouble had a schedule. Victor clocked it. Yeah, their real mission was still to make it rain, and Theo's face tightened as he realized if they didn't pull it off now, they'd have to chase it later. But the sky looked weird, like those clouds weren't just drifting, they were locked in, staring straight ahead. It looked like they were hanging just above the base. Then Theo whipped his head around and spotted a silhouette on the roof, and yeah, he already knew exactly who it was. Arya planted her feet on the top of a towering building, breathed in, and whispered a spell so calm and fierce it slid through the air like a blade, cutting right across space and time. Right then, the first raindrops started hammering down from the sky, small at first, then quickly swelling into a brutal downpour, while Victor and Theo just stared in awe as water streamed over their faces and soaked their clothes, like the world was reacting to every moment. Suddenly, screaming and shouts tore through the rain-slick streets, and everyone sprinted through puddles in pure panic, grabbing for shelter under any awning or open door they could find. Victor and Theo stood there, trading thoughts as the rain tore down like it meant business, when a stranger finally crept closer through the storm, at first just a shadow in the downpour, then suddenly, it was Arya. She stood sharp against the gray sky on the slick street, magic wand gripped tight, eyes blazing with pure determination, because yeah, she'd done it, she'd made it rain. Now Theo was 100% sure he wasn't just imagining it, he believed he was her, the same girl he'd met once, Kaliali. The last time they met, she didn't have her hood up, and Theo still remembered her, open yet a little mysterious, bright eyes packed with hidden strength. Now he looked at her again and knew she'd been dodging him on purpose back then, trying to stay unseen just to escape his gaze. He spun toward her and she jolted with a shudder, so he decided he had to get the truth. What on earth did he do to make her dodge him so hard? Theo struck up a conversation with her, apologizing for anything he'd done wrong. He just couldn't remember what, or when. Then, out of nowhere, she cut in and asked what he could do, but the words hit like a statement, not a real question. She stared at him from beneath her hood, pure irritation burning in her eyes, convinced the real problem was that he still couldn't remember. Then her face twisted into open malice and raw hatred, like she was about to pounce and tear him apart. Theo's whole body locked up with tension, every muscle buzzing like it knew something was wrong. His heart slammed faster, and his eyes snapped wide with sharp, cautious focus. Victor saw the tension spike and realized this talk could blow up into something ugly, so he cut in fast. He knew he had to keep the real reason hidden, but he couldn't resist telling her anyway. Turns out Arya is just a cover, because she isn't a girl at all, she's a demon. Her real name, Aristella. And the second Theo learned the truth, his eyes widened in pure shock. A sudden memory hit Theo like a bolt of lightning. Her face, the one he'd seen before, stormed back into his mind, and he realized he remembered her. After it clicked in his mind, the girl yanked off her hood, introduced herself, and revealed her race and real name. Then Theodore just froze, mouth hanging open, because the moment he heard it, he couldn't get a single word out. When Aristella finally dropped it, "My real name is Aristella," the truth hit like thunder. She's a demon and the daughter of the demon lord. Rumors tore through the village in a flash, and the wildest part, the demon king's own daughter was right there in the middle of it all. People even started doubting it was Arya. Then one adventurer finally blurted the truth. She was a demon. The others snapped with shock and anger that he hadn't told them earlier. He brushed it off as nothing, but he knew one thing, Arya was already at odds with Theo. They figured this would be a total nightmare. She had to be furious with him. If their paths collided, something irreparable could snap, so Theo's friends rushed to him right away, just to keep trouble from igniting. As the friends closed in, they gasped, because there it was, an incredible picture. Theo grinned from ear to ear and patted Aristella's shoulder like he couldn't believe his eyes, joy lighting up his face as he stared at how fast time had flown and how much she'd grown. He looked at her like he'd just found the girl he'd met all those years ago. When Theo's friends shouted his name, he snapped his head toward them, still gripping Aristotle's shoulders, yet their faces screamed worry and panic, like something huge and dangerous just struck, and Theo froze, completely lost, trying to figure out what happened. His friends leaned in and told Theo they were terrified. Arya was Aristella, and that meant they'd end up killing each other, yet Theo honestly couldn't wrap his head around why it had to come to that. As his friends shifted their focus to Victor looming behind them, he didn't flinch, his face stayed cool, but something razor-sharp burned in his eyes, and he clearly knew exactly why they were terrified, and why that panic wouldn't quit, because they had no clue what really went down at the thank you party. The adventurers spun around, totally baffled, and demanded to know what kind of thank you party this was again, while Theo scratched the back of his head and let out a heavy sigh, already knowing he'd have to explain everything. He leaned in and spilled the truth. That Thanksgiving party's real name was the Demon Lord Killing Celebration, an insane victory feast for humanity's win over the Demon Lord, hosted by the Demon Lord himself. They were totally stunned, because how in the world did the Demon King himself plan the night when he was supposed to get killed by the hero? They immediately figured Theodore must have slipped away for a drink, judging by how wild his words sounded. Theo tried to slam the brakes on it, pushing through with the truth and explaining why all of this even happened. Theodore caught their confusion, sensed they were sitting on something huge, and then went straight for the truth, asking why the demons chose to attack the people's lands in the first place, what they were after, and what they truly wanted. Those words hit the adventurers like a punch, stumped, staring at each other, totally thrown off by the question. A few tried to scramble for excuses, but most just froze, mouths shut with no answer ready. And in that silence, he understood the ugly truth. Without clarity, they couldn't move an inch or find their way out of this mess. They swore it was all about choosing to invade the territory. Yeah, the hero's party believed that too at first, but the truth hit hard. The demons weren't spreading chaos for no reason. They were launching an attack on the human lands as a brutal strength contest. This news hit them harder than ever, and Theo pressed on. According to the demon lord, demons don't care about anything except strength. And when the hero's party proved it, the demon king was blown away by their power so much that he swore, on his own name, he'd never invade human territory again. It's wild hearing this from a man who was nearly ripped in half, and it all comes down to Giselle, who slammed into him and made him break, so he finally swallowed his pride and swore he'd never invade human land again. Their attempt to wipe out the demon lord failed, and somehow it ended on the best terms possible, at least on the surface. Almost nobody knows the real reason, or that the demon king is still alive. After everything they heard, they just sat there trying to digest the truth, baffled that this story wasn't stamped into history, because to them, it felt huge. He knew that if he spilled the truth about why demons struck the lands of men, and what was really going on, nobody would buy it. His tale sounded way too wild, too unreal for people who only trusted simple lies, and even Victor looked unconvinced, believing some of it but not the whole truth. It was at that party that Theodore finally met Arya for the first time, back when she was still a little kid, small and shining with curious eyes, wearing that sweet, innocent look. Giselle was there too. He stared at her and suddenly realized it. Once he finally got to know her, the resemblance to the Demon King hit him hard, and it took him way too long to admit that her cold, intimidating stare was the exact same look as her father's. They finally got why she was so furious. She was staring at the truth without realizing it. This wasn't the Arya she remembered. It was the same Arya, grown up and unrecognizable now, and that's exactly what sparked all their fights. Theo told himself she wouldn't be that worried about not recognizing him. After all, he was basically a stranger, and she was grown up now after only meeting him once, 10 years ago. Theodore stared at Arya, rattled by turmoil, desperate to understand what he did wrong, because he couldn't wrap his head around how he'd offended her or hurt her, and all he wanted was a chance to make things right. But he had no idea why she was so upset with him or what he could have done to her. Theo slowly shifted his gaze to her, and there it was. She dropped her eyes and was blushing hard. When he finally told her why she'd been dodging him, the hurt in her hit like a punch. He stared at her and then she blurted out a sudden apology, saying she'd been immature, admitting it stung that he'd moved on and forgotten her. Still, she promised she wouldn't dodge him anymore, and added that for now, she'd keep things slow. She whipped around and marched away from him, and the other adventurers burst into laughter. Like, yeah, it looked bad, but it'd somehow work out. Theo just stood there, watching her go, a cold unease creeping in because it felt like she wasn't done saying what she needed to say. Victor slapped his hands together to grab everyone's attention, and sure enough, Phil had already built covered walkways, ready for any brutal snows the future would throw at them. Winters here hit harder than they ever expected, so they had to haul together every bit of material they'd need to make proper winter clothing. Theodore had finally churned out enough spinning wheels for their request, but he never expected them to roll it all out like a full-on festival. They even hauled in a food table, and Theodore just couldn't figure out what on earth they planned to spin into winter clothes. Victor heard Theo ask, and of course they'd stitch winter clothes from wild silk cocoons. Theo just had no clue what wild silk even meant. Victor leaned in and explained it's basically the ancestor of the domesticated silkworm. Both wild and silkworms spin silk, and that fabric breathes like a dream, making it perfect for staying warm when the cold hits. During the migration, one of the settlers stumbled onto wild silkworms by accident, and the second he saw them, he grabbed the silk, because it was too valuable to waste and would save them later. That surprise haul turned into one of the biggest moments of their journey, because every new resource pushed them closer to a fresh life and bigger chances ahead. Theo carefully lifted one of the cocoons, and the second he saw it, his eyes shot wide with shock, because this one was monstrous. Silkworm cocoons are usually tiny, light, and compact, about 100 times smaller, but these gigantic ones blew every expectation out of the water. Victor suspects these things might be hiding monsters that are genuinely terrifying, and Theo can't shake the fear that they're gambling everything just to collect them. Theo finally got the idea, but he still had no clue how those silk threads were made, so Victor grabbed the cocoon, dipped it straight into steaming hot water, and started unraveling it right there, thread by thread, because that's how wild silkworms are usually processed. And straight from Victor himself, today's top mission is simple. Make it a good time, break up the dull grind, bring the team closer, reignite their spirits, and forge real trust between everyone. Theo froze mid-thought, realizing that ever since their last meeting, he hadn't said a single word to Arya. He couldn't shake the look on her face from his mind, and maybe, just maybe, this festival was his shot to finally talk to her. Then fate hit hard. Arya showed up, clutching that cocoon with laser focus, and didn't even spot him. She strode up to the girls who were caught up in something, and Arya couldn't stay out of it, so she rushed over just as everything was about to happen. One of the girls snapped that when she bent to scoop water from the well. Her necklace snapped too, plunging into the water. Then she shot Arya an irritated look, showing the pendant her parents had given her, and Arya listened hard, instantly getting how much that gift meant. The girls begged her to figure out a way to pull the pendant from the well, and she snapped, "Yeah, I can try," because it wasn't that deep, and if she really put her mind to it, she could yank it out. Arya dashed to the well, shut her eyes, and shouted a spell. When the water abated, she ordered the girl to crank the pump, and after a bit her pendant dropped straight into the bucket from the pipe. The girls shot forward, tackled her into a tight, happy hug, and practically overflowed with gratitude for the chance to get her precious pendant back. Faces lit up with relief because they finally had a shot to fix what was taken, while Victor and Theo just watched from the sidelines. Theo stared at the picture and nearly gasped at how completely everyone trusted her, while Victor, at first, just couldn't wrap his head around who she was even talking about. Of course they trust her. Arya busts her ass like everyone else, and on top of that she's a first-class magician at an age when most people are still learning the basics. She fires off razor-subtle, mind-bending spells that can do what manual labor never could, plain and simple. She's one of a kind, and you can't replace her. Theo tried to smile through the strain, but his eyes betrayed his confusion as he listened to Victor. Arya said goodbye to the girls she'd helped, and once again they thanked her like crazy. When she spun around, Theo was already there, stepping up with a warm greeting and that easy smile. He stared in awe at her magic, because even he can't cast a single spell, and he knew exactly how insane her control was, the perfect water control at the bottom of that well, all just to nudge the necklace into place. He was also flooded with gratitude for the rain she'd summoned. She knew they needed it, so she delivered it, and he was amazed she even managed to test the drainage system. Still, it stung that he hadn't thanked her sooner. She let out a quiet chuckle at his words, and Arya instantly felt like he was fretting over nothing, until she realized he still hadn't recognized her after all that time apart, and he'd come running to apologize for it, she guessed. Then her words hit him like an arrow straight through the chest, and the embarrassment instantly lit up his face. She tried to soothe him, insisting he didn't need to apologize, because Arya had dragged herself across the whole journey to this new world just to see him again, and Theo was thrown off by how awkward that made things for her. Behind them, a company churned out silk, and the more they spun, the more clothes it would forge, so Shiro grinned too, because even he'd get clothes like hers. But they still had to stop her fast, before she got too close to the cocoon and put herself in danger. She flung the wild silk into the water, and the surface slammed and bucked like something massive had just been forced in. Then, out of nowhere, the pot tipped over and everything spilled onto the ground. Theo blurted her name with pure panic, fear crashing through his voice. Then Arya snapped into action without even thinking twice. She fired off her magic and slid the girl out of the danger zone, shielding her from whatever could have come next. Theo cradled her in his arms, panic burning in his chest. She wouldn't wake, and helplessness slammed into him as people stared at the cocoon from the pot, because its surface looked warped and completely out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the cocoon snapped open with a thunderous crack, and frantic movement erupted from within, cracks spiderwebbing across the surface as thin threads shot out, revealing the shape of something alive. The whole group went dead still, breath held, staring in stunned anticipation. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of tiny winged creatures burst from the shattered cocoon, streaking through the air like bursts of light and diving toward the forest. Everyone there went totally still, staring in stunned silence at the wild sight. Turns out they were forest spirits, gaunt, glowing winged creatures, and the second they took off, they vanished straight into the forest's darkest depths. Everyone watching shot into disbelief, stunned they'd even show up at all. They never saw it coming. Could anything like this really happen? They didn't even suspect it. Normally insects are sealed in cocoons, and when you drop them in hot water, they just die, so they kept wondering if this was normal around here. Then someone laughed and claimed they were boiling forest spirits just because of the whole situation. One of the adventurers blurted out in shock, and every eye snapped to the same spot, right after the forest spirits vanished. That thread didn't just vanish into the background. It turned brutally strong, stretched like it had no limits, and ballooned bigger and bigger in volume. Theo clutched Theo in his arms and sprinted straight to Arya, his face blazing with pure relief and gratitude. He bowed hard and thanked her from the bottom of his heart for saving his precious one, because thanks to her, Theo didn't get burned or injured, while Arya just stood there feeling awkward, thinking it wasn't a big deal at all. He flashed Arya a warm smile, and just knew she was going to become an unstoppable adventurer. She suddenly flashed back to their very first meeting at that party, back when everything was just starting, when a little girl walked up to him with a sincere smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and trust, and her voice calm, soft, and crystal clear. He leaned in until their eyes met at the same level, digging into her honest gaze, and right then, curiosity sparked in his chest. How could this little girl, the Demon King's daughter, know his name? She'd found it in a book. For one shaky moment, she hesitated, like she was summoning her courage. Then a quiet dream flared in her eyes because she wanted to become an incredible adventurer like him, brave, wise, and ready to face any challenge. Theo blinked hard at her words, a real jolt hitting his face as a small, stunned smile tugged at his lips. He never expected to hear confessions like that. He could only think one thing. Giselle was far braver and tougher than him, and she absolutely earned every bit of that praise. Arya beamed, holding the book wide in front of him like it was gold, tapping the words with childish excitement, promising him it said he'd made friends with dragons, that he could mend anything that broke, and that he could pull anyone straight out of trouble, no matter how deep it got. She stared him down, but a tiny shadow of doubt still crawled through her heart. Was she really strong enough, and did she truly have the courage to pull this off? Then he eased down onto one knee, like he was making a vow: pure respect, real support, and a promise that he'd be a mentor and a true friend, walking side by side with them on whatever adventure comes next. After he said that, she didn't waste a second, just studied and trained again, until somehow her skills exploded, and she finally leveled up into a real, full-fledged adventurer. One day, whispers hit her like thunder. People were saying Theo was about to set off for the new world. One day they crossed paths again in a bustling port city, and he didn't even recognize her. She'd changed so much, and so much time had slipped by since the last time they'd seen each other. She never managed to introduce herself right. Joy and nerves tangled up inside her as her mind blanked on where to start. So when it came down to it, she slipped away and hid behind the sleek port buildings and the crush of people, still clinging to one stubborn hope. Someday they'd talk openly again. She finally admitted the truth. She'd been dodging him for nothing. Still, a piece of her lingered in his memory, and that spark shot confidence straight into her bones. Of course, it all snapped back to him, back to that old talk about her, and a sharp regret clawed at his chest when he realized he hadn't recognized her right away in Kali Ali. Shame swallowed her whole when she realized she hadn't told them who she really was right away. Inside, embarrassment and anxiety crashed over her as her fear gripped tight, so tight she was terrified of making the wrong move. Theo didn't even flinch. She went for it and pulled off amazing results, and that told him everything. Real success is built on persistence, hard work, and self-confidence, not luck. He respected her guts for charging ahead through every setback and every doubt. So when he was picked to meet the person who mattered, raised among countless worthy choices, he became an example she wanted people to admire. And honestly, it felt like more than he ever thought he deserved. Pride and joy hit him like a wave, but there was also a flash of embarrassment that he was suddenly her shining example. Theo shifted in his arms, and his excitement hit like a wave. Then he stared at her, quietly shaken, pouring nothing but care into every glance, desperate to learn how she was feeling after everything she'd been through. The moment she woke up, all she could think about were the threads, fine strands braided into something real, so Theo lifted his finger and pointed them out, and you could see it. She was genuinely proud of what she'd crafted, felt that steady warmth in her chest, because none of her effort felt wasted. Now she just wondered if those threads would finally become clothes for everyone: Shiro, the little ones, and even the others. He panicked for a second, sure there'd be no way enough soaked threads would reach everyone, and it bugged him. Just then, Arya slipped up to Theo and whispered in his ear. The moment she finished, his expression snapped into place. A grin lit his eyes, his whole posture eased, and you could tell her words hit home. He was genuinely happy, and he felt seen. Theo, Shiro, and the wolf cubs got snug little scarves tied around their necks, woven from thin threads, and the moment they put them on, their faces lit up, warm, cozy, and oddly beautiful. Everyone beamed because matching scarves meant they all looked alike now, and that simple touch forged real unity. Arya's idea became the scarves, and the pattern on them mirrored the design on Theo's clothes, locking the whole look into one stunning harmony, while Theo carved it all into reality with razor-sharp skill, every single stitch perfect and precise. Theo burst into Arya's arms, and with a grateful rush she blurted out thanks for the idea. Her smile lit up like she truly meant it. Arya blushed, totally baffled because Theo had made the scarves. Theo just laughed, tightened her hold for a second, and made it clear Arya was the real amazing one. Theo kept going, piling up all her talents, her jaw-dropping magic, and the stunning outfits she designed, while her eyes shone with real, awestruck admiration and a burning hunger to become just as powerful and skilled, so she could pull off miracles like Arya. She flashed back to telling Theo the very same thing as a kid. and with total certainty, she knew she was going to become exactly who she wanted. Arya beamed at Theo with a smile so warm it felt like relief, her eyes shining with real gratitude, as if she'd finally proved to herself she'd made the right choice through all that brutal hardship, and that certainty practically promised them new discoveries and wild adventures were waiting just around the corner. Arya strolled in total calm, gripping the wicker basket packed with their newest finds and creations, her step steady and her eyes savoring the crisp, quiet air, while Theo sprinted right behind her, grinning, begging her to slow down, and she kept pushing herself to catch up because she just wanted to share that moment with Arya. Curry and Theo stared as Arya and Theo smiled deep inside, and you could practically feel the relief in their chests, because after every mess, every misunderstanding, their friends finally clicked and found a shared language. Watching Arya walk beside Theo, taking those first steps toward real mutual understanding, hit them like pure happiness, and it was proof that all their hard work hadn't been for nothing. After that silk chaos, something finally clicked. Her awe for Arya lit a spark in her, and Theom started thinking that someday she'd have a real shot to learn magic if he could create the chance. With a thoughtful look, she shot him a firm disagreement, and those bright eyes practically screamed, "I'm not backing down." Deep inside, she knew it was finally time to start magical training for Feel, because this wasn't just progress for her, it was the next step to forging a stronger friendship between them. Arya stood before the crowd at the magic lecture, greeted everyone, and introduced herself. Then, out of nowhere, they handed her the job of magic teacher, and she was thrown into it so hard it made her nervous, tense, and completely uneasy. Theo blurted out that Arya was totally right, even calling her teacher, and the second the words hit, a bright smile snapped onto her face. Then embarrassment flickered in her eyes because she hadn't expected herself to step into that role. They all copied Theo's lead and beamed as they called Arya their teacher, and right then her cheeks flared. She looked embarrassed, begged them to stop, and still couldn't shake how touched she felt by their trust and recognition. Curry stared at everything happening, confused as hell. Then Theo clocked it and figured out why, just as Curry realized a huge crowd of adventurers had flooded in to watch Arya teach magic, and she definitely didn't see that coming. She figured mages would study magic, but the fact that this whole crowd of warriors packed into one place still blew her mind. Were they really here to use magic? Theo caught her meaning and with a small smirk said he suspected she thought mages were nothing more than people who fling fireballs or summon wind. Then he asked if she might be judging a little too quickly. She'd been partly right, he admitted, but her view was shallow, because magic was way bigger and deeper than she ever imagined. But for adventurers, it's a whole different world. Most of them bank on physical magic, boosting their bodies mid-fight, because monsters aren't something a normal person can survive, so you have to use every edge you've got, Arya explained. But most people grab magic on instinct, and it fizzles, yet once you learn the theory, it clicks into place and becomes way more powerful. Suddenly, Arya launched herself sky-high, bursting with magical power and pure grace, then proved that with the right theory and real understanding of magic, they can smash past their physical limits again and again. As Arya touched down on the ground with a quiet, soft landing, Fia couldn't wait a second. She wanted to know how she could fly like that. Fia stepped forward, all curiosity and hunger for magic secrets, but Arya held her back, telling her to slow down and take her time. Arya kept talking, hammering the point that every single person already has mana in their body, so there's no reason to overcomplicate it. Picture it, she said, like you're stirring the energy inside you, just like you gently shake water in a cup, then spread it through your whole body. She made it sound like magic had a method, not a mystery, because once you practiced, anyone could learn to feel their mana and steer it. She laid it out with an example. In a normal state, mana piles up in the brain and inner organs, so if you shove it all into your hand, fatigue hits fast, and the only rule that matters is balance, and everyone leaned in, hanging on her every word. Arya clocked how wrecked Theo looked, like all that info hit at once and her brain started to boil. Arya snapped into an apology, admitting she'd probably overcomplicated everything and made it way too hard for Theo to follow. Theo dug her heels in, eyes locked, voice shaking with determination, insisting she'd try and she wouldn't give up. Theo stared at the lecture slides and felt his nerves spike, and Curry just couldn't figure out what was freaking him out, because it was supposed to be a totally normal lecture. He told her that Theo had never seen anything like this. She'd grown up with a pack of wolves, and now she was being dropped into a whole new culture from a brand new continent, then thrust straight into a place like this, and yeah, that would wreck anybody's nerves. Theo finally said Curry was worrying way too much for nothing. Curry grinned and started telling Theo that every kid craves a brand new world, fresh mysteries, wild discoveries, because she still remembers how, as a child, she'd obsess over monster manuals just to feel that thrill of finding new creatures, and then she leaned in and told Theo she was incredibly adaptable and would snap into any new situation in no time. He broke down why he was panicking, Theo was still so young, and everything new could hit her like a wall, so she needed time to adjust and catch her breath. As adults, it was their job to step in, take care of her, and stand by when life got hard, because he refused to let her burn herself out or feel stranded in this strange new world. He snapped his head toward Theo, and froze in horror when he saw her sprawled, unconscious. Panic hit like a wave as he leaped up and barreled toward her, his heart hammering while he scrambled to see if she was okay and get her help. Curry lunged to stop him, shouting his name at the top of his lungs to warn him, too late, because it was already done. Theo lay pinned in place, and Arya leaned in to tell her it was the spellwork of intoxication that kept her from moving. Look, this happens all the time to kids who are just learning to handle mana, she said, trying to steady him, but Theo couldn't stop spiraling. Would she be okay? Would something serious hit her? She grabbed his fear and promised him she'd recover, because her body was still figuring out how to control the energy, and this was just part of the lesson. Theo blinked awake, cracked one eye open, and took in the room in a haze, then noticed her and slid closer with a warm, careful smile. He decided to call it for today. No grinding training, just a proper break, because the only thing that matters is that she feels good. Everything else can wait, because the road ahead is still theirs. Theo slowly pushed herself upright, flashed him a relieved smile, and told him she was okay, then begged him to stay out of it and just watch in silence. Theo froze the second she said that. No words, no sound, just pure shock and confusion pounding in his chest as he stared at her, stunned by her fearless confidence and independence. He tried to comfort her, but Theo snapped in, cutting him off with steel in her voice. She wouldn't fold, not for anyone. That move wasn't just defiance, it was her declaration of freedom. She was determined to prove she could take it alone and stay standing, no matter what came next. Arya's calm, stern voice cut through the noise as she insisted she was right. Theo was genuinely giving it everything she had now, and she needed support. Her words dripped with confidence, saying the girl was capable of so much, and the real move was simple. Give her the chance to prove her strength and stand on her own. She told him her father kept barging in on her studies too, and she wished he'd just leave her alone. Those words felt like an accusation, and for Theo, every sound hit like a dagger. It ripped open his chest with pain, and still, he couldn't stop worrying about Theo W. Theo snapped under the pressure and dropped to the ground, tears pouring out like he couldn't stop them. Curry stood there, stunned by how hard it hit him. She tried to steady him, begging him to calm down and stay out of it. Curry threw gasoline on the fire when he shrugged and said that's just how it goes. At least once in a lifetime, a father gets hated by his own daughter, and he wasn't about to pretend he was different. And that hit Theo like a gut punch, boiling up a sick, bitter ache inside him, because he'd tried so hard to support her and help her feel better. Yet all he got were words that somehow made the pain in his heart even worse. He snapped with frustration, terrified he'd pushed too far, and when the truth hit him, his stomach dropped, because he finally admitted he had no clue what dark side was hiding inside his own soul, a brutal confession that became the first real step toward understanding himself and fixing what he'd done. Curry had always believed Theo could handle anything, because he looked strong and fearless in everything, until she finally saw him lose his cool around the kids too, and honestly, it was hilarious to watch. Snapping back to her senses, Curry demanded answers about where Goliath vanished to. He'd been right there minutes ago. Theo's eyes narrowed as he wrestled with the same question, each second replaying in his head, and suddenly a dozen possibilities burst to life. Maybe he slipped off for business, or maybe he'd ducked into some quiet, secluded hideout. Dragons are born masters of mana control, and Theo used that truth. He even figured the dragon wasn't defeated, just bored, and went off to play with its cubs. Curry met Begalia, and right away she felt like pure kindness, warm, gentle, and exactly the kind of dragon you can trust, and Theo was thrilled that he clicked with everyone, especially with creatures so important to them. Suddenly a shaky, piercing cry tore through the silence, and Theo and Curry snapped their heads toward it, eyes wide with worry and curiosity, both locked on the exact spot where that shrill sound was coming from. It turned out the haunting sound came from Goliath. He crouched and coaxed the wolf cub stuck in that tall tree to come down, his voice trembling with real worry as he begged for his little friend's safety, terrified the cub might fall or panic. Everyone panicked. No one could make sense of why Goliath just stood there, doing nothing. Then Theo and Theo sprinted in, staring ahead with grit and dread, and they instantly knew. They had to save the wolf cub and steady that dragon before it all spiraled out of control. Theo realized Vigilance was far too strong, and he refused to lay a hand on the baby. Suddenly the wolf cub hit his limit, tumbled off the tree, and dropped like lightning toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, Theo lunged in, slammed out magic, and snatched the baby out of danger.